Am I to assume you are commandeering this skyship?
We are, said Gabriel.
Very well, then. If you gentlemen will but give me a few moments to finish my drink and collect my things, I'll be out of your way.
Moog waved dismissively. Nonsense. Why don't you come with us? We could use a bard. Clay smirked, finding it somewhat ironic that after all these years Saga might actually enlist the services of a bard that was already dead. Kit looked intrigued.
Oh? Where is it you're going?
Well, Castia.
Castia?
The zombie actually sounded pleased.
Jewel of the Republic, a shining bastion of human civilization. I used to sing in a chorus at one of its theaters, 60 years ago. Lovely, lovely city.
Not anymore, said Ganelon. Kit's eyelid twitched again, but before Moog could explain, Gabriel broke in. We're wasting time. If the zombie wants to come, he can come. We should go now and hit up Conthus for supplies. I'll come, Clay said, already anxious to be off this eyesore of a ship.
Me too, said Moog. I could use some things in town as well.
Kit, you want to tag along?
I suppose I wouldn't mind stretching my legs, said Kit, then favored Gabriel with a grisly smile. Also, I feel it necessary to point out that I am what is known as a revenant, or a ghoul if you'd prefer. Either will suffice. But I am most certainly not a zombie.
Ghoul, zombie, what's the difference? Asked Matrick.
There are several, in fact. Most notable, however, is that zombies eat people.
And what do you eat?
Kit sipped his wine, looking thoughtful. Anything but people, he said. Chapter 27. Bounty. Matrick volunteered to stay behind and watch over Caloric while the others hit the mud-slick streets of Conthus. Moog and Kit set out to acquire what the wizard referred to as indispensables, while Gabriel, despite Moog's assurance that his magic hat could feed them all the way to Endland, went in search of rations. Clay and Ganelon were tasked with seeking news of Castia, so they picked a tavern on the strip called the Back Door, where Clay hoped they could ask after gossip in relative anonymity. The plan went up in smoke the moment they stepped inside. Clay was still blinking in the shadows when a familiar voice piped up.
Frost motherfuck me, it's Clay Cooper.
He saw a hand waving, 2 pink fingers in a black silk glove. Jane and her gang of overdressed outlaws were seated at a long table, littered with empty pitchers and the leftover scraps of a meal.
Have a seat, slow hand. I owe you a beer, I'd say.
You owe me a week's worth of sandwiches, a dozen pair of socks, a small fortune in jewelry, and 2 swords, Clay thought ruefully.
I suppose you do, he told her. Ganelon looked dubious. She a friend of yours? He asked.
We've met twice, and she robbed me both times, said Clay, scratching his beard. But sure. The warrior said nothing, though something like amusement glittered in his green eyes. The 2 of them were given a wide berth as they made their way across the tavern floor, possibly because Jane had said his name so loud, but probably because Ganelon had the look of a killer and a giant axe strapped to his back. The silk arrows shuffled to make room on the bench, and by the time Clay and Ganelon settled themselves across from Jane, there were full tankards and heaping plates on the table before them. Jane was dressed even finer now than she'd been in the forest east of Brycliff. There were a few more bangles tinkling on her wrists, a few more rings twinkling on her fingers, and a familiar-looking silk scarf piled around her neck.
You like?
She asked, mistaking his assessment of her neckwear as keen interest.
I nabbed it off some fancy fan-tran last about a week back. Nice girl, actually.
And then Clay knew where he'd seen that scarf before.
Was her name Dashi?
Jane fingered the scarf.
You know, I believe it was. Said she was some admiral's daughter, but she cussed like any old sailor when I relieved her of this.
She jutted her chin at Ganelon.
Who's this now, huh? You get tired of being robbed by girls and hire some real muscle?
Clay shook his head, using a wooden fork to scrape the peas on his plate well wide of a pile of mashed yam. Couldn't have those two things consorting now, could he? Ganelon, he said, before filling his mouth. Jane threw a skeptic look at Ganelon and back.
Try again, slow hand. I may be a babe compared to you, but I wasn't born yesterday.
It's true, said Ganelon. Jane remained unconvinced.
Then why aren't you, you know?
Old, Clay suggested.
Yeah, that.
It's a long story, he told her, reaching for his cup. Got turned to stone, said Ganelon. They turned me back. Okay, it's a short story, Clay admitted.
It's fucking suspect is what it is, said Jane. That said, they say Ganelon's a dark-skinned southerner with a Northman's eyes, mean as a manticore with a tail up its ass. So you damn sure look the part.
Ganelon seemed to be weighing the merits of pressing his claim versus laying into a saucy leg of lamb. He chose the lamb, and so Clay took it upon himself to steer the conversation along. We're looking for news out of Castia. Have you heard anything recently? Jane scoffed.
The only news I expect out of Castia is that there ain't no more Castia, she said. I take it you're headed that way now? Got the whole band back together?
We do. And yeah, we are. The brigand shook her head, smiling sadly.
A proper epic end it'll be then. Here's to Saga.
She raised her mug, prompting her girls to do the same.
The second best band there ever was.
Laughter and cries of hear, hear followed. Jane tapped her cup once on the table and then guzzled it down. Clay drained his cup as well, because it would have been rude not to. Second best, he inquired. Don't tell me you're a fan of the Screeching Eagles.
It's the Screaming Eagles, Grandpa. And no, I'm referring to the latest greatest band in the land, Lady Jane and the Silk Arrows.
Never heard of 'em, said Ganelon. Jane thumbed her chest.
I'm Jane, and these lovely ladies sitting around you are the Silk Arrows. Not long ago we were merely bandits, but Clay Cooper here inspired us to make something more of ourselves.
Clay nearly spat out a mouthful of mashed yam. I did?
Well, you put the seed in my head anyway, back on the day we first met. We've booked our first gig even. Seems there's a herd of centaurs causing trouble up near Coverdale, and the good people there have hired us to drive 'em out.
Clay remembered Pip telling him about the centaur spotted near Tassel's farm, what seemed an age ago now. He swallowed a surge of concern for his daughter's safety. Centaurs had a nasty habit of kidnapping children and roasting them on spits. But then again, small-town folk had a nasty habit of making a big deal out of nothing at all. Forget about it, Clay told himself. Might just be a clutch of wild deer, or some sickly old scout who got left behind by his hunting party. Tally is fine, Ginny is safe. Rose is not, and she's the one you're out to save.
After that, we're headed to Calidar, Jane was saying. Cal says the warfare's a good place to get our name out there and rub shoulders with other bands.
Wait, Cal? Clay interrupted. Tell me you don't mean Calorek, big fat booker, lives up the hill? Jane looked annoyed.
Listen, I don't like him either. Reminds me a bit of my daddy, actually, except he's a long shot uglier and has more'n 2 coins to rub together. Still, he's the only game in town, and
the brigand, or ex-brigand, Clay supposed, trailed off. She was staring over his shoulder with a look of naked awe on her face. Turning in his seat, Clay saw a pair of new arrivals. The first was a bald monk in a sleeveless red robe. Standing beside him was the most beautiful woman Clay had ever seen. No, she's not. A part of his mind amended. Ginny's the most beautiful woman you've ever seen. This woman is... She was tall, her pale limbs hard with lean muscle. She wore a form-fitting black breastplate that seemed to drink in the light, heavy greaves, and a pair of taloned gauntlets that reminded Clay of a falcon's claws. The collar of her cloak was lined with sleek plumage, and a pair of swords were strapped to her back. Her hair had the blue-black sheen of a raven's feather. It fell straight to her waist but for her bangs, which cut a razor-sharp line above her finely arched brows and large, long-lashed eyes. Okay, Clay's mind conceded. She's the most beautiful woman you've ever seen. Except for... There was someone he was forgetting. Ah, yes, his wife. Clay nearly jumped out of his seat when Jane clamped hold of his wrist.
"You should go," she hissed. "Get out of here now. Out the back, preferably."
Why?
Why?
Jane's eyes bulged out of her sockets.
Don't you know who that is?
He didn't, of course. Unless this woman had stormed the north wall of Coverdale in the last 10 years, and she hadn't, Clay was certain, then how would he? A mercenary? He guessed.
A bounty hunter,
Jane informed him. Ganelon, intrigued, looked over his shoulder. She's pretty, he grumbled. So what? Clay asked.
So you've got a bounty on your head, remember?
Sure, but you can't. He'd been about to say that you couldn't claim a bounty inside city limits, but that was the law of the courts. You're in the free city of Conthus, you idiot. The law of the courts is worth less here than a copper penny dropped down a shithole. As if to drive that point home, the woman at the door spoke into the lull created by her arrival. "I'm looking for a man," she announced. More than half the men in the room bolted to their feet. Clay irrationally felt his own legs urging him to follow suit. Ginny, he thought to himself, using his wife's name as a mantra to clear his addled head. Ginny, Ginny, Ginny. "A very specific man," the woman clarified, and the men who'd stood sat down, abashed. "His name is Metric Skulldrummer, formerly the King of Agria." Clay spared Jane a quick glance. Whatever spell the newcomer had cast over the denizens of the back door, and Clay was certain that was the case, the brigand had managed to shrug it off. In fact, she looked positively terrified, and mouthed something to Clay that might have been Lockspore, or maybe Look Spry. Clay had no idea which. If this woman was looking explicitly for Matrick, however, it meant the bounty belonged to Lilith. But if the Queen thought a single hunter, even one fearsome enough to unsettle Jane, was capable of reclaiming Matrick from Saga's grasp, then she was seriously underestimating. Well, Ganelon. She was underestimating Ganelon. The woman at the door went on speaking. "The king was kidnapped by his old bandmates. There is a reward offered to any who provide information on Skulldrummer's whereabouts, or any other member of the band called Saga." "What sort of reward?" someone asked. The bounty hunter fixed her gaze on the speaker, a blonde-bearded fellow with swirling tattoos across his forehead. She advanced slowly toward him. Her heavy boots clanked on the wooden floorboards with every step. Reaching out, she placed the tip of one black-taloned finger beneath his chin, lifting his face as she lowered her own, until they were so close it looked as though they might kiss. Absurdly, Clay felt a stab of jealousy at the thought. "My eternal gratitude," she purred, and the man whimpered like a dog. "And in case that's not incentive enough,
Queen Lilith of Agria has offered the sum of 100 court marks to whosoever helps facilitate his, safe return. My little birds tell me that he and his friends have been spotted here in Conthus."
There was a moment of brief chatter, during which Jane whispered across the table at Clay,
"Run, you fool."
Clay would have loved nothing more than to slip out unnoticed, but he and Ganelon weren't exactly an unremarkable pair. The moment they stood, they'd be spotted. The bounty hunter was listing off the names of Saga's members as she stalked toward the bar.
Golden Gabe, Ganelon, Clay Cooper, better known as Slowhand.
She was standing with her back to the room, and so didn't see a dozen men raise their hands, every one of them looking at Clay and salivating at the prospect of whatever they imagined her eternal gratitude might entail. The bench beneath him creaked as Ganelon shifted his weight, preparing to fight. Or run. But probably fight. This was Ganelon, after all. The woman went on.
"Arcandius Moog."
"Here." Clay looked to the door. Everyone did. And there was the wizard, hat in hand, ghoul in tow, smiling and waving at the woman who'd said his name. Chapter 28. Larkspur. The red-robed monk reacted first. He withdrew a small knife from somewhere and flicked it toward the wizard in the doorway. Kit, who'd drawn his sheet over his head to serve as a hood, lurched into its path. The blade punched through the pallid flesh of his chest, and the ghoul glanced down, frowning as though he'd found a stain on his favorite sweater.
"Oh dear, that's going to leave a hole."
Clay and Ganelon launched themselves from the bench. Clay barreled down the aisle, intent on tackling the monk, who was staring curiously at Kit. Ganelon mounted the table, scattering bowls and spilling cups as he pounded down its length. He ducked under a slanting beam and then leapt at the woman standing by the bar. She grinned, turned a half-step to her right, and spread her wings. They were beautiful, black-feathered, and powerful enough to knock Ganelon on his ass. Clay had a moment in which to feel exceptionally stupid for mistaking folded wings for a feathered cloak before he reached the monk, who turned and got a face full of Blackheart. He sailed backward, unconscious before he hit the floorboards. At the door, Kit plucked the knife from his chest and examined it.
Tipped with poison," he announced. "A paralytic, actually. This wasn't intended to kill."
"I don't care about its intent." Moog was frantic. "That thing could have put my eye out." Ganelon, meanwhile, was only halfway to his feet when the woman's metal boot crunched into his face. She kicked him again in the gut as he lay sprawling. His hand moved mechanically toward the haft of Syrinx, but the woman stamped his arm to the floor and pinned it there.
"You must be Ganelon," she said. "I thought you'd be older."
"Who the fuck are you?" he asked through bloodied teeth. She drew a sword from her back and lowered its tip to his throat.
"My name is Larkspur," she told him, "and I'm the last woman you'll ever love."
An arrow skimmed past the long feathers at the end of one wing, thudding harmlessly into a keg behind the bar. She and Clay both looked to Jane, who had another arrow all ready to string. Larkspur tisked and shook her head.
"You're a terrible shot, my dear."
"Am I?" Jane snarled. "Care to find out?"
"Jane," Clay started, but she cut him off.
"Get out of here, Slowhand. Leave the manhunter to us."
To their credit, the silk arrows looked prepared to back Jane up on that. Every one of them had a weapon to hand, even if they looked a little in awe of their opponent.
"Manhunter."
Larkspur looked as though she was savoring the word.
"I've always loved that name."
She turned her eyes on Clay, and he felt his blood rise.
I only need Matrick. The rest of you are none of my concern.
He's not here, Clay said. And he's not going back to Agria in any case. Tell Lilith she can choose a new king.
Larkspur laughed softly. The sound set butterflies to flight in Clay's gut.
Oh, she already has. Pretty as Glyph he is. Strong as an ox and just as smart. Matrick's return is merely a formality. I imagine she'll charge him with treason and have him killed.
Clay didn't bother pointing out the injustice in that. This woman hardly seemed the sort to concern herself with moral trivialities. Well, that sure as fuck ain't happening. So how about we go our way and you go yours? You're outnumbered anyway.
Am I?
She asked, echoing Jane's earlier query with the same dangerous implication.
Care to find out?
Clay remembered the raised hands when she'd called his name before. A quick look around him told him all he needed to know, and the news wasn't good. Smitten grins and mooning eyes adorned the face of every man in the room. You know what'd come in real handy right now? Asked a voice in his head that sounded an awful lot like Matrick. A horn that vomits bees. Luckily, Moog came up with something else instead. He produced a glass alchemical globe from his bag and hurled it over Clay's head. Larkspur ducked aside without letting her foot off Ganelon, and the globe smashed against the bar behind her. There was no explosion, no puff of colorful smoke. Clay looked from Moog to the bar and back again. Thanks, he murmured. The wizard winked slyly.
You're welcome.
Larkspur chuckled.
Tell you what, she said. Ganelon and I will stay here and get to know each other while you run and find the king.
She giggled again, then frowned. Ganelon gave a throaty laugh. I'd rather get to know the ass end of an owlbear.
What's an owlbear?
Asked Larkspur, evidently amused, because she was grinning from ear to ear. Clay heard a snort and looked to see Jane trying to keep her bow steady. A few titters escaped the girls behind her, and some of the men on the opposite side of the room laughed as well, for no apparent reason whatsoever. Another fit of mirth overcame Larkspur. She managed a bemused glare at the wizard before it consumed her. She threw her head back, cackling wildly. Ganelon rolled free of her boot, but even he was chuckling as he crawled away. The broken globe. Clay now understood. This is Moog's doing. He could smell it now, a scent like raw sugar left to burn on an iron skillet. Clay couldn't recall the concoction's name, but he could remember the wizard using it at least twice before, once so the band could escape a Fantran prison, and again to liven up what turned out to be the most hilarious funeral he'd ever attended. Wait by the door, said Kit, brushing past him. I'll grab your friend. Clay nodded. Jane, get your girls out of here. The ex-brigand was too overcome by glee to heed his words, but a pair of silk arrows braced her between them and escorted her out. By now, everyone sitting or standing near the bar was laughing uproariously. Kit, who was unaffected by the gaseous content of the broken globe, groaned as he hefted Ganelon to his feet. Grooms of Tamarat, you're as heavy as a stone. Ganelon, who had been a statue these last 19 years, found that remark positively hilarious. He giggled maniacally, a sound as incongruous to Clay as a troll reciting poetry, and slapped the ghoul on the back, which nearly toppled them both. Clay stole a last glance at Larkspur before he bolted out the door. The woman was doubled over, bracing herself against the bar as fits of laughter racked her body. Her wings shuddered, loosing a storm of black feathers over the chaos of the common room.
Her eyes locked onto him as she raised one arm, leveling the point of her sword at his chest. Despite the absurdity of her condition, Clay felt his soul shrink away from the malevolence in her glare. Jane was on her knees in the street.
"Who ever heard of a fucking owl bear?" she howled. "What even is that?"
Moog looked harried.
"It's a real thing,"
he muttered, and Kit patted him consolingly on the shoulder. It took a few seconds for Clay to notice Gabriel standing among them, a heavy pack over each shoulder. He was gaping at Ganelon as though the man had grown horns.
"What's the matter with him?" Gabe asked. "I'll tell you on the way," said Clay.
Glancing up the street, he spotted a cluster of men wearing the same red robes as Larkspur's pet monk. He knelt by Jane and touched her shoulder. The woman who'd robbed him twice and who'd probably just saved his life wiped tears from her eyes.
"Thank you," he told her.
She snorted and laughed in his face, but she managed to nod. Clay stood, wincing at the ache in his lower back. The silk arrows were watching him, a few of them beset by snickers of their own.
"Get her out of here," he said, "and good luck with the centaurs up in Coverdale. You girls are going to make one hell of a band."
A few of them accosted Clay for handshakes and brief hugs before melting away, as deft at hiding in city streets as they were in a wooded forest, even better perhaps, considering their garish attire. When they'd vanished, Clay relieved Gabriel of one pack and prodded him toward the western gate.
"We need to run," he insisted.
Moog, who was already scampering ahead, called back over his shoulder.
"Forget running," he shouted. "It's time to fly."
Calorek was in a mood when they got back. Matrick had him tied to a chair and was seated opposite, sipping something that wasn't wine from a wine glass and smiling placidly as the booker raged.
"I'll pop your fucking eyes out and eat them with cheese. I'll have you flayed and salted. I'll turn your skin to jerky and feed it to dogs. I'll feed it to rotters and feed them to dogs."
Matrick raised his glass as the others entered.
"Welcome back. Cal and I were just catching up."
He took one look at Ganelon, still beset by an irrepressible fit of high-pitched giggles, and his jaw dropped. He immediately looked to Moog.
"What did you do to him?"
"He got a lungful of Jackal's jest," the wizard explained. "Things got a little hairy in Conthas."
"You're a wanted man, by the way," Clay said to Matrick.
The king paled a shade or two.
"Lilith knows I'm alive?"
"If she didn't before we wrecked the Maxathon, she does now," Clay told him. "She's hired a bounty hunter, a woman named Larkspur." Clay blinked. "Yeah, that's her. She's, bad news," he concluded.
Matrick nodded. "Oh, she's bad news, all right. I was afraid Lilith might resort to this. We hired Larkspur a few years back to track down a servant who'd stolen some of Lilith's jewelry. She found him right quick, cut his hands off, and carved thief onto his forehead with a knife. It was almost a mercy when Lilith had him executed."
Ganelon sniggered, as if Matrick had told a bawdy joke. "Moog," Gabe tilted his head at the warrior. "Would you mind?"
"Ah, sure."
The wizard took Ganelon by the shoulder and steered him toward the hallway.
"Come on, big guy. Let's go up top and get some air."
When they'd left, Clay turned to Matrick. "So what is she exactly?" The old rogue shrugged, perplexed.
"She's a deva," said Kit.
"Which is?" Gabe prompted. The Revenant shrugged, which set something, a rib perhaps, rattling inside him.
"Just that. Devas are devas. I have no idea where they come from, but aside from their wings—"
"Wait, she has wings?" asked Gabriel, but then raised his hand.
"Never mind.
You were saying?
Yes. Well, aside from their wings, the Deva also possess a certain, charisma. Compulsion, I think, would be a better term for it.
You mean they can control people? Clay inquired, relieved to know there'd been a justifiable reason behind his curious infatuation with the woman in the bar.
Essentially, yes, said Kit. Their mere presence, or so I've heard, is enough to induce a mild fascination. Should one of them make a real effort to charm you, well, I suppose a strong mind might resist, of course, but a weak one.
He scratched at a bloodless gash across his throat.
I've heard of Devas commanding small armies of besotted thralls, ready and willing to carry out their bidding.
So what about our Deva? Gabe wanted to know. Larkspur, was it? Caloric grunted a laugh, but a glare from Matrix settled him quick.
Larkspur, yes. Although she once went by the name of Sabbatha,
Kit told them.
There are a number of songs about her, most of them quite dark, as you can imagine. I'd be more than happy to sing a few if you'd like.
Just tell us, said Gabe, impatience clouding his tone. The ghoul did something that might have been a sigh had there been breath in his body.
Most recount a troubled birth, a tumultuous childhood, a bloody one even.
Reasonable enough, thought Clay. Considering kids would tease one another for something so trivial as a haircut or a simple stutter, he could only imagine that having a pair of black-feathered wings might draw the ire of other children, and the ire of children could be cruel indeed.
At any rate, said Kit, she ended up at Taliskard, which was once a fortress and was then a secluded monastery, renowned for breaking the spirits of troubled young girls.
Great job, guys, Matrix scoffed. The ghoul adjusted the drape of his bedsheet garment.
Indeed, Larkspur, or Sabbatha, as she was called at that time, proved too tough a nut to crack. There was an incident with the headmaster, something about him castrating himself in the bathtub, and before long she staged a revolt, took control of the fortress, and used it as a staging ground when she became a mercenary.
She was a merc? Asked Clay.
Briefly, yes,
Kit affirmed.
And it was around this time she cast off her old name and became Larkspur. But it said she grew tired of fighting monsters and had no desire to enter the arena, so she turned her sights upon a more unpredictable quarry.
People, said Gabriel.
Exactly.
And now she's hunting us, Clay muttered. Kit grimaced.
I'm afraid so.
Do you think she'll follow us into the Wyld? Caloric laughed harshly. Oh, she'll follow you. I'd bet my teeth on it. You're all dead men, he sneered. Might as well tip the hourglass and start counting sand. 20 years ago you guys might have been a match for Larkspur, but now? She's gonna tear you apart. Maybe Ganelon could take her down, maybe, if she fought him fair. But I've heard a couple of them songs myself. Enough to know she don't fight fair. Oh, no. She'll come at you sideways, rip your fucking heart out, and lick it clean. Frigid bloody hell, I wish I could be there to see it. Clay shrugged. Yeah, well, you can't always get what you want, huh? The booker's grin was an ugly thing. You'd be surprised, he said. Chapter 29. Flight. The pilot's cabin was high on the stern, fronted by shuttered glass windows and furnished with a plush chair equipped with mug holders on either arm. Matrick offered to fly, but he'd been drinking since noon and was slurring his words, so Gabe delegated the job to Moog instead. The wizard pulled 3 levers, one after another. The trio of sails fanned open, accompanied by a loud crack as lightning leapt across their metal ribs. The tidal engines, there were two at either end of the ship, whirled into motion. From so close, Clay could see the four concentric rings within each spinning faster and faster as the carnal court came to life. Moog was beaming.
I'll say one thing for the Druins. They sure left us some wonderful toys to play with.
Clay flinched as the air spun into a fine mist around him. Is there water inside? He asked over the rushing noise. Moog brushed his fingers over the steering orbs and nodded enthusiastically.
Of course.
He began to explain about hydrogyres and something called cyclic pitch, but Clay had already stopped listening. They had drifted clear of the cave mouth and were climbing skyward. It was a few moments before Clay's stomach reluctantly decided to join him in the air. He glanced over at Gabriel, who was standing at the rail and staring westward. Hang on, Rose, Clay thought. For whatever it's worth, we're on our way.
Let's say you find Gabe's brat,
supposed Calorek, who was slouched on the steps leading up to the foredeck.
Say you make it across the heart, Wyld, which you won't, and somehow get past the horde into Castia, which doesn't seem likely, and Rose is still alive, which she probably ain't. What then? What's your plan, slow hand?
The booker had been ranting all afternoon. Moog and the Revenant were in quiet conversation near the prow. Gabriel was taking a turn as pilot, which basically involved not touching anything at all, and Ganelon had long since laughed himself to sleep in the master suite below. Matrick was below as well, probably drinking, and so Clay, who was watching the sunset from the starboard rail, was the only one within earshot. He weighed a few responses to the booker's question, and finally settled on one among many in his vast repertoire of shrugs. Calorek scoffed.
You don't have one, do you? Well, let me save you the trouble. Rose is fucked, you hear me? And when you find her, you'll be just as fucked as she.
Clay said nothing. They passed through a wisp of cloud, and the sail crackled with silver light.
There's still time, Slowhand. Time to wise up and turn this boat around. Give Gabe a little bump on the head, convince Moog it's for the best. That old bugger hangs on your every word, you know. And put that bloody zombie back in a box where he belongs. The other two are out till morning. We could be back in Conthus before sunrise, and you a rich man.
Calorek's a snake, Clay reminded himself. He'll hiss and hiss in your ear until what was once incomprehensible suddenly seems like a damn fine idea.
I'm not the type to hold a grudge, the booker lied. And I like you guys, I really do. You practically made me. I was a small-time hustler before Saga. Take me home, Clay, and what's done is done. Water under the bridge, what do you say?
You'll be home soon enough, Clay said. We'll leave you just outside the forest. You'll have a 2-day walk, maybe 3. Then you'll be back in Conthus safe and sound.
The edge of the Wyld is barely safer than the Wyld itself, Calorek complained. Something kicked the centaur tribes into a frenzy. They're bloody everywhere these days. I'll be lucky not to end up on a horseman's spit with a fucking apple in my mouth. And besides, you know how much it cost me to make this thing skyworthy?
He waved a hand at the ship around them.
Too damned much to have you ass-rats take it sightseeing into Wyvern territory. Do you see a ballista on board? A lob-tosser? Any weapons at all? This boat ain't cut out for crossing the Wyld. You'll be a duck in a shark pond out there.
Don't you mean pool? Cal's face went the color of a plum gone rotten.
Ha ha fucking ha, he grated. We'll see who's laughing when you and yours are buried in a pile of slag.
Clay employed another shrug, subtly different from the one preceding it. The booker shook his head, shifting uncomfortably in his restraints. After a while, he started up again, but with a different tack. I wasn't kidding about Larkspur, you know. I've met her a few times. Even tried to lure her back into the mercenary game. But I might as well have asked a wolf to eat a head of lettuce. Oh, she's a killer, that one. She has a taste for blood, and the faster you run, the hungrier she gets. I could manage that for you. I could buy her off, or at least pay her enough to say Matrick was dead and gone. Think about it, Slowhand. I'm the only chance you've got. Clay just stared out over the rail, squinting his eyes against the sun's molten glare. The carnal court, due to its size and in spite of its 4 tidal engines, was a great deal slower than Vanguard's old glory. They were flying due south for the time being, skirting the Wyld's edge. Come morning, they would veer west and make a straight line for Castia. Caloric kept on, relentless. Okay, best case scenario. You find the girl, and you somehow manage to rescue her. You'd might as well stay in Castia and become faithful citizens of the God's forsaken republic then, 'cause there'll be nothing left for you here. I'll destroy everything you leave behind. He pitched his voice so the wizard could hear him. Hey, Moog! You know what's left of your shitty little tower? Nothing. Just rubble and ruin. I burnt all your books and I killed all your stupid animals. I even ate one of the bastards. You know what's delicious? Tiny elephant. That's right, I ate your tiny fucking elephant, Moog. Do you hear me? You've got nothing but the clothes on your back, you pillow-biting little rat. Careful, Clay warned, but Caloric went on anyway. Tell you what, I'll double the price on Maddie's head. I'll drag him to Brycliff myself and slit his fucking throat on the castle steps. And Ganelon, he's headed straight back to the quarry, but this time I'll bury him so deep the basilisks won't even find him for fear of the dark. Oh, and I've got special plans for Valerie. She's trying to get clean, you know, but I'll put an end to that. I'll ply her with so much scratch she'll look like a whore's bedpost. She'll be a mindless junkie until the day it kills her. Cal, Clay broke in. And you, Slowhand. Don't. I'll burn your whole world away. You think Coverdale has a centaur problem? It'll have a raise to the fucking ground problem. I'll trash whatever hovel you call home and give your wife to my guards for sport. Clay left the rail, started toward him. And that little daughter of yours, what did you say her name was? Tally? I think I'll keep her for myself. Teach her a few things you never could. Caloric chortled wickedly. He was peering down at his own fat stomach, and so yelped in surprise when Clay's shadow fell over him. The booker closed his eyes and raised his chin, ready for the punch he assumed was coming. But Clay Cooper didn't punch men who threatened his wife, or his little girl, for that matter. What he did do was grab them by the collar, haul them to their feet, take 3 long strides to gain momentum, and then hurl them headlong over the skyship's rail. Caloric, too surprised to even scream, disappeared into dark oblivion. Afterward, Clay just stood there, chest heaving, blood pounding in his head like a slave-master's drum. His hands were trembling, so he gripped the moonstone railing to keep them still. Even the greenest branch could only bend so far, and when Caloric started into his family, something in him had just snapped. The monster, he knew, not gone. Never gone, it would seem. Just dormant. His senses returned at the sound of clapping. Moog and Kit were applauding him. The wizard was smiling broadly, while the ghoul wore a grimace likely meant as a grin. Gabriel appeared at his side, peering overboard into the empty dark. "What the hell just happened?" he asked. Clay opened his mouth to explain, but closed it, for fear that rage would hoarsen his voice. Instead, he shrugged. There was a pall above the forest each morning, a grimy black mist that reeked of decay and tasted like ash on the tongue. Most days it dissolved by noon, and Clay would gaze out over the gray ocean of sullen, sinister trees that stretched to every horizon. Come evening, the sun burned like a pyre in the west, and soon after, the stars would gather to mourn its passing, glistening like tearful eyes, sometimes falling. On the second day, they passed through a patch of violet cloud that reeked of decay and left their flesh cold and wet. Matrick went down with a fever and insisted that copious amounts of Cascar whiskey were the only cure. Kit, who claimed he'd once done a stint as a battlefield physician, corroborated this. The others were justly skeptical, but Matty awoke the next morning with nothing but his usual hangover. Twice in the first few days they caught sight of something trailing them, but whatever it was vanished before it could be identified. Clay found himself weighing whether he'd rather lastly for Larkspur attack them up here. His preference varied by the hour, at least until he remembered what that wyvern matriarch had done to Obalon Han. Despite the extravagant apartments below, the band spent the majority of their time on deck. Gabe's eyes were fixed ahead, always ahead, while those who had crossed paths with Larkspur back in Conthus cast wary glances behind. They pointed out landmarks to one another as they passed overhead. There were the ruins of Turnstone Keep, where bands had met to trade news and tell stories, and where Saga, along with Vanguard and the Night Roosters, had turned back a small army of ferals after a 3-night siege. The only casualty had been their bard, whose name Clay couldn't remember, who was killed by an arrow as he urinated through a gap in the crenellations. Ganelon nodded down at the remains of Brookstrider, a walking tree even more massive than Blackheart, from whom Clay had carved the wood for his beloved shield. No one knew who or what had killed Brookstrider, but his moss-shrouded corpse was surrounded by the remains of several dozen smaller treants, prompting some to wonder if he'd been the victim of, as Moog had dubbed it, arboreicide, the murder of trees by other trees. And there was the crater in which they'd happened upon the body of something none of them recognized, a gelatinous mass of throbbing sacs and tentacled limbs that looked as though it belonged to the ocean depths rather than the middle of a poison forest. They'd assumed it was dead, and Matrick had set about poking it with a stick. It wasn't dead after all, and they'd had to cut Matrick out of its stomach when it finally was. By the third evening, as the 6 of them lay sprawled on couches they'd hauled up from the apartments below, Clay discovered his mood perceptibly lightening. The sense of dread he'd been harboring since the night Gabriel showed up on his doorstep, was slowly starting to ebb. After all, they'd managed to reunite Saga, reclaim Velicor, elude their bounty hunters, survive a chimera, and escape the destruction of the Maxathon. And to top it all off, they'd lucked into their very own skyship. To have traversed the Wyld on foot would have taken months, if they'd made it at all, and it would have been a terrible, treacherous slog through a nightmare landscape teeming with horrors hell-bent on killing them. It would have meant spending night after sleepless night on the hard ground, fearing the snap of every twig, the whisper of every falling fetid leaf, listening as the dark itself breathed and hissed around them. And from what Clay had heard, the Wyld was as dangerous now as it had ever been. Too many bands were taking the easy way out, mopping up on the arena floor and sleeping in taverns every night. Too few mercs were willing to explore this dank cave or check out that haunted ruin, and only the bravest among them were willing to risk the wild. But no matter, they were flying. And despite the legitimate concerns of Barrett and his bandmates, The journey so far had proved mercifully uneventful. Perhaps they'd get really lucky, Clay imagined, and skip the forest, soar over the mountains, catch the horde unawares, and dip into Castia long enough to find and rescue Rose, then return home to find all this bounty business blown over. Hell, thought Clay, I solved half our problems by tossing Cal overboard. Maybe they could invite Lilith on a friendly cruise and do the same to her when they got back. A soft strumming drew Clay out of his head. Kit had retrieved that bizarre-looking instrument of his and was using his gray-green fingers to pluck a soft stirring music from its web of silver strings. "What is that thing, anyway?" asked Moog. The wizard had discovered a small library below and was currently leafing his way through a book called Unicorns Beware the Horn. "I've never seen anything like it." "Nor will you again, my friend," said Kit. There was a note of melancholy in his reedy voice. "Batingtings are so rare as to make skyships seem as common as copper coins." It occurred to Clay that if given several hours with which to mull it over, he would be hard-pressed to think of a dumber name for anything than Batingting. "A Batingting?" Moog closed his book, leaning to examine the cumbersome octagonal instrument resting in Kit's lap. "I thought they'd all been destroyed when the Dominion fell."
"Here we go," sighed Ganelon, drawing a laugh from everyone except the wizard and Kit.
"As did I," said the ghoul. "I found this beauty among Calaric's many artifacts and decided to relieve him of it."
"Fascinating," said Moog.
"Is it, though?"
Clay loaded his voice with as much sarcasm as it could bear. The wizard, unfazed, pressed on.
"How many strings does it have?"
26 to a side, 104 in total." Kit pulled a few scintillating notes from it as he said so.
"It's unlikely anyone alive today knows the secret of their making, and I dare say I may be the only ghoul in the world capable of playing one."
"Let's have a song,"
said Matrick, who Clay thought had been the one flying the ship. It turned out nobody was, though that didn't seem to matter much anyway, since the thing essentially flew itself.
"You're supposed to be our bard, ain't you?"
"A song it is, then,"
said Kit. He looked from face to face, and then closed his eyes, swaying like a riverside reed.
Let me see. Ah!
His eyes snapped open. His fingers fluttered, and the bones in his wrists popped as he flexed them. He strummed a few disparate notes, hands dancing like spiders upon that eight-sided web, before a melody emerged, flitting like a bird into the warm evening air. And then, in a scratchy, lilting, remarkably pleasant-sounding voice, he sang. Moog bobbed his head to the tune. Matrick's fingers drummed along on his belly, while Ganelon watched the Revenant's roving hands as though mesmerized. Gabriel, as he did so often of late, turned his gaze to the west, toward Castia, and Clay, as was his habit, looked behind them, toward home. Kit's song, as the best songs did, told a familiar story in a simple, striking way. He sang of Grandual's gods, the holy Tetria, and of the Summer Lord's battle against a spirit of utter darkness. Victorious, he banished it to the heavens, where it watches and waits for time to unravel, its million eyes twinkling in the unfathomable dark. He sang of the Summer Lord's wife, a goddess of compassion and surpassing beauty, who bore him 2 children. The first of these was Wyld, the autumn sun. But the boy's spirit was spiteful and sickly, and his father shunned him. Next, the mother gave birth to Glyph, the spring maiden, though in doing so she perished. Clay realized partway through the song that Kit was now singing in an altogether different tongue. He knew enough Druic to recognize the language, but the words themselves were shapeless, formless, as delicate and deliciously random as the petals of flowers grazed in the dark. Still, he knew how the story ended. Vale, who men now called the heathen for the hatred he bore his father, gave his own life so that his mother might be reborn. Death, however, had changed her. The fruit of her compassion withered to harsh austerity. Her beauty grew cold and terrible, if no less lovely. And so went the cycle, turning and turning upon itself until the end of days, as autumn's death gave rise to winter, and winter gave birth to spring. The last lingering notes of Kit's song shivered into the evening air. Ganelon, Clay saw, was snoring softly. Moog and Matrick wore wistful grins. The wizard's eyes were shimmering with unwept tears.
"Beautiful," he said. "Just beautiful."
And it was, of course. Even more so for having been rendered in a lost tongue and given music by an instrument that was very likely the only one of its kind remaining in the world. Even so, Clay had long suspected the story was just that, a story, a means of making sense of an all-too-senseless world. It couldn't be true, not all of it anyway. It was simply too incredible to believe. But then again, he supposed, a little embellishment was so often the difference between a good story and a great one. The following morning, they spotted something in the sky ahead. Clay's first thought was that Last Leaf had discovered their plan to rescue Rose and had flown to intercept them. He squinted, fearing to see the flap of draconic wings. But whatever it was moved far too slow to be the Druin's fearsome matriarch. "It's a sky ship," announced Gabriel. "It's changing course, coming toward us." Ganelon slipped his axe off his back. The weapon's whispers filled the air around him. "Might be pirates," he said. Clay chuckled. "Right. Sky pirates?" The warrior shrugged. "Why not?" Clay could think of several reasons why not, but he gripped the cool haft of the hammer at his waist just in case. His fears were unfounded. The ship, which appeared to belong to another band, was just passing by for a look. She was bigger than the Old Glory, but not by much. The words Lucky 7 had been painted on her belly, but the 7 had been crossed out, as had the 6 below it. The word 5 was scrawled underneath. But Clay only spotted 4 people at the rail and wondered silently if the ship was due for another paint job. They'd been attacked, it looked like. Their skyship's front sail was mangled, though it looked like they'd rigged it to remain functional. One of its 2 tidal engines was inoperable. Its rings, Clay recalled Moog mentioning, were made of pure duramantium, and so could not be broken, but they'd been knocked askew somehow. Matrick waved. "They must think we're crazy flying a boat like this over the Wyld."
"No more so than they," said Kit. "They are but one faulty engine away from a long fall."
One of the Lucky 5 waved back, and then pointed behind, past the stern of her ship. Squinting, Clay could see a pile of ominous clouds spanning the western sky. The woman began gesturing emphatically in the opposite direction. Moog stated the obvious.
"She thinks we should turn back."
Clay glanced over at Gabriel. "Looks like some kind of storm up ahead. We could land," he suggested. "Wait for it to blow over." "Land?" Matrick sounded skeptical. "In the Heart Wyld? I vote no. And I'm technically still your king, remember?"
"We're not landing," said Gabriel.
"And we aren't turning back. Unless you think a few black clouds are worse than this larkspur you say might be following us." They both looked to Clay, who was busy weighing the threat of the darkness ahead against the darkness behind. At last he sighed. "Into the storm, then." Chapter 30. The Dark Star. So going into the storm turned out to be an orc-shit idea. Plague winds rocked the carnal court, black rain washed the deck, the triple sails hummed with barely harnessed electricity. All this, however, unnerved Clay a fair bit less than the lightning wrought by the storm itself. It couldn't just be normal lightning, the kind that killed men and set whole forests ablaze. Oh no, not here in the Wyld, which had an evil reputation to live up to. This lightning was blue. It announced its arrival with a crack like a giant spine snapping in half, and then roared into crackling pillars that seemed to buttress the roiling clouds above. Moog was back in the pilot's chair, though in fact he was standing. His fingers danced on the steering orbs as he maneuvered between columns of blistering light, doing his best to see through the rain-scoured windows fronting the cabin. Matrick was drunk and clinging to the siren on the prow, one hand cupping a golden breast. He screamed wordlessly into the face of the storm. Clay watched him finish off half a bottle of wine before lobbing it toward a pillar they'd very narrowly avoided. The bottle blew apart, and Matrick whooped like a child watching summer fireworks. That's my king, Clay thought miserably. As if wind and rain and lightning weren't hazard enough, there were sparkworms to worry about. The serpents were each as long as the carnal court, near invisible until they approached one another, and their bodies glowed a brilliant blue-white. Crackling strands of electricity linked pairs together, and Clay couldn't help but imagine two of them passing on either side of the ship, dragging a current across the deck that would kill them all in an instant. We should have landed, he told himself, or turned back until this storm broke. The ship rocked beneath him as Moog veered away from the crack and boom that signaled another blast of lightning, which struck so close Clay felt his heart jolt and the hair on his arms stand on end. The shuttered windows of the pilot's cabin thrashed and were torn from their casements. Rain and wind battered the wizard, hurling him backward. He toppled over the arm of the chair and disappeared from sight. The carnal court plowed aimlessly through the storm, beset by high-voltage cyclones and snakes of coiled lightning. Clay took hold of the rail to steady himself and made the terrible mistake of thinking things couldn't get any worse. Calorek was wrong. Larkspur didn't come at them sideways. She came at them head-on. Her skyship, because everyone had a fucking skyship, Clay was starting to think, cleaved like a blade through the clouds ahead. The thing was enormous, as vast as a Fantran dreadnought, sails upon sails splayed like the webbed claws of a sea hag. Clay counted her engines, 2, 4, 6, and he saw crossbow turrets bristling along either rail, each manned by a monk in whipping crimson robes. For a moment he feared the dreadnought would smash right through them, but suddenly the carnal court was diving. Moog was back at the helm, frantically spinning the orbs. Larkspur's ship snarled overhead, her black hull lit by the static glow of the court's own sails, and Clay saw the bold white letters stamped along its considerable length. Dark Star. Larkspur's skyship banked steeply, and the thralls on their turrets took aim. The first few bolts punched harmlessly into the deck. The monk behind one rail-mounted crossbow lost his footing and sailed into the sky. He was attached to his turret by a leather harness, but the skyship was dropping so fast the momentum snapped his back in the air. "It's gonna hit us!" Clay yelled, but Gabriel pointed over his shoulder. "No, it's not." A pair of sparkworms passed overhead, dragging a net of radiant electricity between them. The Dark Star altered course, pulling sharply upward, and Clay lost sight of it in the clouds. "We should land," he told Gabriel, but his friend said nothing for a long while. "Gabe, we should—" An oceanic roar of tidal engines cut him short. Larkspur's skyship was above them again, careening between shafts of blue lightning. Clay looked up in time to see a dozen red-robed monks come spilling over the side. They dropped like stones at first, but then clutched their robes so that the wind billowed inside them, turning their free falls into plunging glides. One of them lost his grip on the side of his garment and fell shrieking into the dark. Another came in high, his scream cut short as he collided with a static sail. The current set his robes aflame an instant before it reduced his bones to ash. The rest of Larkspur's thralls managed to land with varying degrees of success. They bore no weapons that Clay could see, but Matrix staggered toward one and took a roundhouse kick to the chin that knocked him flat. Another tried something similar with Ganelon, but the warrior took hold of the poor fool's leg and flung him overboard. Clay hadn't noticed the dark shape in the midst of the monks, but suddenly Larkspur was among them. She settled gracefully on the rain-slicked deck, a hunting falcon in the company of lesser birds. The Deva's black armor gleamed like polished obsidian in the rain. The wind whipped her hair across the pale beauty of her face, and Clay felt a wave of compulsion crash over him. His heart stuttered, even as his mind shrieked at him to do anything but stand there like a bloody mooning idiot. She folded her wings and withdrew the paired swords on her back, sharp enough to cut raindrops as she gave each an exploratory slash. The monks formed a defensive ring around her and struck poses that suggested they considered themselves dangerous regardless of whether or not they were armed. Clay, for lack of evidence to the contrary, felt inclined to believe them.
"Matrix Skulldrummer!"
yelled Larkspur, casting her gaze around the deck. The king staggered to his feet. He gave his head a shake and yanked the knives from his belt. The Deva used a blade to point him out to the circle of red-robed thralls.
"Take him alive. Kill the rest."
So much for pre-battle banter, thought Clay, as the monks exploded outward. 2 rushed Matrix, another 2 set out for the helm, and 4 of them leapt to intercept Ganelon, who was standing with Kit near the opposite rail. The warrior had syrinx in hand and was glaring at Larkspur's back. The final pair came for Clay and Gabriel, flanked by the Deva herself. "Go help Moog," Gabe urged him, "but he can't fight while he's flying the ship." Clay nodded at Larkspur. "But she's—" was as far as he got before Gabriel pulled Velicor from its scabbard. The flat face of the blade was the bright blue of an alien sky, and as Gabriel lifted it to his shoulder, Clay saw a wisp of cloud, a flock of birds in flight, and then a light so bright he turned his face away. When he looked back, it was merely a sword, albeit one whose blue-green blade gave off the scent of wet earth and clean summer rain. "She's nothing I can't handle," said Gabe, with enough confidence that Clay decided to obey. Moog was weaponless, but not entirely helpless. He doffed his magic hat and was hurling honeyed hams and bricks of hard cheese at his assailants. Clay took the first one by surprise, bowling him over and pinning him to the ground. The monk swiped clumsily at his head, so Clay pinned down the offending hand and hit it with his hammer. The bones cracked under the blow. "Sorry," he muttered pointlessly. The man screamed and nearly bucked him off, so Clay brought Wraith down on one of his knees. The second man punched Clay square in the face. He felt his nose crack like an eggshell as his head snapped back. The monk went for his exposed throat, but Clay brought his shield up in time to deflect the fist into his nose again, which hurt like hell, but likely saved his life. Blackheart weathered a flurry of blows as Clay reeled backward. His attacker gave him no space at all, and when he brandished Wraith, the monk kicked his arm so that Clay struck his own face with the butt end of his hammer. "Ow!" he whined. The monk let slip a self-satisfied smirk. Tendrils of cold snaked through Clay's head, chilling his ears and sheathing his brain in what felt like ice. he had the bright idea to block his attacker's next strike shortly after the next strike. Another blow to his face. Surprise! Had already landed. Clay fell on his ass, dazed, and before he could recover, the monk kicked him in the chest. His head hit the deck hard, which might have hurt a lot more had his skull not been numbed by cold, and the man's bare foot pressed down on his throat. There was blood in his mouth, rain in his eyes, but no air in his lungs, which was about to be a serious problem. Suddenly, the pressure on his neck let off. Clay gasped and blinked the swirl of black stars from his vision. He saw Moog holding his hat like a loaded crossbow. The monk was screaming. His eyes were squeezed shut, his face drenched in a steaming red liquid that Clay might have mistaken for blood, were it not for the smell, which was awful. Seizing the advantage, Clay swung his hammer at the monk's crotch. There was a wet-sounding crunch, and the man crumpled in a mewling heap. Clay pushed his body off him and mumbled another apology. Because enemy or not, when you hit a man in the nuts with a magic hammer, the least you could say was sorry. The wizard helped him stand.
"That was cruel,"
Moog said. "So was tossing hot soup in his face," said Clay. "Was that?"
"Infernal's breath, yes. Bad enough when it gets in your mouth, let alone your eyes."
The wizard actually looked guilty.
"But he was trying to kill you."
"Exactly, so fuck him." Clay pointed Moog back toward the helm. "Go, keep us in the sky. I need to—" He scanned the deck. Matrick had downed one of his attackers and had the other on his heels. Ganelon, surprisingly, was still facing off against 3 opponents. The monk seemed content to engage him without committing to an attack that might get them killed, likely hoping to keep them distracted until their mistress finished dealing with the others. Larkspur, meanwhile, had her hands full with Gabriel. The monks she'd sent ahead of her were face down on the deck, and now the manhunter herself was being slowly pushed back, her swords whirling to keep Velicor at bay. Gabe wore something between a smile and a snarl on his face. Larkspur, he saw, bore the same expression. The rain slicked their hair and hummed from the steel plates of their armor, bone white and deathly black.
"Clay,"
said the wizard beside him.
"You need to what?"
"What?"
"You said, 'I need to,' and then you just sort of trailed off."
Clay gestured frantically at the empty cockpit and yelled, "Fly the fucking ship!" The wizard clucked under his breath and yanked his hat back onto his head.
"Fine,"
he said petulantly and stalked off. Clay's nose was throbbing. He could feel his right eye swelling where he'd smacked himself with his own hammer. He wiped blood from his mouth with the back of his hand and set off to help Ganelon. The monks were too preoccupied to see him coming. He pushed one within Ganelon's reach, and the warrior took care of the rest, impaling the poor man on the tip of his axe. Clay leapt at the other, fending off a kick with Blackheart and striking back with Wraith. The monk evaded him once, but Clay caught him on the backswing. The hammer clipped the side of his head, and the man stumbled off balance. Clay pinned him against the rail and pummeled him until he stopped flailing. Ganelon chased his remaining adversary to the bow, where the monk, his eyes fastened on the hulking southerner, backed accidentally into Kit, who'd been standing innocuously by while the battle played out. Now the man spun, one hand raised to strike, and screamed when he saw the revenant grinning back at him.
"Good evening,"
said Kit. To be fair, that smile was a dreadful thing. But even still, the monk reacted badly. Between what he likely mistook for a ravenous zombie and certain death at the hands of Ganelon, he decided to take his chances overboard. He climbed onto the rail and fanned out his garment, preparing to glide toward the dubious safety of the forest below. As he leapt, however, Ganelon managed to grasp a fistful of red robe. The monk slipped out the other end,
naked as an infant, and fell screaming into the storm. Matrick was pulling a knife from his opponent's sternum. He managed to wipe his blades clean on the dying man's clothes before the monk dropped dead. When he saw Clay watching, he gave his daggers a theatrical twirl. "I've still got it," he said smugly, before fumbling the weapon in his injured hand and chasing it awkwardly across the deck. A growl from Larkspur drew Clay's attention. The Deva was growing frustrated. She doubtless hoped to deal quickly with Gabriel, but instead found herself on the defensive. Her allies were dead or unconscious or too busy lamenting their hopelessly crushed testicles to be of use, and now Clay and the others closed a wary circle around her. "Larkspur," said Matrick, but she ignored him, slashing viciously at Velicor, ignoring everyone but Gabe as if they were nothing more than spectators. "Larkspur, it's over. You've lost." The Deva bared her teeth, dancing back and crossing her swords protectively. Gabriel relented, but kept his blade ready. He was breathing hard. If the fight had gone on much longer, Clay knew he would have faltered, and Larkspur would have killed him. Then again, that was the point of being in a band, wasn't it? A tiger, however fearsome, could be hunted into a corner. It fought alone, so it died alone. But to hunt a wolf was to constantly look over your shoulder, wondering if others were behind you in the dark.
Lost?
Larkspur's laugh was mirthless.
Know what happened to the last man who told me I'd lost? I put his cock in his mouth and his head on a pike.
"No way my cock would fit in my mouth," said Matrick, as though it were an obvious fact. Kit barked a short, incongruous laugh. Larkspur wasn't amused. She returned her focus to Gabriel.
"Is it true you're headed for Castia?"
Gabriel seemed reluctant to answer, but finally nodded. "That's right."
"Why?"
she asked. "My daughter is trapped inside." For just a moment, Clay could have sworn he saw something change in the Deva's expression, as though the ice in her eyes were melting into merely frigid pools. Whatever it was, it passed quickly. The ice returned, harder than before.
"Then she's dead,"
Larkspur told him.
"And you're a bloody fool for going after her."
"You're half right," said Gabriel. "Anyway, like Maddie said, you've lost. Go back to Lilith and tell her... Actually, I don't care what you tell her, but kindly get the hell off my ship." As if on cue, the dark star appeared off the portside rail, a behemoth roaring in the rain.
"With pleasure,"
said the Deva. She made as if to stab at Gabriel, and he slipped into a guard. Then she lashed at Ganelon, who parried with the haft of his axe. Clay brought his shield to bear, but Larkspur was already lunging at Matrick. She was inside his reach before he could react, tackling him against the rail. He cried out in pain and once again lost his grip on the knife in his damaged hand. His bandmates dashed to his rescue, but Larkspur unfurled her wings, forcing them back. The Deva launched herself into the air, dragging Matrick with her. Her wings swept down once, lifting them both out of reach, and then again, propelling them toward the open sky. "Matrick!" Gabriel raced to the rail, but Clay pulled him back by the shoulder as the air around them cracked with static charge. "Wait," he managed, before thunder made a whisper of his voice, and light, impossibly bright, blinded them both. Against the red glow of his eyelids, Clay's mind played out the last thing it had seen. The shadow of wings against the searing glare of a lightning column. Larkspur and Matrick entangled and falling, like birds shot dead from a tree. Chapter 31. A Walk in the Wyld. When his vision returned and the ringing in his ears abated,
Clay saw Gabriel slumped against the side of the ship, one hand still clasped on the moonstone rail. Only minutes ago, as he warred with Larkspur across the storm-racked deck of the Carnal Court, he had seemed formidable, a legend come alive, a champion sprung from the pages of a storybook. Now he looked decidedly mortal again, old and wet and weary. Gabe glanced over, and Clay saw the struggle warring across his friend's face. To delay their journey and risk landing in order to look for Matrick, who was probably dead, or to press on without him and be left to wonder ever after if you'd condemned a friend to certain death. To Gabriel's credit, it was not a decision he weighed for very long. "Tell Moog to land," he said hoarsely. "We're going down." Clay had heard it said that once you'd walked in the Wyld, you could never really leave it behind. The adage was particularly true of those who contracted the rot, since the forest had literally infected them. But for Clay, it carried a lesser, if nevertheless tormenting, connotation. He dreamt of it. Not often, thankfully, but now and then his slumbering mind would find itself lost on its labyrinthine paths, mired in its boiling swamps, or running terrified from one of its many deadly denizens. He would awake panting, sometimes screaming, occasionally sobbing. And Ginny would kiss his sweat-soaked forehead. She would whisper soothingly and stroke his face until the dreams receded. She never asked about them, and he never spoke of them out loud. It wasn't the sort of thing you shared with someone you loved. But now the nightmare was real, the dream made manifest in the burnt parchment leaves and the open sores weeping on the face of leprous trees. The air was thick with gloom, and every so often the dread silence was pierced by the screeches of hunters and their prey, killing and dying in the dark beyond. They split into pairs. Kit agreed to stay behind and watch over the ship, which they'd landed in a broad ravine to help hide it from eyes above. Gabriel, brooding like a child forced to go walking with his parents, stood with Moog. The wizard withdrew a tall wooden staff from his bag, the head of which was capped by a crystal globe clutched by silver serpentine fingers. "It's a scrying device, like that old crystal ball of mine that Gabe," he faltered, "that Gabe disposed of for me, kindly, in the river." Gabriel, agitated, waved him on. "It only works at close range," he explained, then tipped his hat back and set his face so close to the orb his nose grazed its surface. His bushy brow furrowed, and Clay saw a wisp of purple smoke swirl inside the globe. After several long moments, however, the mist dissolved, and Moog stamped the base of the staff on the ground in frustration. "Blast this god's-forsaken forest," he swore. "I never could get any bloody reception in here. Anyway, Matrick is that way." He pointed east. "How do you know?" asked Gabriel, brightening somewhat. "Because that's where he fell," said Moog. He set off briskly, and Gabe skulked after him. Clay and Ganelon set out south and east, close enough to the others that a shout could alert them if need be. Clay spotted few living creatures as they went, but the ones he did see were deeply unsettling. There were fleshless owls crouched in hollowed-out trunks, tracking their steps with eyes that glowed like embers. Birds the size of crows with long hooked beaks perched in rows upon twisted boughs. He saw something disappear down a hole in the ground that looked distressingly like a grubby child with a long rat-like tail. They trod carefully through a stand of trees with writhing white snakes for branches. The serpents stretched toward them as they passed, and more than once tried lunging and hissing loudly, hoping to catch them off guard or to startle them into stepping within reach of another tree. Clay had seen that trick work before, and so had died yet another of Saga's countless bards. Once, Clay heard the snap of a twig behind him and turned to find a huge black warg an arm's reach away, so close he could feel the hot gust of its breath on his face. The monstrous wolf was the size of a Kaskar plow horse, and Clay had just begun composing his death scream. He was thinking something high-pitched, sort of falling from a great height meets I've just shat my pants, with a touch of petulant little girl doesn't get her way thrown in to spice things up, when he heard a deep growling behind him. 2 wargs, his mind told him. You're gonna need a new scream, Cooper. But then Ganelon brushed by his shoulder. The warrior's teeth were bared, his face a frozen snarl, and the growl was his, growing louder, until he and the warg were nose to broad, wet snout. Ganelon's growl became a throaty yell, and then a wild, blood-curdling scream. The beast's ears went flat against its skull, and a moment later it slunk back a step, then another, before turning and fleeing with its tail between its legs. Clay stood open-mouthed as Ganelon turned and walked back past him without any commentary whatsoever. Strangely, they heard nothing from Gabe and Moog after that, which meant either they hadn't heard it happen or were in no position to respond. In any case, that was probably bad. The smothering forest gave way to marshland, and they were forced to tread carefully. Pools of miasmic slime gurgled and steamed. One misstep, and he'd soon be short a boot, or a foot if he didn't pull it out fast enough. Clay couldn't help but remember the sort of things they'd usually found in places like this. Quivering oozes that devoured flesh and turned metal to rusted scrap, scuttling beetles that exploded if you mistakenly stepped on their shells. He had heard it said by an exceptionally clever bard that if you tried to number the ways you could die in the Wyld, you'd be dead before you finished counting. His least favorite was a carnivorous plant with a grasping black tongue that mimicked the terrified shrieks of its past victims. "Help me, gods, please help me!" it howled as they went by, then pleaded with the voice of a frightened young woman. "Please stop it, it hurts, help!" And just when Clay thought he couldn't be any more freaked out, a skeleton in a soiled white wedding dress came shambling through the knee-deep muck. It clutched a wreath of dead flowers to its bony breast, and its empty sockets gazed mournfully at Clay as it waded past. He suppressed a shiver. He really hated this forest. "Oh, it's not so bad," said Ganelon, indicating to Clay that he'd spoken out loud without meaning to do so. "Not so bad," he scoffed. "It's like the baddest place ever. Name one place that's even remotely as bad as this." "The quarry," Ganelon replied instantly. Clay said nothing, mostly because he had nothing at all worth saying. The two of them plodded along in uncomfortable silence for a while. They plunged back into a thickly wooded forest. The trees here were bent and gnarled, squatting like a colony of rotters beneath ashen cloaks. Something that looked identical to blood wept through fissures in their knotted trunks, and Clay could have sworn he heard a few of them weeping in the gathering dusk. "You can see here," said Ganelon eventually. "You can hear and smell, even if it smells awful. And you can feel." He reached to snag a leaf from a tree overhead. It crumbled in his hand, and he tossed it to the putrid wind. "You can't feel anything in the quarry." Clay ducked beneath a spanning spiderweb, careful not to graze it, lest its occupant come scurrying down from the darkness above. "I guess so," he said. "But you were just a statue, right? So at least you didn't know what you were missing." "Is that what you think?" asked Ganelon. Something about the other man's tone stopped Clay in his tracks. If he didn't know better, he might have thought the Southerner sounded hurt. What do you mean, is that what I think? You were stone. I saw you. Ganelon slowed, then stopped. He rubbed the back of his neck and looked discomfited, like he wished he hadn't brought up the quarry in the first place.
Stone is stone, he said cryptically. But when you're petrified, I don't know. I can't explain it. I mean, it's magic. So maybe Moog would know more about it than I do.
Clay felt a premonition of dread flower in his gut. So, what are you saying? You were a statue, but you weren't stone?
Not really, no. I couldn't see. I didn't feel. I wasn't hungry or thirsty. But I was still there, inside.
Inside? Clay shook his head. That's... No. Ganelon's laugh was a bitter thing.
I ain't lying, Slowhand.
He wheeled and resumed walking. Clay stood dumbfounded for so long that he was forced to jog to catch up. Are you telling me you were alive in there? That you were awake for 19 years?
Pretty much.
Ganelon didn't look back.
Well, I guess I sort of slept sometimes. Or at least my mind just shut itself down. But mostly I was awake, yeah.
Clay couldn't believe what he was hearing. He'd assumed, like anyone would, that when you turned someone into stone, they were simply that, a stone. Accordingly, he had thought the prisoners of the quarry to be in a way fortunate, since the entirety of their sentence, whether it was 10 years or 1,000, would pass in the blink of an eye. But now Ganelon was telling him that all those statues, those people standing silent in the dark warren of that terrible place, were still conscious. What became of a mind left to languish for 1,000 years? Or 10 even? Or 19? Clay felt ill suddenly. Ganelon, he said, but the Southerner marched on without slowing. Ganelon, wait! The warrior glanced over his shoulder.
What is it, Slowhand?
Clay fumbled for words. I'm
sorry.
Ganelon turned on him.
Well, don't be. Being sorry don't change anything.
You must have hated us, Clay reasoned. You must hate us still, he left unsaid. Ganelon shrugged.
Yeah, maybe. For a while.
A while? Finally, Ganelon stopped.
Yeah, like 10 years or so. I hated Matrick for wanting to settle down with that brat princess. I hated Moog for wasting time trying to cure the rot instead of spending time with the one person he was trying to save. You know what the cure for the rot is, by the way? Don't fucking come here. Ever. I hated Gabe for buying into that monster love bullshit Valerie was spouting all the time. And Actually, you know what? I never hated you, Slowhand.
Clay swallowed. No?
No. But I did wonder where you'd gotten to. Why you weren't there when the Sultana's men came for me. I've had less friends in this world than I have fingers, but I counted you among them. You're honest and brave and too damn loyal for your own good. Hell, you're just about the best man I've ever known. And so I thought, what kind of monster must I be that even Clay Cooper gave up on me?
Clay gaped, speechless. He cast his eyes to the blackened earth, overcome by shame and sweeping guilt. I was tired, he might have said. Tired of fighting, of killing,
tired of Calaric's greed and Maddie's drinking and Mood's antics and Gabriel's insufferable pride. I wanted to wash my hands clean of it all. And also, I thought you deserved it. You killed a prince, and a lot of innocent men besides. And after 10 years of trying to make the world a safer place, I thought it would be safer without you. He might have said all of this, but instead he said nothing. Never mind. Ganelon stalked off, with Clay plodding sullenly behind. Before long, they heard a dull roar overhead and concealed themselves beneath the eaves of hoary trees as the dark star sailed past. Larkspur's thralls were peering over the rail in hope of spotting their fallen mistress. Clay caught himself thinking they were looking in vain. He'd seen her fall, struck by lightning. But he'd seen Matrick fall too, and yet here he was traipsing through the Wyld in search of his friend's corpse. He had a vague memory of sitting at his kitchen table not so very long ago, telling Gabriel there was no way he was going to Castia, and no chance he would set foot in this awful forest ever again. But then, a half-asleep 9-year-old girl had asked him a single question and convinced him otherwise. Moments later, they heard a woman cry out in pain. The sound had come from a thick copse of trees up ahead, and by the time Clay took 3 steps, Ganelon had crashed through the brush and disappeared altogether. When Clay finally fought through the tangled branches and stumbled into the clearing beyond, he saw the Southerner facing down a scrawny troll in a lumpy hat who'd been crouching over Matrick and Larkspur, both of whom, he noted, were very much alive. "Wait!" cried Matrick. The troll raised a hand in what Clay belatedly realized was a friendly greeting. Ganelon, however, realized no such thing, and so hacked the creature's arm off at the shoulder. The troll toppled backward. Matrick threw himself between it and Ganelon, who was already hefting his axe for another swing. "Wait! Stop! He's with us!" Ganelon froze. Wait. What? Matrick had scarce opened his mouth to explain when Moog exploded into the clearing, brandishing an alchemical globe and howling, "Kill it with fire!" "No!" Matrick shouted, once again putting himself in harm's way. "Don't kill him with anything. Guys, this is Taino. He's helping us. He's a doctor."
"Witch doctor,"
corrected the troll, seemingly unconcerned that Ganelon had just dismembered him. The wound hardly bled at all, and thanks to the regenerative nature of trolls, the limb would likely grow back within the hour. He stood, brushing dirt from his behind with his remaining hand, then straightened his lumpy hat and clapped Matrick on the shoulder as if the two were old friends.
"Me was just making sure your friends here were all right. And she took a long bad fall, you know."
Gabriel, who had trailed the wizard into the clearing, motioned for Ganelon to stow his axe. "We know," he said. "Maddie, are you okay?" Aside from a few scratches on the side of his face, Matrick looked better now than when they'd found him sitting on the rocks below the teeth of Adragos after his bogus funeral. He spread his hands and chuckled. "Somehow, yeah." He jabbed a thumb toward the Deva. "She sort of flew most of the way down. I just hung on for dear life." The troll flashed a brown-toothed grin.
"Aye, this one's proper fine. He's an Iron Man, no doubt."
He waved his hand at Larkspur, who was sitting with her legs splayed and her head lolling on her chest.
"This one ain't so lucky. She done took a fierce knock to the head, and she's got a busted wing, see?"
Clay did see. Larkspur's right wing was folded behind her, but the other jutted crookedly beyond her left shoulder. He looked around for her swords and was grateful when he didn't spot them anywhere nearby. Matrick cleared his throat. "Oh, Yeah, regarding that knock to the head.
He fell quiet as Larkspur stirred, blinking groggily. She looked around at each of them before her gaze settled on Ganelon.
Hi,
she said brightly, and to Clay's amazement, her smile bore no trace of malevolence whatsoever.
I'm Sabbatha.
Chapter 32. Drums and Drugs and Dreams.
Who the frigid hell is Sabbatha?
Clay asked it quietly enough that Larkspur, walking behind them with Ganelon, Gabriel, and Moog, wouldn't hear him. The witch doctor Taino, who had offered his home as a refuge to wait out the perilous night, loped a few steps ahead, humming quietly to himself. Matrick glanced over his shoulder before leaning in to whisper,
Kit said it used to be her name, remember? Before she became a bounty hunter and all that. She came to for a bit earlier, and she was... well, she wasn't... Listen, I have no idea what happened to her. She broke more than just her wing, I think.
He rapped on his skull.
She's crazy.
Yeah? Well, let's hope she stays that way. Clay glanced over his shoulder. Despite her injuries, the Deva was smiling and chatting amicably with Moog. She laughed at something the wizard said, and Clay felt his gut turn a somersault, which meant her powers of attraction remained intact. For the meantime, they'd sated her curiosity by telling her the Carnal Court was her ship, and that they'd hired her and Conthus to take them over the Heartwyld, to Castia. Thankfully, she'd believed it.
Clay?
What?
Do you think?
Better than I listen, apparently.
Do I think what? He asked. That maybe she's like this for good? Maybe that bump on the head sort of, I don't know, knocked the evil out of her?
I wouldn't count on it, said Clay. Matrick rubbed at his jowls.
Okay, yeah. Wishful thinking, I guess. So, what do we do with her?
Break her other wing and run for it was his first instinct, but Clay only sighed.
I don't know. Wait and see, I guess.
And hope our new friend Sabbatha sticks around for a while. The troll made his home beneath the curtaining shroud of a mighty willow. It was dark beyond the draping eaves, though there were hanging clusters of pear-shaped fruit that gave off a queer violet glow. The troll led them on a meandering stone path between rows of tall, fragrant plants. When Matrick slipped and stumbled into one, Taino chuckled to himself.
It's dark here, yeah? Let me get you some shiny, friend.
He reached up to a low branch and plucked one of the glowing pods, at which point Clay realized it wasn't any sort of fruit at all. It was a bat. Taino curled its talons around one of his long fingers and set off again, holding the sleeping creature aloft like a lamp.
Fascinating,
said Moog, and Clay recalled with a shiver the luminescent spiders scattered like stars across the roof of the wizard's tower. The tree itself was decked with vibrant fungal shelves, beneath which were beds of what appeared to be perfectly harmless moss. The troll bade them sit while he shuffled about, pulling dry mushrooms from the pointed barbs of low-hanging vines and replacing them with fresh ones from an old leather bag slung over his shoulder. Once pierced, the mushrooms gave off a soft light, so that within minutes the lower reaches of the tree were festooned in colorful strands of phosphorescent fungi. When he finished, Taino trotted over grinning.
Sorry to wait. It's plenty more easy with 2 arms.
Ganelon looked away and mumbled something that might have been sorry.
No worries,
their host assured him.
Everything cool. Be good as new soon, see?
He proffered the stump where his new left arm was already half-formed, growing like a dry sponge soaked in water. He then ambled over to where a big iron cauldron burbled above a bed of smoldering embers and withdrew a brace of fleshy lizards from his satchel.
"You lot hungry?"
he asked. Moog leapt to the rescue, removing his hat and taking orders. Mildly spiced lamb for Clay, pie for Matrick, a fillet of pink trout for Gabriel, and steak for Ganelon, who had apparently decided that eating from a hat was preferable to whatever inhabited the witch doctor's master stock. Larkspur asked for a pickled banana sandwich and clapped delightedly when Moog produced it with a flourish. Lastly, the wizard presented Taino with a heaping plate of butterstring pasta, which the troll ate with his hand, slurping down noodles and very obviously enjoying himself. Clay was immensely grateful they'd found somewhere safe to spend the night. As safe as any place in this god's-forsaken forest, anyway. He'd seen enough horrors in a single day to last him another 19 years. He couldn't wait to get back to the carnal court. But for now, he contented himself with the fact that they'd found Matrick alive and relatively unscathed. When they'd finished dinner, Taino shuffled over to a hollowed trunk and scooped them each a bowl of what turned out to be beer. Matrick was the first to taste it. "Delicious," he declared. And when he didn't keel over and die shortly afterward, the rest of them drank up as well. As they did so, Taino entertained them by showing off the many treasures he'd managed to accrue over the years. First was an ancient Druin helmet, complete with chainmail sleeves to protect a pair of tall pointed ears. Next was the skull of a cyclopean bull, which Clay wouldn't have believed existed were it not for the single empty cavity at the top of its snout. There was a tetria board made of onyx and pearl, though Taino confessed to having eaten all of the pieces years ago, and a moonstone bust of some long-forgotten Dominion exarch that actually blinked if you stared at it long enough. There was plenty of jewelry as well, rings and trinkets, including a medallion that looked similar to the one Caloric had used to control his golems. The troll possessed 2 leather-bound canvas picture books, both of which he insisted on reading aloud in his near-indecipherable accent. The first was Trent the Treant, a popular children's story that had been one of Tally's favorites 4 or 5 years ago. The second was an illustrated guide to lovemaking among trolls, and the half-hour it took for Taino to guide them through his favorite pages was among the most awkward experiences of Clay's life. At last the witch doctor produced an elaborate wooden pipe carved into the shape of a brumal mammoth with its trunk in the air. He foraged briefly among the plants in his yard, then returned and packed the hollow in the mammoth's back with a sticky brown flower. He used a glowing brand to set the flower ablaze before inhaling the vapor it gave off through the end of the trunk. After a long moment, he exhaled a puff of smoke, and his wizened face split into a great wide grin.
"Magic mudweed," he cooed. "This here is the cure for many things. Busted heads, broken wings, the sick what eats the eaters. It'll mend you inside and out, true and true."
He gave the pipe to Larkspur, who took 2 long pulls from the trunk. When she finished, she offered it to Moog. "Yes, please," said the wizard. He gulped a lungful of smoke and then coughed noisily as he passed the pipe around the circle. "Mudweed?" he asked when his fit subsided. "I've never heard of it. Is it psychotropic? Hallucinogenic? It smells a bit like Shepherd's Secret, doesn't it? A bit earthier, though, like Dreamer's Leaf. How long does it usually take to— Oh, shit, there it is." He slumped back into his bed of moss and fell silent. Matrick took a hit, but Ganelon passed, as did Gabriel. When his friend handed it to Clay, he waved it off. "I'm good, thanks." Gabe was insistent. "Go for it. Your face looks like someone hit it with a hammer." Clay smiled crookedly, though doing so made his nose ache. "Someone did." "Go on, then." The match had burned out by then, so Clay knelt to light it. Putting his mouth to the trunk, he found Taino smiling at him with big yellow teeth and gleaming brown gums.
Smoke up,
urged the troll. So he did. It kicked in almost immediately. The ache in his nose vanished. The pain around his eye disappeared. The throbbing in his back ebbed away. Even his knees and feet stopped hurting as the mudweed took hold. Clay settled into the moss behind him and tried to put the sensation into words, but the words slipped beyond reach, darting like fish in a shallow pond. Taino had reserved his favorite treasure for last, a trio of hide drums leashed together by leather bindings. He sat cross-legged with the drums in his lap, and only then did Clay realize the troll's missing arm had regenerated completely. Taino admired his new hand with evident delight. He tested it a few times on the lip of the drum, adjusted the floppy hat on his head, and began to play. What followed was for Clay a journey. It began with slow, tentative steps. His mind wandered back through the events of the past several weeks. First was the clash with Larkspur and her thralls aboard the carnal court, and then the surprised terror in Calorec's eyes as he hurled the booker overboard. He watched Gabriel draw Velicor from a sheath of stone rubble. He remembered Tiamax the Arachnean chittering as he poured Matrick a drink. Clay found himself alone on the Maxathon floor, turning in place, witnessed by the empty sockets of innumerable skeletal spectators. A turn too far, and the three heads of the Chimera roared in his face. He was dimly aware that Taino had hastened the rhythm of his music, and his mind quickened to keep up. The riot house went up in flames. A kobold kid with lamp-bright eyes growled in a nest of blades. Raph Lackey promised vengeance above a swollen snake-bit throat. Clay loosed a flaming arrow over gray waters, watched Last Leaf slip from the wyvern's back, saw Jane saunter onto the road, stood with Ginny on a hill at dawn. Her eyes that were sometimes green and sometimes gold looked into his.
Come home to me, Clay Cooper.
His daughter laughed from her perch on his shoulders, then cried in his arms as a babe. He felt his calloused fingers caress the taut skin of his wife's swollen belly, felt her lips against his on the bright day they were wed. And now her voice again, hot as the fire in her eyes when she'd asked him on a night long ago,
Which are you, the monster or the man?
The drumbeat grew faster still. Time galloped like a running horse, and from its back Clay watched as the golden years with Saga blurred past, the memories so numerous they flashed by only in glimpses. He saw a host of living trees laying siege to city walls, a fortress of black glass buried by earth and time. He heard the laughter of friends, the sighs of lost lovers, the screams of those he'd killed and killed and killed. And here was Caloric, slick and fat, while Gabriel stood behind him with a smirk on his face. Our friend here says you can fight. All at once, the drumming slowed. The silence between every beat stretched into eternity. When they came at last, they fell in pairs, resounding in his head like the languid breaths of an exhausted heart. Ba-dum. A knife scratching at the skin of a white tree. Ba-dum.
Wait, please.
His mother, begging for her life while Clay cowered in the dark. Ba-dum. The whisper of rain on the roof above his bed, raised voices in another room. Ba-dum. The glimmer of sunlight through the sway of green leaves. Ba-dum. A blond boy points to the field of wind-blown grass behind their home.
Why can't I go there?
Because, he is told by a voice he can barely remember, there are wolves. Ba-dum. 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 Chapter 33. The Flesh Eater.
When Clay woke, it was still dark. All but a few of the colored mushrooms had lost their uncanny light. The bats had left to hunt whatever it was glow-in-the-dark bats hunted. Glow-in-the-dark mice, he supposed. Matrick and Taino were engaged in a clamorous snoring contest. Ganelon and Moog were sound asleep, and even Gabriel, who barely slept most nights, had managed to drift off. Larkspur, or Sabbatha, as she'd called herself earlier, was sitting with her arms around her knees, one wing folded over her shoulder like a blanket. The other, the broken one, loomed crookedly behind her. She was near enough to what remained of the fire that Clay could see her face. The strong jaw, the arched brows, the large dark eyes that gleamed like starlit pools by the light of dying embers. She didn't notice he'd awoken until Clay quietly cleared his throat. It seemed an effort to pull her gaze away from whatever it was she'd been watching with her mind's eye. When she did, she smiled, and Clay felt his heart skip a beat.
I had dreams,
she said. Me too.
Good ones?
Clay had heard his mother whimpering in the dark. Not really, no.
Me neither,
she said.
Though I remembered a part of my past.
Clay's mouth went dry. His mind started running scenarios that began with Larkspur lunging across the fire and mostly ended with him dying at her steel-shod hands. He considered going for his hammer, which lay just out of reach, or maybe diving for Ganelon instead, since waking the warrior was probably his best hope of survival. Finally, he swallowed his fear and asked as evenly as he could, "Like what?" The Deva chewed her lip for a moment.
Do you know how my kind are born?
She asked. Eggs, he almost guessed, but instead just shook his head no.
Immaculate conception.
What? That's impossible, he blurted, before considering whether or not it was polite to do so. She laughed quietly.
My father's reaction was much the same, I'm told. He was away in Phantra when I was conceived, and when he came back north to find my mother pregnant, he nearly killed her. He nearly killed me, too. When I was born, he left me in the snow overnight as an offering for the Frost Mother.
But you lived, said Clay.
I lived, she confirmed. My father found me the next morning wrapped up in my wings, hungry, but otherwise hale. He left me alone after that. He must have assumed I was blessed by the gods.
What was it about fathers, Clay wondered, that compelled so many of them to test their children, to insist that a daughter or a son proved themselves worthy of a love their mother offered without condition?
But as I grew older,
Sabbatha told him,
the other children in my village were afraid of me. They thought me a freak, a monster. They called me Harpy.
Her grin turned savage.
I didn't mind. I even found myself a nest, a cave on a steep hill where I went to be alone. But eventually, when they realized their words had no power to hurt me, they used fists instead, or stones. And neither the gods nor all the feathers in the world could protect me then.
Clay couldn't say for sure whether the sympathy he felt for her was real or artificial, but at some point while she was speaking, he had ceased suspecting she was about to attack him. Is that what you dreamt of? He asked, being tortured by those kids? The shake of her head was almost imperceptible.
I dreamt of killing them, of hunting them down one by one.
She appeared to take no pleasure in saying this, insofar as Clay could tell. But nor did she seem aghast at this shadow of herself revealed by Taino's drug. Her voice was strangely even, as though she were still half immersed in the dream, dictating out loud what she was seeing with her mind's eye.
The first was a boy named Boris, the village headsman's son. He had a knife, which he held against my throat while he groped me. He would have done worse, I think, but I took his knife and used it to kill him.
Clay shifted where he sat. The mudweed had alleviated the gnawing pain in his back, but the Deva's confession made it hard to get comfortable, even on a bed of plush moss. Boris had it coming, sounds like. Sabbath's eyes flickered briefly to his.
Of course he did. And so did the next girl, Sakra. She'd thrown me down a flight of stairs once, so I pushed her off a cliff. And after that was Christoph, who was especially cruel. He beat me worse than any of them, and so I tied him to a tree, and I used a rock to break him, little by little, until he died.
One of the mushrooms above them lost its lustrous blue glow, leaving the Deva's face bathed in ruddy red light.
Misha used to cut me. She was younger than me, and smaller, but she'd have one of the others hold me down. Once, she pricked my eyes with the point of a nail and threatened to blind me, so I...
Sabbath trailed off, unwilling or unable to divulge the gruesome details of whatever revenge she had taken upon the girl.
She screamed and screamed, and in the end she begged for mercy. I don't know why, but I let her go. I might have made her promise not to tell the others who it was that hurt her, but I didn't. I think I wanted them to find out, to know what I was capable of.
Clay had a fair idea as to how this story ended. He wondered if all of this had been a part of Sabbath's dream, or whether, like himself, she had glimpsed her past in a succession of broken shards and was only now piecing them together. The Deva blinked several times in rapid succession. Her tongue slipped out to wet her lips, and Clay felt his breath catch.
I spent the following night in my nest. By the time I returned to the village, my parents were dead, our home burned to the ground. They had cut my father's head off, left his body in the yard for the dogs. My mother was hung by her feet from a tree and pelted to death with stones.
And yet they spared you, Clay observed.
Apparently so. Though I can't recall why, or what happened next. It's like a veil, or a fog I just can't see through.
The last of the fungal lamps went out, so that only the seething embers remained by which to see. Somewhere beyond the shroud, a wild thing howled in the dark as it killed, or was killed. It was hard to tell one way or another with blood-curdling howls.
Maybe it's for the best if I don't remember who I was before,
she said. In the dark, her voice sounded closer than before, more intimate. Why is that? Clay asked.
Because I can't have been a very good person. After what happened to my parents, and what I did to those children, what could I have become but a monster?
What else indeed? Clay knew a few things about trying to escape your past. He was remembering the look on Raph Lackey's face as the snake in his fist had pumped poison into his veins.
"I'll be waiting for you, Cooper,"
the old merc had told him,
"along with all the rest."
Whatever vengeance Raph Ghost had planned, it would be standing at the rear of a very long and disgruntled line. Just now, though, he was imagining Sabbatha being greeted in death by her own host of accusing wraiths, the first of which would be 3 ruthless, empty-eyed children. "You seem nice enough to me," he said after a while. Larkspur twitched her broken wing in what Clay recognized as a shrug.
Yeah, well, I suppose that's what matters now. Taino said my memories might never fully return, or they might come back little by little, or else suddenly, all at once.
Broadly ambiguous prognoses were exactly the reason Clay didn't put much faith in doctors, witch doctors in particular. In this case, he hoped the former supposition was accurate, that the woman who had glared so hatefully at him in Conthus and then dive-bombed them during a lightning storm was gone for good. He couldn't exactly tell her that, however, and so was about to offer something cliched and conciliatory when he heard the sound of a footfall behind him. Glancing over his shoulder, Clay was dismayed to find the tip of a sharpened stone spear hovering scant inches from his nose. A face floated in the gloom behind it, skeleton pale, and a word wriggled into his mind like a worm in an apple's rotted core. The word was cannibal. The cannibal's name, it turned out, was Jeremy. His grasp of the common tongue was limited, but he and Moog were able to communicate through a combination of frantic gestures and words repeated very loudly and very slowly.
"He's actually quite a nice fellow,"
the wizard told them, as Jeremy and Taino wandered off among the tall plants in the yard. The troll could understand the tribesman's guttural pidgin, and they had evidently met each other before.
"He's a forager from the Boneface clan. Hence the skull painted on his face, I guess. Their village is very close to here, he says."
Matrick whistled quietly.
"Good thing we didn't land there. You'd have been lucky to find our bones. And maybe
He caught himself before uttering the name Larkspur.
And maybe Sabbatha's wings."
"I didn't even know cannibals were a real thing," she admitted. "Do they actually eat people?"
"They do, yes," Moog told her. "Though they aren't fussy about it. They'll eat chicken, beef, pork, anything that bleeds, really. Often they'll just skirmish with neighboring clans and eat whoever is unlucky enough to die."
"That's mad,"
said Larkspur. Moog shrugged. "Perhaps, but in Grandual we kill each other all the time, for all sorts of stupid reasons. The ferals, as we call them, use the bones of the dead for tools, the teeth and ears for jewelry, the skin for tents and clothing, and eat pretty much everything else, including the eyeballs. It's all very efficient, if you ask me." Matrick put his arm around the wizard's slim shoulders.
"See, now that's mad."
"They don't eat vegetables or fruit," the wizard continued. "They deem plucking your food off a tree as cowardly. Consequently, a great many of them have scurvy." Larkspur looked bewildered.
"Scurvy? Is it contagious?"
"Gods, no," said Moog. "But I wouldn't go kissing one if I were you. Eating people gives you bloody rotten breath, as you might imagine." She did imagine, and made a disgusted face that Clay, despite himself, found utterly adorable. "So what is he doing here?" asked Gabriel. Moog smoothed the silky length of his beard against the front of his robe. "Their chieftain is very sick, apparently. Jeremy was sent to ask Taino for a cure."
"Well, he's a man to see," said Matrick. "That mudweed of his is magic, like he said. All my bruises disappeared, all my cuts scabbed up, and my arm feels good as new."
"My wing feels better," Larkspur mentioned. "Not great, but better. Can someone remind me why I was flying in a thunderstorm again?"
"We should get moving," said Gabriel, ignoring her question. "We've wasted enough time already. I still think we should have walked through the night. We'd be back in the sky by now." Jeremy and Taino returned from their stroll. Besides the skull painted on his face, the cannibal's whole body was riddled with scars and covered with a chalky green powder that served both as camouflage and to make his flesh taste terrible if he fell in battle with the enemy. He used his spear like a walking stick and carried a bundle of mudweed stalks in a sling on his back. Taino gave them each a gangly hugged farewell.
"What good, year?"
"We hear," said Matrick.
Jeremy, who was staring at Larkspur with what Clay hoped was lustful as opposed to literal hunger, nearly jumped out of his skin when Moog began yelling in his face.
"Us going,"
the wizard told him, accompanying the words with elaborate hand motions.
"Back to ship. Nice meeting you. Good luck curing Chief.
The feral responded in his own incomprehensible language.
Kito bara. Ik ukiban donogarok.
He said he will come with us part of the way,
Moog translated, unnecessarily, since Jeremy had pointed at them and used his fingers to indicate walking.
Iki duka pobarau. Ku pasa pikapa.
Also, we're invited to the Boneface village for lunch.
Lunch with cannibals? Scoffed Matrick. Over my dead body.
Clay clapped him on the shoulder as they headed out.
I think that's the general idea, he said.
Chapter 34. Hope and Flames. They parted ways with Jeremy an hour later. If the cannibal was worried about being in the forest by himself, he showed no sign of it whatsoever and waved merrily as he set off southward. The 5 members of Saga, with Larkspur in tow, backtracked the way Gabriel and Moog had come yesterday, so that Clay was treated to a whole new host of the Heartwild's numberless horrors. The first of these was a maze of winding gullies spanned by webs inhabited by spiders the size of dogs. They ran into an ettercap at a fork in the path. The creature, which looked something like a scrawny old man with bulbous black eyes, snapping mandibles, a distended belly, and a forest of long quivering spines on his bent back, had chased something into a hollowed log and was desperately trying to ferret it out one side or the other. It froze in a crouch at their approach and appeared ready to attack or flee should the opportunity for either arise. "Do you understand me?" Gabriel asked it. The ettercap nodded, regarding him warily with those glossy black eyes. Its fingers and toes were unnaturally long, Clay noted, and very sharply pointed. "Which of these paths will take us west?" The creature tilted its head, then slowly raised one of its wiry arms and pointed to the way behind it. "Thanks," said Gabriel, and took off at a stride in the opposite direction. Ettercaps had a reputation for lying and a habit of hissing right before they attacked, which this one did as it lunged at Gabriel, grasping with those long, sharp, spindly fingers. Clay had been waiting for it. The fingers scrabbled harmlessly against Blackheart's face, and Ganelon, who had also been expecting treachery, chopped the wretched thing in half with his axe. Once the ettercap stopped thrashing, its quarry scurried out of the log. It was white-furred and red-eyed, and it looked to Clay like a weasel with 8 legs and heads on either end of its body. He'd seen one just like it in a cage in Moog's tower, Clay remembered. Both its heads squealed angrily at them before the thing ran off at a lope. They pressed on, exiting the ravine maze to find themselves in a forest of tall leafless trees. A mist rolled in, curling around their ankles as though it were a living thing. Clay could have sworn he felt it snag his foot, and found himself taking slow, deliberate steps, like a man treading through murky water. After a while, the mist seemed to grow restless and prowled off. At last, the forest began to look familiar. They'd seen that fungus-decked tree before. They'd stepped over that acidic streamlet going the other way. The skyship's just ahead, Clay thought, relieved. We're almost there. A short while later, they spotted a green-skinned, white-faced tribesman prowling through the forest alongside them. When they caught sight of another, this one carrying a crude shortbow, Matrix started to get nervous.
"Do you think he sent them after us?"
he asked. Moog frowned.
Who, Jeremy? Not at all. The ferals are a very territorial people, you know. They're probably just tracking us to make sure we stay well clear of the village.
He gestured to a painted warrior slipping between the trees nearby.
Consider this an escort, an honor guard, if you will.
Hardly a breath had passed when a stone-tipped arrow shattered the crystal orb on the top of his staff. The wizard's face went pale.
Fuck me, they're hunting us!
"Run!" yelled Gabriel, as if it hadn't occurred to each of them already. He had Velicor in hand, the vibrant majesty of an ancient forest visible in the broad face of the blade. Ganelon slipped Syrinx from his back with a sinister grin, as if he'd been hoping the cannibals would attack and was gratified they'd given him provocation to start killing them. Clay could hear the axe muttering quietly to itself, or to Ganelon, or perhaps to those whose blood it was about to drink. The Southerner motioned for Clay to follow the others with a nod of his head.
"Move it, slow hand. I got the rear."
The savages came at them from everywhere at once, yipping like jackals and hurling a volley of shoddy spears as they stormed in. Gabriel blocked one missile with the flat of his blade and cut another in half before it impaled Matrick. A stone tip struck Clay square in the chest and splintered against the red links of the warskin. I like this armor, he thought, then shrugged his shield free as ferals began dropping from the trees. The first to do so landed near Matrick and got a dagger through the eye. The next fell on top of Moog. The wizard went down with a yelp, and his assailant lost hold of his spear. As he reached for it, Larkspur stomped on the shaft, snapping it in half with her heavy black boot. She hit the cannibal with the serrated flare on the backside of one gauntlet, and with the other hand took up the pointed end of the broken spear and rammed it through the throat of another rushing feral. One hurled himself at Clay from the right and got batted aside by Blackheart. His head struck a tree and made a sound like a ceramic pot dropped on the floor. A second swung at Clay with a crude hammer. He met the weapon with his own and broke it apart, and another swing did the same to the poor man's skull. Gabriel was too far ahead to see, and Ganelon was lagging, beset from all sides by shrieking cannibals. Ferals had a funny, if ill-advised, habit of attacking the strong before the weak, likely an attempt to exhibit their valor on the battlefield. In this case it was costing them dearly, as the Southerner was killing them by the score. The path behind him was littered with limbless dead. Clay lingered until the warrior caught up, and together they waded through the feral swarm. Ganelon's axe, Syrinx, was a red mess, hacking off arms and slicing fatal gashes in guts, groins, necks, pretty much anywhere that bled a man out in a matter of seconds. Blackheart bore a bite of spear and arrow with the stoic fortitude of a seaward cliff. Occasionally, Clay seized the opportunity to crack a skull or break a limb with his frigid hammer. All at once, the cannibals ceased their attack. They didn't flee, and they kept their spears trained on Clay and Ganelon, but they no longer flung themselves at the warrior with reckless abandon. One of them began to chant, "Doop, doop, doop," and the rest took it up, stamping their feet and weaving like flute-charmed serpents. "Doop, doop, 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 doop." The Southerner muttered over his shoulder at Clay,
"Are they saying Duke?"
Clay sure as hell hoped not. He searched the forest around them, half expecting to see Lastleaf in his ravaged red longcoat striding through the trees like some smug sylvan prince. Thankfully, what came crashing through the woods was not a Druin at all. Only the biggest, most fearsome-looking feral Clay had ever seen. Duke, I presume. The new arrival wasn't as broad-shouldered as Clay, or as powerfully built as Ganelon, but what he gave up in bulk he made up for in height and reach. Each of his hands was the size of a small shield, and his loincloth, no doubt designed to fit a more modestly sized man, left little to the imagination. His bald head bobbed on a long neck and seemed altogether too small for his gargantuan body, which was curiously void of the green paint worn by others of his kind. A sign of prowess, Clay guessed, since the green was a precaution against being eaten, and Duke didn't strike him as a man who planned on being eaten today. Weapon-wise, Duke was a simple man. He carried a very large bone, obviously taken from a very large monster, which the huge savage had probably killed with relative ease. "Duke, Duke, Duke, Duke." The massive feral paused to bask in the adoration of his peers, roaring and pummeling the earth with his ivory club. Ganelon hefted his axe.
You mind if I take this one?
Be my guest, Clay almost told him, except he'd been thinking since yesterday about what the warrior had said regarding the quarry, and the resentment he'd fostered for everyone but Clay.
What kind of monster must I be,
Ganelon had asked himself,
that even Clay Cooper gave up on me? What kind of monster?
It wasn't you. The warrior cocked an eyebrow at him.
Huh?
When they came for you. When they turned you to stone. We should have been there, but we were selfish. I was selfish. I thought you deserved it, he admitted, and saw Ganelon's face spasm in what might have been hurt and must have been anger. Clay spoke quickly, afraid the warrior would cut him off. But I was wrong. I was scared. Any one of us could have done what you did. Ganelon sighed.
Slow hand.
Never again, Clay said. Where you stand, I stand. He wanted to say more, to say how sorry he was for every solitary second his friend had spent down there in the dark. But Duke, as it turned out, wasn't one for sentimental moments, and he chose this one to raise his club and charge. Clay and Ganelon leapt in opposite directions as the bone came down like a felled tree between them. In keeping with cannibal tradition, Duke went after Ganelon first, using his absurd reach to snag the warrior's ankle and then hurling him into a nearby trunk. Ganelon crashed into a heap at the bottom, dazed, and the feral prepared another epic swing, tipping his grisly club behind his head so as to bring all his strength to bear. Before he could, however, Clay rushed in from behind and brought Wraith chopping sideways, cracking against the club and throwing Duke off balance. The cannibal turned his flailing momentum into a spinning swing, and Clay barely had time to register that he, and not Ganelon, was its target before the breath blew out of his chest and Duke began shrinking rapidly. Nope, he realized. I'm flying backward. He crashed into a cluster of cheering ferals, and they all went down in a tangle of thrashing limbs. Duke! Screamed the crowd of cannibals. That blow should have snapped him like a reed, Clay knew, and he once again offered silent praise for the durability of Jack the Reaver's impenetrable armor. He tried getting to his feet, but his legs had other ideas. A glance told him that Ganelon was on his feet, pressing the attack, sweeping left and right with syrinx while his adversary leapt back and sought an opening. The ferals he'd crashed into were recovering as well, and they had no intention of letting him re-enter the fray. One of them drove a spear into his stomach, and Clay returned the favor by smashing Wraith up into his groin. Not even sorry, he muttered, rolling sideways as another feral aimed an arrow point-blank at his face. The shot missed and struck the ground just inches away. The arrow's shaft broke and a shard of spinning wood opened a gash beneath his left eye. The man cast his bow aside and dived toward Clay, who managed to put a fair bit of strength into a backhanded swing with Wraith that did terrible things to the bones in the cannibal's neck. The last of the three he'd landed on grabbed at Clay's shield arm, and as they both finally rose, the straps binding Blackheart to his wrist tugged loose, and the unthinkable happened. The feral took his shield. Forgetting the fact that Ganelon and Duke were fighting nearby on his left and doing his best to ignore how suddenly light his right arm felt, Clay locked eyes with the man holding Blackheart and said as calmly as he could, "Give it back." The feral looked down at his prize and then back to Clay. He wavered. Clay could see him wavering. "Now." The word seethed through Clay's teeth, sizzled in the air between them. Slowly, the man lifted the shield and offered it to Clay, whose trembling hands reached for that slab of mottled wood like a mother for her newborn child. The moment Clay took hold of it, the feral turned and bolted into the forest. "Duke!" Clay wheeled, wriggling his arm back into Blackheart's straps and cinching them tight as he assessed how Ganelon was doing. The feral champion had landed another blow, it seemed, and Ganelon was slumped against the same tree as before, which was now pitched to a dangerous angle. Duke was tiring at least, and advanced on the warrior much slower than before. Clay took 3 running steps before his legs turned back to jelly and he staggered to a knee. Desperate to at least prove a distraction, he lobbed his hammer overhand. It sailed through the air and, miraculously, struck the lanky cannibal in the back of the skull. Unfortunately, Duke's round little skull was exactly as hard as it looked, and any elation Clay felt at having landed his throw evaporated as Duke turned, took him in with those beady close-set eyes, and laughed. Clay saw Ganelon rise, and Duke, though not especially bright, saw Clay see Ganelon rise, and so turned in time to see Ganelon swing his lethal legendary axe. Not at Duke, since he was too far away for that, but at the tree against which he'd been lying. Syrinx sheared right through the half-shattered trunk, and the tree came down like a 10-ton drunk, crushing Duke and several other tribesmen standing farther behind him to pulp beneath it.
"Duke! Duke!"
A single feral's voice trailed into stunned silence, in which Clay picked out a low hum growing steadily louder until it became a roar that rattled the trees and shook dead leaves from dying branches. The dark star cruised overhead, so low Clay could feel the mist of its tidal engines filtering through the canopy above. The tribesmen, fearful of the lumbering dreadnought, scattered like mice beneath a falcon's shadow. The ground began to shudder, rocked by a succession of rumbling quakes, one after another. Clay and Ganelon shared an uneasy glance, and once Clay had retrieved his hammer, the two of them shambled along in the direction the others had fled. "That was awesome, by the way," Clay rasped as they went. Something like mirth tugged at the corner of Ganelon's lips.
"I know."
They emerged behind Gabriel and the others into the wide, rock-strewn ravine in which they'd landed their skyship the day before. The ground beneath their feet was scorched black, littered by small fires and shards of broken wood. Clay was wondering how that had happened when he saw 6 pitch-smeared barrels come spilling over the Dark Star's rail. Oh, he thought. Oh, no. He watched with a rapidly sinking heart as they tumbled down onto the carnal court, bursting in a spray of liquid fire that ate the sails like parchment and burned the hull to slag in a matter of minutes. Against the glare of alchemical flame, Clay saw Gabriel stagger, using Velicor like a crutch to keep despair from driving him to his knees. Matrick crouched to one side, stoop-shouldered, while Moog removed his hat and bowed the bald crown of his head. Clay and Ganelon staggered to where Larkspur stood, neck craned, watching as the Dark Star vanished over the forest to the west. Clay stole a glimpse at her face, fearing to see the spark of recognition in her eyes. But there was only confusion, and a trace of sorrow in her voice when she spoke at last.
"I assume that was my ship?"
she asked, nodding toward the burning wreck of the carnal court. Clay sighed. "Don't think about it," he urged himself. "Don't think about the fact that your fastest way to Castia and back again is gone. Burned, destroyed.
Don't think about how much longer it will be before you see your wife or hear your daughter's laughter, because then you'll start crying, and nobody wants to see that."
"It was," he said. The Deva's dark eyes flitted back to the sky.
"Who are they?"
"Besides being a bunch of fucking assholes, they're bounty hunters," he said, deciding to risk some part of the truth. Larkspur's arched brows furrowed.
"Why are they after you? Are you criminals?"
"That depends on who you ask."
"They're after Matrick," Clay told her. "His wife is the Queen of Agria. He left her, so now she wants him dead."
"Dead? Why?"
"Because she and Matrick had 5 kids, and none of them are his. I think she's afraid he'll put the only legitimate heir of Agria into the belly of whichever woman takes pity on him first." She snorted her amusement, and Gabriel wheeled at the sound. "Is something funny?" he asked. There was raw fury in his face, and it occurred to Clay that Gabe very probably blamed Larkspur for the destruction of the carnal court. And of course Larkspur was to blame, but the woman who'd emerged in the wake of her fall seemed a different person altogether.
No."
The Deva looked abashed.
"I'm sorry,"
she said. Gabriel's gaze darkened. He took a step toward them, and Clay's eyes were drawn to the sword he dragged behind him. He saw rushing water through the window of Velicor's blade, and a writhing fish so real he thought for a moment it might come splashing out into a world in which it didn't belong. Gabriel's eyes had moved past her now, and his expression hardened. Ganelon nudged Clay's shoulder, and they both turned slowly around. There was a small host of cannibals arrayed along the forest's edge. They stood with spears ready and bows drawn, bolas whistling and blowguns raised to puckered lips. They didn't attack, though, and 2 of them broke from the others, coming tentatively nearer to the band and its crippled Deva. One of them was Jeremy, who slowly and loudly introduced his father, Teresa.
"Teresa?"
Even mumbling, Larkspur sounded dubious.
The ferals remain nameless until after their first kill," Moog explained hurriedly. "They must consume the entire body themselves, after which they adopt that person's name, regardless of gender. It's not unusual to meet women with names like William or Todd. A man with a woman's name is quite rare, actually, probably because women are rarely stupid enough to get killed by cannibals in the first place."
"Me, Teresa,"
Jeremy's father announced redundantly. Clay wondered if Farrell's ever spoken tones quieter than a shout.
"Bone-face elder, want for peace."
He made a placating gesture with empty hands. His eyes lingered on Ganelon, or, more aptly, on the bloodied axe in the Southerner's grip.
"No more killing, yes?"
"That depends," said Ganelon.
"That depends,"
Teresa repeated, clearly having no idea what the words meant.
"You come to village, speak with chief, have trade."
Trade for what? Clay wondered, as Gabriel sidled up beside him. "We're not going to your village," Gabe said. "If your chief wants to speak with us, he can come here. But he'd better come soon or we're leaving." The elder shook his head.
"Chief no come. Chief sick. You choose now. Follow or fight. Maybe us die. Maybe you. That depends,"
he added. And Clay realized he'd sort of grasped the meaning of those words after all. A smart cookie, Teresa. "Fuck 'em," said Ganelon. "A few dozen of those bone bags against the 6 of us." He spat on the barren ground. "Ain't nothing." "Ain't nothing?" Matrick scoffed. "I'd count at least 15 bows aimed at you, big guy." You aren't made of stone still, you know. Ganelon opened his mouth to reply, but Gabe raised a stifling hand and turned to Clay. "What do you think?" he asked. Clay eyed the wall of wicker shields, white faces, and bristling weapons, wondering how many of those spear tips and arrowheads might be poisoned. The blow dart certainly would be, or else what the hell was the point? Fighting here or in the village made little difference, since it was likely this was most of what remained of the Boneface warriors, which would explain their sudden willingness to negotiate rather than risk the few fighting men they had left. There were clan wars to think of, and with Duke dead under a tree, they could use every spear come springtime. "We'd might as well go with them," he said finally. "We're screwed anyway." Chapter 35. The Cannibal Court. They followed the ferals back into the tangled forest, striking south until they came to a bluff of chalky white stone. There was a small camp here in which they spent the night. The band was offered shelter in a tall skin tent that had apparently belonged to the feral champion Duke. Teresa came to offer them supper, which was in fact just an assortment of severed hands, but Gabriel refused on their behalf, and for a second night running, Clay was happy to gobble down whatever Moog's hat was serving up. Come morning, they followed the cliff face west, and as the afternoon waxed, the air grew damp and sticky with heat. The trees here were enormous, with trunks that would have taken Clay a full minute to jog around. A troop of orange-furred monkeys tracked them from the canopy above, and upon some unknown signal began screaming and pelting the party with dung. What Clay assumed was harmless mischief, however, was anything but. One of the sloppy pellets landed on Jeremy's bald head, and the cannibal wailed as the flesh beneath it sizzled and slewed away. Other tribesmen cowered beneath wicker shields that caught fire when struck. Finally, Teresa ordered a return volley of arrows and darts, which scattered the primates and brought one shrieking down with a feathered shaft in its chest. Moog naturally took special interest in its corpse. "Holy Tetria, they're spark monkeys!" He glanced excitedly at the others, but his enthusiasm was met by his bandmates with underwhelmed stares. "Half my colleagues at Oddsford didn't believe they were real. This might mean the entire pyromate genus exists as well. Scorch apes, ember chimps. My gods, the ramifications!" Teresa's ferals were moving on, eager to be away before their assailants regrouped, and Gabriel led the others after them. Clay, the last to leave the site besides Moog, pretended that he didn't see the wizard take a furtive look around before sneaking the dead monkey into his bag. The sky was beginning to take on a darker shade of purple when the elder informed them they were nearing their destination. Craning his neck, Clay could see a palisade wall on the summit upon which headless corpses were impaled and left to bloat in the sun. Teresa pointed out a narrow switchback trail, and as they climbed, the band was treated to the sight of yet more stakes, these ones adorned with severed heads in various states of desiccation. The elder stopped beside one to shoo a crow from pecking at a gory eye socket. The Boneface village was like most other tribal settlements Clay had visited throughout his years of adventuring, except there were no animals in sight and considerably more body parts lying around. Arms and legs were stacked like kindling beside guttering cook fires. Sheets of flayed skin had been left to dry on slatted racks. There were cages occupied by desultory-looking prisoners awaiting their turn in the pot. Most of these appeared to be ferals from rival tribes, but Clay and the others were asked to wait near to where a massive Etten had been chained by both of its necks to a slab of jutting stone. Clay had encountered a few Ettens in his day. He knew that despite their huge size and monstrous appearance, they weren't particularly inclined toward violence. Sure, if you pissed one off, they were real bastards, but like any savage thing, It helped if you approached them with kindness instead of open aggression. That being said, the first instinct of anyone confronted by a hulking man-giant with two heads was usually to either run from it or kill it dead. One of the monster's heads caught Clay staring and smiled toothily.
"Good afternoon."
Clay's first attempt at a reply was a hoarse croak. "Hi," he managed eventually.
"Fine weather we're having today, aren't we?"
the Etin asked. Clay looked up. Cobalt clouds of acidic rain crowded the rapidly darkening sky. "Could be worse," he replied with a shrug. The creature nodded, rattling the collar at its throat.
"Indeed it could be. My sentiments exactly."
The other head, which had been sleeping until now, roused itself groggily. When it turned toward Clay, it was all he could do not to recoil in horror. It was hideously deformed, its nose a bruised smear, its mouth a gaping hole of shattered teeth. What few wisps of hair it possessed hung limply across a bulbous skull. Its eyes were the yellow white of curdled milk, and when it spoke, it confirmed Clay's suspicion that the creature was blind.
"Is someone there, brother?" "Yes, Dane," said the first head. "We have illustrious guests, a band by the looks of them. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name."
"Clay. Cooper," he said, doing his best not to gawk at the ruinous face. He introduced the others, careful to call Larkspur by her newly assumed name. Gabriel mumbled a greeting, but his eyes were glued to the mountains bordering the western horizon. Ganelon nodded but said nothing. Matrick waved a curt hello, and Moog, ever the amiable one, marched over to shake the Etin's hand. "Arcandius Moog," the wizard introduced himself. "Archmagus and alchemy enthusiast."
"A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Arcandius,"
said the first head.
"My name is Gregor, and this handsome gentleman is my brother Dane. Say hello, Dane." "Hello,"
said Dane. Clay was still trying to reconcile the word handsome with the abomination before him, and was grateful when Moog took the reins of conversation from his hands.
"Nice to meet you both,"
the wizard said. He paused to watch two grubby children run past. One was chasing the other, wielding a severed arm like a club.
"I only wish it was under better circumstances."
The first head, Gregor, shrugged the shoulder that belonged to him.
"The circumstances could hardly be better,"
he declared.
"My brother and I have been honored guests of the Bone-Face tribe for several months now. They've gifted us these beautiful golden torques you see around our necks. They feast us nightly on roast pheasant and warm wine, and in return we've helped them build a proud and glorious wall around their lovely village."
Proud and glorious wall? Clay scowled at the crude palisade encompassing the so-called lovely cannibal village. The ferals had skewered bodies on the pointed tips and used blood to paint vulgar murals on its surface. Moog was confused as well.
"Torques? Those are
"Beautiful, are they not?"
Gregor shot the wizard a conspiratorial wink.
"I only wish Dane could see how they shine. Alas, my poor brother was born blind, and so it is left to me to describe in detail the splendor of our surroundings."
Dane smiled his awful smile, lifting one hand to the iron slave collar at his throat.
"It feels beautiful,"
he said.
"It is,"
his brother agreed.
"I wouldn't be surprised if it was crafted by the Druids themselves."
Clay wouldn't have been surprised if it was stolen from the neck of a dead ox. He didn't say so, though, and neither did Moog.
You might be right,
said the wizard. He wore a crooked smile, and Clay caught the glint of moisture in the old man's eyes. Indeed, I think you are. Druin forged, no doubt.
Dane's smile widened even further, and Gregor offered Moog a gracious nod. They waited, and while they did, a trio of ferals went by, each dragging a net crammed with the bodies of those Ganelon and the others, but mostly Ganelon, had slain in the forest earlier. For a brief moment, Clay assumed the fallen hunters were to be given a proper burial, but then he remembered where he was. A few nearby villagers looked on hungrily, apparently fine with the idea of eating tomorrow those whom they had called friends today. He practically saw them salivate when the corpse of Duke was hauled into the village. Gregor described the morbid procession to his brother as it went by.
"The brave hunters have returned,"
he said.
"And what a bounty! Oh, Dane, I wish you could see. There are spotted deer, and a great white stag whose antlers are so big they scrape furrows in the earth beneath him. They have 6 braces of grouse and a few fat turkeys. Oh, and here come the pheasants. I hope you're not sick of pheasant, Dane."
"Never," cried Dane. Gregor went on, long after the hunters were gone, recounting a pageant so detailed and exotic that Clay almost closed his eyes himself so that he could listen without being betrayed by his sight. Instead, he watched Dane's broken face light up with wonder and felt a warmth in his heart, the kind that crept up on you during the first stirring notes of a song and then nestled in your lap like a purring cat. That Gregor put so much effort into describing for his brother a world that was so much more appealing than the one in which they actually lived. It was a gift, Clay decided. A profound and extraordinary blessing bestowed upon one whom the world had effectively cursed. It was damned noble, was what it was. A short time later, Teresa emerged from the chieftain's tent and scuffed his way over.
"Chief, see you, now,"
he declared, holding up 3 fingers.
"Only 2 inside."
Gabriel cocked his head. 2 or 3?
2,
said Teresa, brandishing the same 3 fingers. I don't... Gabe shook his head. Never mind. Clay, Moog, with me. The elder raised no objections at all when the 3 of them followed him across the track. The chieftain's tent was shaped like a cone, the skin of gods knew what stretched over a frame of tall wooden poles. There was a steady stream of smoke issuing from a hole at its peak, and when they stepped inside the dim interior, it was thick with a haze that smelled oddly familiar. Glancing down, Clay found himself standing on a fleshy mat with the word welcome etched out in the common tongue. He began, before a cry from Moog cut him short.
Kit!
The ghoul, whom Clay had forgot about entirely until this moment, was standing just inside the door, flanked by a pair of feral guardsmen. He was still dressed in that bedsheet robe, and had accessorized with a red silk scarf to conceal the grisly wound in his throat.
Gentlemen, hello. I apologize for leaving the ship unattended, but our hosts were rather insistent I accompany them here.
The ship is gone, Gabe told him. Burned. Kit frowned, but before he could respond, the wizard stepped up and embraced him.
I thought you were dead.
I am dead, muttered the ghoul as Teresa offered them each a bowl. The contents looked deceptively like wine. Clay looked warily at his, while Kit took a tentative sip.
It's blood,
he warned them. Human? Moog asked. Clay fixed him with an incredulous glare. Does it matter? The wizard frowned into his bowl without answering.
"Come!"
shouted Teresa, beckoning them farther inside the tent. There was a fire pit in the center,
Several skulls stuffed with what smelled like Taino's curative weed were nestled among the smoldering coals. Smoke poured from their empty sockets, clouding the tent. Across the pit, Clay saw the bone-faced chieftain lying on a bed of black furs. He wasn't sure what he'd been expecting, but a huge naked woman had definitely not been it. Clay shuddered to imagine how much flesh a person had to consume to grow so large. Her entire body was painted white, so that her massive limbs looked like pale sausages drawn to bursting at her wrists and ankles. Her breasts were sagging pillows on her chest, and her flabby chin rested on a shelf of other flabbier chins. She wore a headdress that looked like a scaffolding of tiny bones. Her black hair coiled through it like vines on a garden trellis. One of her beefy arms cradled a painted red skull, lacquered to a gleam, while the other rested in the lap of a servant who was kneading the palm of the chieftain's hand. "Gods of Grandjewel," Moog gasped. "Her fingers—" Looking closer, Clay saw that her fingers were black and shriveled, like wood reduced to char after a fire. His mind recoiled in horror, and it was an effort not to give voice to the word that echoed like a curse in his head. Rot. She wasn't sick then, as the others had claimed. She was dead. It was only a matter of time. Moog, Clay saw, was transfixed by the infected fingers, like a man matching the gaze of an ancient nemesis. The elder knelt and murmured quiet words in the chieftain's ear. She said nothing in reply, but handed him the lacquered skull. Teresa scuttled closer to the fire. He pried open the crown and packed it with sticky brown clumps of mudweed before placing the skull among the others on the bed of glowing coals. When it started to smoke, he snatched it up and returned to the chieftain. She palmed it with a pudgy hand and held the skull's face to hers, inhaling the vapor trickling from its grinning mouth. Afterward, she sagged into her furs, exhaling smoke in a long, languid stream, before saying something too quiet to hear. Teresa addressed the three of them from his knees.
"Chief, glad you come. Has want to trade."
"Trade what?" asked Gabriel.
"This one," said the elder, pointing to Kit, "is dead man. Bad flesh. No can eat."
The ghoul self-consciously fingered the red silk scarf at his throat. "That's true. I would taste dreadful."
"Want trade for another,"
Teresa announced.
1 for 1.
Gabe scowled. "You want to trade us Kit in exchange for someone else?" Teresa nodded.
"Trade for wing woman, yes."
"They want Sabbatha," Clay said. "Larkspur," Gabe corrected. "Fine by me." Teresa beamed and began relating the good news to the chieftain. Moog tore his gaze from the chieftain's afflicted fingers. "What? We can't just give them Sabbatha." "Who is Sabbatha?" Kit inquired. "Why not?" Gabriel turned on the wizard. "She's not one of us. She tried to kill us, remember?" "Yeah, but she's changed?" "Well, what if she changes back?" "I feel like I'm missing something," muttered Kit. "She might not change back." Moog sounded as though he were trying to convince himself as much as Gabriel. "Taino said she might stay this way forever." "Or she could snap back tomorrow," Gabe countered. "Anyway, I don't see what choice we have, Moog. It's her or the zombie." "Revenant," Kit pointed out, though neither Gabe nor the wizard paid heed. "So what?" Moog spluttered. "We just hand her over? They'll eat her, Gabriel."
"No eat,"
Teresa interjected.
"No eat wing woman."
Some of the fight went out of Moog then, and Gabe actually looked relieved, until the elder smiled excitedly.
"Use for make babies."
Moog threw up his hands, exasperated.
Babies? They're going to breed with her, Gabriel. Are you still okay with this?
She's dangerous, Gabe murmured, but without his earlier conviction. Moog jabbed a finger on Gabriel's plate armor.
You're dangerous. Heathens bloody balls, I'm dangerous. Ganelon's a natural fucking disaster. Excuse my language,
he said to the chieftain, though if she understood him, she gave no indication.
So Sabbatha has a sordid past, don't we all? We've all done plenty of things we're not proud of.
Clay thought of Ganelon trapped in the quarry, a prisoner in his own flesh. We can't give them Larkspur, he said, or Sabbatha, whichever she is. We just can't. Gabriel sighed in resignation. Okay, fine. So Kit stays? I feel like that should be off the table by now, Kit said. Also, I am lamentably ill-equipped for making babies. No one stays, Clay uttered. Gabriel set his jaw. We fight then. He glanced around, trying to number the guards within the smoke-shrouded interior of the tent. There were 6, Clay knew, since he'd already counted. The one was an old man and was holding his spear upside down. You and I can handle these, he told Gabriel. Moog, you get outside and warn the others. Light some fires, maybe open a few of those cages we saw. Gabe and I'll be right behind you, got it? Moog closed his eyes. No. Good. Now, wait. No.
There's another way, said the wizard. A better way. We don't need to kill anyone or leave one of us behind.
Clay glanced over Gabriel's shoulder. The chieftain was watching them with the appraising regard of something waiting for you to die so it could peck at your corpse. Moog, if it involves faking our deaths, I don't think it's gonna work this time.
No, I know, said Moog.
He reached up and pulled the pointed hat off his head.
But this will.
Chapter 36. Rambling on. Moog was right. They settled it without blood, though the wizard looked close to tears when negotiations ended and he handed the enchanted hat to Teresa, who in turn offered it to the chieftain, who reached her hand inside and drew out a slab of raw red beef.
She's not even using it right,
he complained. The massive woman wolfed it down almost without chewing, and afterward loosed a tremendous belch, which Teresa took the liberty of translating. "Chieftain is pleased," he announced.
"She oughta be," Moog grumbled. "This walrus gets free steak for life, and we get stuck with a...
He trailed off, absently smoothing his beard against the front of his robe. Clay placed a consoling hand on his shoulder. "Moog, you did—"
"Her fingers,"
he hissed. "I saw them."
"No, you didn't. You didn't, Clay. You didn't see them."
The wizard's voice skirled higher with every word. He took hold of Clay's arm, his fingers trembling like a child hauled from the waters of a winter lake.
"Clay, they're healed."
Clay shook his head. What the wizard said didn't make sense. The rot didn't heal. The rot spread. The rot withered your flesh and made husks of your organs. The rot killed you. Always. Moog was starting to bounce on the soles of his feet. A smile that threatened to tear his face in half spread from one ear to another.
"They're healed! Clay, look! She's licking them!"
And so she was. Scant minutes ago, those fingers had been useless, diseased beyond hope of reclamation. Except apparently not. Moog slipped around Clay and leapt toward the chieftain's bedside. The guards made to intercept him, but Teresa settled them with a wave. Shooing the servant girl away, the wizard knelt beside the gargantuan woman and flexed his hands like a thief preparing to tackle an especially complex lock.
"May I?"
he asked. The woman rolled her big shoulders and offered her right arm to Moog, while the other plunged back into the magic hat and withdrew an uncooked chicken leg. The wizard marveled over the pudgy pink fingers.
"I can't believe it,"
he breathed.
"They're still a bit stiff, actually, but otherwise, well, I just can't even believe it."
Teresa cleared his throat and pointed toward the chieftain's feet. "Same here. Stone skin is better now."
Sure enough, the woman's right foot was sheathed in a black crust that flaked off as she wriggled her toes.
Moog laughed and clapped his hands.
"Brilliant! Beautiful!"
He looked to his friends.
"It's the mudweed. It must be. I mean, it fixed Matrix's arm almost overnight. It set the bones in Sabbatha's wing. Your nose, Clay, it was broken, right? Does it even hurt?"
Clay blinked. Actually, no. He hadn't thought of it since waking up this morning. He touched it now cautiously and found there was no pain at all. It was still crooked, but since he'd had as many broken noses as he'd had birthdays, crooked was the best he could hope for. But he broke off. Because what if it hadn't been the mudweed that cured the rot? Moog might very well have built up his hopes only to see them dashed to pieces again.
"Yes, I smoked it too,"
said the wizard, and his eyes drifted to the tip of his left foot.
"With everything that's happened, I suppose I haven't. I mean, I can't feel it, but—"
He went very still, and Clay could see his dear old friend steeling himself against the possibility of disappointment. With the trepidation of a frightened child kneeling to peek under its bed, Moog reached down and used both hands to remove his soft leather boot, and then, slowly, cautiously, pulled off the sock he was wearing underneath. His face crumpled, and just as quickly reformed, like a mask shattering in reverse. He tried opening his mouth to speak, but couldn't seem to. And so Clay spoke for him. "It's gone."
"It's gone,"
Moog gasped, as though he'd been holding his breath. He closed his eyes and exhaled a long, shuddering sigh. The wizard sat for a while with his boot in his lap. His expression, bathed in the orange glow of smoldering embers, was torn between relief, disbelief, and utter misery.
"All those years,"
he moaned eventually.
"So much wasted effort, so many dead ends. But I knew there had to be a way. And now there is. A cure for the rot,"
he said with a mystified chuckle.
"No more waiting for death. No more watching it happen. Now we can save them."
He laughed again, but there was a bitter edge to the sound. He grinned, but the grin was a broken thing, and breaking still, until Moog was only baring his teeth below eyes that brimmed over with tears.
"I could have saved him,"
he whimpered, then brought his slender hands to his face and began sobbing. Clay had no doubt who he was. Although Frederick had been gone for 19 years, his death was a wound the wizard had cauterized but never ever allowed to heal. They stood in silence as the wizard wept, unburdening himself of years and years of unexpressed grief. Only the chieftain seemed indifferent, noisily sucking meat from her chicken leg. And so it goes, thought Clay. Life was funny and fickle and often cruel. Sometimes the unworthy went on living, while those who deserved better were lost. Or not lost, he considered, since they lingered on in the hearts of those who loved them still, their memory nurtured like a sprig of green in an otherwise desolate soul. Which was, he supposed, a kind of immortality after all. The Boneface clan held a feast that night in Saga's honor, which Clay thought was tremendously gracious, considering Ganelon had killed their greatest champion, not to mention a few dozen other hunters, the day before. The chieftain remained confined to her tent, but Teresa presented Moog's miraculous hat to the villagers, who had no reservations whatsoever about eating the food it produced. Cannibals were a notoriously adventurous people, culinarily speaking. Moog had cheered considerably since his breakdown earlier, stowing whatever grief remained to him wherever it was wizards kept such things. In their heads, Clay suspected, and not their hearts. He demonstrated to a crowd of awestruck ferals the full range of the hat's capabilities. Out came slabs of roast venison, salted steaks, chicken spiced with subtle herbs, pork tenderloin wrapped in bacon and stuffed with mushrooms. He dazzled the children with bananas, sweet strawberries, clusters of fat purple grapes, and an enormous watermelon, which they took an unsettling delight in smashing open as if it were an enemy's head. For dessert, there were custards, cakes, and pies. There was even flavored ice, a treat favored by the Narmiri, and also by Ganelon, who ate 3 bowls by himself. Bowls, of course, being a loose term for hollowed-out human skulls. Matrick was in especially high spirits after learning of Moog's recovery, and Kit had even more good news for Agria's exiled king. When the ferals demanded the ghoul leave the carnal court, he had smuggled with him 2 things besides his precious Bating-Ting. The first was a bottle of 60-year-old Turindian rum, and the second was Grace, the dagger Matrick had fumbled back on the ship. The king of Agria kissed the ghoul on the mouth for his trouble. A long line of suitors formed a queue beside Larkspur, bearing gifts they hoped might persuade the Deva to forswear her companions and breed cannibal babies instead. Among the more interesting offerings was a necklace strung with clattering rat skulls and a shawl made of coarse human hair. One fellow handed her a small pouch from which she withdrew a scrap of old leather.
"What is it?"
she asked through a polite smile. Beside her, Moog spoke around a mouthful of cake.
"His foreskin."
Her smile vanished like a snowball lobbed into the mouth of a volcano. Visibly furious, she returned the flesh to the pouch, then tossed the pouch into a nearby fire. The cannibal looked on sullenly as it burned, no doubt wishing he'd bestowed such a princely gift upon someone more appreciative. Gabriel sat apart from the others, barely eating, distracted by his concern for Rose, and gazing west as the sun set beyond the smudge of distant mountains. The entire village woke to see them off at dawn. The magic hat was still being passed from hand to hand. Everywhere Clay looked, ferals were gnawing happily on duck wings, biting into loaves of warm bread, eating salt and sugar by the handful. An old woman was cradling a fish as long as her arm, occasionally hoisting it up so she could lick its scales. Clay almost said something, but decided not to bother. They'll figure it out, he decided, watching another man consume an entire banana without peeling it first. Eventually. Maybe. Moog was in a mood again. He was watching the Etten beside which they'd been left to wait the day before. Despite being chained by his throat to a rock, Gregor smiled and waved. After a whispered word in his brother's ear, so did Dane. The wizard waved back, then leveled a gloomy look at Gabriel. Gabe stirred and looked over. "What?" The wizard said nothing. "What?" Still nothing. But Moog's bottom lip edged out just a little. Gabriel looked over at Clay, who shrugged. "Fine," he sighed, turning back to Moog. "Go tell Teresa we're altering the deal. The Etten is coming with us." The Boneface clan had yet another gift in store for the band, and it was a doozy. Having survived, if not thrived, in the Heart Wyld for who knew how many generations, they had a comprehensive grasp of local geography. The elder's son, Jeremy, offered to escort them for several days on their journey west, and the young cannibal, his head still pink from where the spark monkey's dung had landed, showed them the secret paths known only to his kind. When the way allowed, they moved at a brisk jog, and thanks to Jeremy's guile, managed to avoid the more treacherous parts of the forest. Gabriel's mood, which had been dark upon departing the village, grew steadily more optimistic as the days wore on, and the low ridge of the Emperor's Mantle became a white-capped wall, and then resolved into distant individual peaks. Clay found himself coming to grips with the skyship's loss as well. Though the first leg of their flight had been relatively benign, the storm had served to show them how quickly things could go south, or straight down for that matter. On the ground, at least, they weren't so obvious a target, and if something did want to kill them, it would have to do it the old-fashioned way. At last, Jeremy called a stop at the summit of a hill that sloped away westward, disappearing into a sea of murky trees.
"Kiku Barabaka,"
said the cannibal, gesturing first to the forest below and then back the way they had come. "This is as far as he goes?" Clay assumed out loud. Moog blinked at him.
"I see you've picked up a little of the language."
Clay shrugged. "Here and there," he lied, and saw Matrick cover a smirk with his hand. After Jeremy departed, Gabriel led them down into woods, though the forest they entered was very different from the one Dane experienced, enthralled as he was by his brother's wildly inaccurate narrative. While they stepped around puddles of toxic sludge, Gregor described sparkling pools of crystalline water. When they ducked below gnarled branches whose leaves dripped poison, Dane strolled beneath the eaves of majestic oaks. According to Gregor, and therefore Dane, the charcoal sky was blue, the ashen grass was green, and the reek of a mangled carcass they came upon was in fact the scent of vividly detailed flowers. Even the insects received a kind word. One dusk, as the rest of the party plodded through a swarm of orc flies, so called because they were hideous if you looked at them up close, Dane marveled at a cloud of brilliant moonbugs.
"Wow,"
he said, beaming.
"I wish I could see them."
"I wish I could see them," Clay muttered, slapping at something on the back of his neck. They came to a bog, and Gabe led them straight on through. It was waist-deep, and the footing was treacherous. More than once Clay stumbled over what he hoped was a submerged log, but was probably a rotting carcass. Sabbatha, as he'd finally begun calling her in his own head, looked positively disgusted as she waded through, careful to keep her wings above the sludge. Kit, as well, kept his sacred Batingting clear of the muck. Poor Matrick tripped and went right under. He came up sputtering and groaned, "Oh, dear gods, it's in my mouth!" In the heavy mist, Clay mistook every jutting branch for the tentacle of some hidden horror, so that when something finally did come boiling up at Ganelon, he was almost relieved. The warrior made short work of whatever it was. Once Syrinx had cut a few writhing limbs from its body, the thing fled and did not return. Onward they slogged, and for Clay it started to feel like old times again. Gabriel leading the way, Moog and Matrick laughing or bickering, often both at once. Ganelon stalked with his axe in hand, spoiling for a fight, while Clay brought up the rear, desperate to avoid conflict of any sort. Following the bout of nostalgia, however, he was overcome by a pang of excruciating homesickness. He missed his wife and his daughter and his dog. He missed the way his home smelled, the way his bed felt. He even missed standing on the wall all day, looking north at mountains he never planned on crossing. There was an old Dominion road leading up out of the bog. It was straight and wide, and despite the filth that covered it, the fitted stones were still intact. After wading through waist-deep water for several hours, it was a welcome blessing.
"Gotta hand it to the rabbits," said Ganelon. "They sure knew how to make a road."
Sabbatha, walking behind him, tested the span of her wounded wing and winced in pain.
Ouch. Wait, rabbits?
She asked.
"A slang term for the Druin,"
Kit informed her.
"and not an especially clever one if you ask me. Ah, but you should hear what the Druins used to call Southerners."
He looked about to expound on this before catching a sidelong glare from Ganelon.
"Alas, I seem to have forgotten what it was."
The Deva folded her crooked wing back over her shoulder.
Cool story,
she said.
So this road is, what, hundreds of years old?
"Try 1,000, crowed Moog. "It's likely this road was in disrepair long before the Dominion fell, and when the Emperor in exile came this way 400 years ago, he and his followers found the ruins of a once mighty city on the other side."
You mean Castia?
She asked. The wizard chuckled. "I mean Terragoth, a Druin city, much older than Castia, my dear. In fact, it was the son of Grandual's first emperor who founded the Republic. He and his ancestors built Castia from the ground up, and I've heard you can see the ruins of ancient Terragoth from the city walls." "You can," said Kit.
You've never been there?
The Deva asked Moog, who shook his head. "The mountains were as far west as we ever went. We were hunting monsters after all, and in Endland, well, the Republic took care of its monster problems long ago."
How so?
Moog shrugged. "Genocide, slavery, second-class citizenship, the usual suspects."
"Nevertheless," said Kit, "the city is quite unlike any you'll see back east. Few of Grandual's strongholds could withstand a siege like the one Castia now endures. Its walls are a miracle of engineering, as are its bridges, and its arena, the Crucible, while not so ostentatious as the Maxathon or the Giant's Cradle, is an undeniably beautiful building, despite its vulgar purpose. But believe me when I say that however beautiful Castia is, or was, rather, Terragoth was more splendid still."
"Or so you've read,"
said Sabbatha. The ghoul's laugh was a sound like parchment tearing.
"So I've seen," he told her. "It's where I was born."
"What? How old are you?"
Kit looked mildly offended. "Excuse me? How old are you?" Sabbatha shrugged.
"I stopped counting at 16.
"Yes, well, I stopped counting at 616.
"Really?"
she asked. "Really." They trudged a little farther on before Sabbatha's curiosity caught spark again.
"So how did you become a
She closed her mouth before the word zombie could trickle out, but Kit huffed as though she'd said it anyway. "Dead, she means," said Matrick.
Undead,"
clarified Moog. "Revenant," said Ganelon, and when everyone looked his way, the warrior shrugged. "It's really not that hard to remember."
"Exactly,"
said Kit, fussing with the scarf around his neck.
"Thank you.
Anyway, it's a long story."
"So what?"
asked the Deva.
"It's a long road."
"Very well." Kit coughed once to clear his throat, and then began. "I was born in Terragoth, which was ruled by a Druin exarch named—"
"What's an exarch?"
asked Sabbatha. Like a duke or a governor, except, well, Druin."
"Got it."
The ghoul scratched at the wound in the back of his skull. "Where was I? Oh, yes. Firaga, our mighty exarch, scion of Tamarat."
"Who?"
"Tamarat," Kit repeated, and when Sabbatha shrugged, he heaved a ragged sigh. The Druin goddess? Did they teach you nothing in whatever backwater village you hail from? The feathers across her shoulders shivered in irritation.
They taught me enough,
she grated, and Clay, who had never heard of Tamarat either, offered a desperate prayer to whichever of Grandual's gods was charged with protecting foppish ghouls from the wrath of angry devas. Thankfully, Kit pressed on without further comment. Anyhow, my parents were slaves.
Slaves?
Now it was the ghoul's turn to bristle with anger. Do you want to hear the story or not?
I do,
said Sabbatha.
Sorry. No more interruptions, I promise.
Kit's eyelids fluttered in what Clay took for skepticism. We shall see, he said warily. I should clarify, evidently, that in those days both humans and monsters were slaves to the Druins. Humans, my parents included, were generally servants, while our beastly brethren undertook more laborious tasks like quarrying and construction. Despite our bondage, however, we were granted exceptional freedoms, at least until the war broke out and the exarchs began hurling armies of angry monsters at one another. And don't you dare ask what war, he said, preempting the deva. I can see it right there on the tip of your tongue. I'll tell you what war in a moment.
Or you could just skip to the part where you became immortal,
she suggested. But you'll miss out on the context, Kit whinged. I don't think it's that long of a road, Clay pointed out. Very well, sighed the ghoul. In the interest of brevity, I shall abridge the scintillating tale of my wayward youth, omit my discovery and subsequent mastery of the Bating-Ting, ignore my musical heroics during the war against Kontha and his implacable Gollum legions. Musical heroics? Clay heard Ganelon grumble under his breath. And resume the story after my assignment as court musician to none other than Faraga himself. Now, before you go imagining some wild scenario in which I attain immortality by selling my soul to a necromancer, or eating the snow off a mountain peak, I should warn you that the cause itself is actually quite mundane. Embarrassing, even. I was bitten by a peacock. At this point, even Gabriel cocked his head in interest. Dane giggled and whispered something into his brother's ear that sounded a lot like, "What an idiot." You see, I told you it was dumb. Of course, it wasn't really a peacock, but the keeper of the Exarch's personal menagerie mistook it for one, and so did I. You see, I used to sneak into the palace at night and, entertain Faraga's lovely wife. I would sing to her, or play sweet music on my Bating-Ting, and quite often amuse her with a more, personal instrument, if you catch my meaning. Now we're getting somewhere, piped Matrick, which Clay found odd coming from a man who'd been cuckolded on at least 5 occasions that they knew of, and probably countless more. Kit went on. When her husband came calling, she would hurry me out a secret door that led to a private garden, and on one such occasion, while skulking through the artificial trees of the Exarch's fraudulent forest, I crossed paths with the peacock in question. Now, I should confess that I'd consumed a vast quantity of wine earlier that evening, and was by this point in time shit-faced drunk. And in what turned out to be the first of 2 very bad ideas, I attempted to pet it, and it bit me.
What was the second bad idea?
Asked Sabbatha. Killing it, stated Kit. I bashed that fucking bird to death with my favorite Bating-Ting, which just so happened to have been a gift from the Exarch himself. My satisfaction at doing so was short-lived, however, since the bird was not, after all, a peacock. It was a phoenix. Matrix snorted. What? A very, very old phoenix. I swear upon every eye of Tamarat it looked nothing like you'd expect. Unbelievable, said Moog.
Is a phoenix the one that rises out of ashes?
Asked Sabbatha. Technically, yes, said the ghoul, although explode out of the ashes would be a more accurate description of this one's method of rebirth. She set the entire garden on fire and then soared off like a comet. I was forced to flee back through the secret door and into Faraga's bedroom.
Wow, said Matrick.
Now that's a story, Moog chirped.
And what did Faraga say when you told him?
Asked Sabbatha. The Exarch? Kit lifted gray-green fingers to the gash at his throat, concealed by his red silk scarf. He killed me, naturally. Chapter 37. The Claw Broker. The old Druin road led unsurprisingly to an old Druin fort. The place was in shambles, though you wouldn't know it to hear Gregor describe the setting to Dane.
Soaring battlements,
he said of walls that were little more than knee-high rubble.
A pristine tower so tall its heights are lost in cloud,
was how he rendered a two-story ruin cloaked in a mantle of hoary brown lichen. The remains of a statue stood at the center of a dry fountain. Its head was missing, both arms were broken off, and no detail remained but pitted stone.
You should see it, Dane. The fountain is teeming with schools of little goldfish. They look like coins until they start zipping all over the place. And the statue is magnificent, smooth white moonstone, with a face so stern and noble I think it must have been an exarch of the Dominion.
Or a great warrior, Dane suggested. Gregor laughed.
Oh, you're exactly right. There's a sword there on his hip. Can I touch it, Gregor? And soil the clean water with our dusty feet? Come, brother, let's explore a bit, shall we?
Dane agreed heartily, and the Etten stalked off beneath a shattered arch. Moog was shaking his head as he watched them go. Those two, he muttered. The band spread out around the decrepit courtyard. Matrick settled himself on the ground and pulled off his boots, each of which spewed a torrent of bog water and muddy stones when upended. Ganelon leaned against a wall and closed his eyes. Moog and Kit began an animated discussion on Druin architecture, while Sabbatha excused herself, stepped through a gap in the wall, and disappeared into the forest. Gabriel watched her go, distrust plain on his face. Clay shrugged Blackheart off his back, kneading the bunched muscles in his shoulder. His back hurt terribly, and there was a knifing pain in his left hip that was worming its way down his leg with every step. His boots were soaked through, and he'd been unconsciously curling his toes as he walked, so they pained him as well. "You're getting old, Cooper," he thought to himself, "and if you think wet boots and a cracked old road are the worst of your problems, just wait till you reach those mountains." Gabriel was looking at him with concern. "Your back hurt?" he asked. Clay realized he'd been grimacing, and did his best to convert it into a smile. "My everything hurts," he said. Gabe chuckled. "I sure do miss beds," he mused. Clay made the awful mistake of imagining himself in bed, the warm press of Ginny snug against him. He could almost feel the curve of her hip beneath his hand, the tickle of her hair as it grazed his nose. He remembered how that used to bother him, but he'd give anything now to feel that tickling hair, to breathe her in and breathe out pure contentment. He remembered the shape of her back, the harp upon which his fingers had traced a music meant for her alone. "I miss my tower," said Moog, glancing upward, "and my spiders, and having a roof." Matrick sighed. "I miss my kids," he said, sounding mildly surprised. "I didn't think I would. I mean, I love 'em and everything, and I certainly had my hand in raising them, but they weren't really—"
"Yours,"
Moog said.
Yes, exactly.
Matrick laid his boots aside to dry and yanked off his socks, wringing brown water out of each.
But it's not like they know their mother was, well...
A whore, said the wizard. Matrick actually looked affronted.
Trying to kill me. And she's still my wife, remember? Besides, Lilith isn't a...
He swallowed and smoothed back his thinning hair.
She was just unsatisfied. She thought I was this big-time hero, right? Daring and dashing and all that. But instead I just got...
Fat, Moog supplied.
Drunk,
said Ganelon. Matrick glared at them both until the wizard guessed again. Old. It's old, isn't it?
May the heathen rot your balls, Matrick said politely. And yes, I got old and fat, and I was drunk almost every day of our marriage. Is it any wonder she resents me?
Gabriel snorted at that. She tried to kill you, Maddie. She's still trying, remember? He glanced in the direction Sabbatha had gone.
Yes, well, it's all a bit extreme, sure, Matrick admitted. But still, I should have done better. I should have drunk less, eaten less, screwed around less. I was a half-assed king, a shit husband, and now...
His eyes flitted around his circle of friends and then back to his bare feet, as though he were surrounded by mirrors of self-recrimination.
What will my children think of me? He asked quietly.
Before anyone could offer consolation, they heard a scream, then another. The first was Sabbatha, crying out in surprise. The second belonged to a man who stumbled into the courtyard, desperate to escape the Deva's evidently violent response to being caught off guard. He was wearing a hooded robe that seemed to shift from green to gray as he entered the fort. His torso was crisscrossed with packs and sacks and satchels, and there was a whitewood staff slung across his shoulders and tied with brass pots and glazed decanters that clanged and clattered as he fled from Sabbatha, who came soaring through the gap in the outer wall. Her broken wing wasn't fully extended, but worked well enough to achieve a menacing glide. Her face was livid. She was holding a scrap of her leg armor in one hand, and Clay wondered what she'd been doing when the poor man had interrupted her. The newcomer retreated from her as fast as he could. He tripped over Matrick's boots, but recovered in time to slip deftly between Moog and Kit. He might have dodged Ganelon, too, except the warrior threw out an arm, and the man ran directly into it. He landed on his back in a disastrous heap, cracking his head against the moss-carpeted stone.
Solisathalon! O Sotolasolo!
Cried the man on the ground. Clay froze with his hand on the haft of his weapon. That language. Gabriel stepped between the hooded man and Sabbatha. The Deva reined herself in with a snarl. Her taloned gauntlets curled as she glared at Gabriel, and for a moment Clay wondered if surprise and sudden anger had somehow brought back the memories she'd lost to the storm. But then a black feather floated between them, drawing her gaze, and the fury in her eyes went out.
He startled me,
she said sheepishly.
I thought he was...
She paused, taking a closer look.
Wait. What is he?
Gabriel turned his back to her. He's a Druin.
Not that Druin? Asked Ganelon, glancing down.
No, Gabe said. The Druin looked between them curiously. Clay stepped forward to offer him a hand. The Druin shrugged the whitewood staff from his shoulders before reaching to take it. His grip was strong, but the bones of his hands seemed delicate, like the skeleton of an animal Clay feared he might crush.
Dosolan, friend.
Clay nodded. Naluso, he answered, which he was pretty sure translated to "you're welcome," but might also have meant cheesy bread. Druic was a tricky language, and it had been decades since he'd had occasion to use it. The Druin favored Clay with a sharp-toothed smile as he drew back his hood. His hair was long and fine, draped like silver cloth over slim shoulders. A pair of tufted blue-gray ears sprouted from the top of his head. They were nicked and weathered, but still firm. Some of the older Druins Clay had met, Vespian included, had sported ears that drooped like a hound's. This one's eyes were almond-shaped, with crescent moon pupils against orange irises. They were the eyes of a predator, though this fellow didn't come off as particularly threatening.
"You startled me as well,"
the Druin told Sabbatha in common court speak. His eyes lingered a moment on the feathers cresting her shoulders before he addressed the others.
"I don't see many humans around these parts, as you might imagine."
"What should we call you?" Clay asked him. Since the Dominion's fall, the Druins had become a largely nomadic people. They wore names like cloaks, ofttimes casting them off in favor of something new. The Druin brightened.
"I call myself Shadow."
"What are you doing here?" Gabriel probed.
"I am a scavenger," he answered, "or a claw broker, as I believe you call us. I collect whatever I find out here. Old weapons, scraps of armor, skins, horn, bone, and I sell it in Conthus or Castia, whichever is like to offer the greater profit."
Moog ran a hand over the bald spot on his head.
"Well, I wouldn't visit the Republic any time soon. There's a horde besieging Castia."
He shot Gabriel a pitying look before adding,
"It doesn't look good."
The clawbroker's ears wilted like a flower dead of thirst.
"Ah, he's done it then."
"He?" Gabriel looked suspicious. "You know Last Leaf?" Shadow nodded.
"Of course. He and I were as brothers once, before—"
He shook his head as if to dispel some troubling thought.
But he has changed, and is no longer a friend to our kind. He has spent years inciting rebellion in Endland, forging alliances and treating with dark powers, goading the hot Wyld's inhabitants into a frenzy."
"He certainly hates the Republic," said Matrick.
"Not just the Republic," said the Druin. "Lastleaf despises any who mistreat the Fae, and these days Grandual is as guilty of that as Castia ever was. I fear what is happening in Endland is only the beginning. I suspect he plans on opening the threshold."
Moog shook his head.
"Impossible."
"What's a threshold?"
asked Sabbatha.
"The thresholds were portals that allowed the Dominion to cross vast distances with a single step," Moog explained. "Druin magic, extremely cunning. There were 3 of them, or so I've read. Great big arches wide enough to drive an argosy through. One was out west near Terragoth, another in Grandual, Caladar to be exact, and the last was somewhere to the east, though I'm not exactly sure where."
"Antica,"
said Kit. Matrick scoffed. "Antica?" He looked to Moog. "As in the island old Dashi was always going on about? Is Antica real?"
"Antica was real," Kit assured them. "In fact, its threshold is still intact. Both are at the bottom of the ocean, however, and the city is infested with mermen."
"Mermen?" Matrick asked.
"What? You didn't think they were all women?"
"Of course I thought that. Everybody thinks that."
"Excuse me,"
Shadow cut in. He gestured toward the sword strapped to Gabriel's back.
"Is that Velicor?"
"It is," Gabe confirmed. The Druin's reverence for the weapon was evident.
"The blade used by Vespian himself to carve a path between worlds?"
"So they say," murmured Gabriel.
"I'll confess I was
disappointed upon hearing the Archon had given it to a human, but you seem a worthy sort. It would have been a shame for such a treasure to have been lost, or to have fallen into the hands of someone undeserving of its legacy." Kit's throat made a gurgling sound when he cleared it. "A scavenger, for instance?" Shadow paid the ghoul no mind at all. "May I see it?" he asked. Gabriel smiled warily. "Maybe later," he said. His answer seemed to satisfy the claw-broker. "Will you be spending the night, then? I visit this fort whenever I pass through the Bone Marsh. It is as safe a haven as one is likely to find in the Wyld." Gabriel looked up, peering beyond the crumbling battlements at the darkening sky above. "Looks like," he said. Chapter 38. Tamarat.
"So these thresholds,"
wondered Sabitha.
"they're broken, right? Or else why not use the one in Caladar to reach Castia, instead of walking all the way there?"
They had built a fire in the courtyard and shared out the meager supply of rations Gabriel had wisely procured in Conthus before they left. As he had during every meal since departing the Boneface village, Moog grew sulky, lamenting the loss of his enchanted hat. The Deva's question lifted the spell of melancholy in an instant.
"Well, they're not actually broken," he informed her. "They just, don't work."
"So they're broken," said Ganelon, which earned him a scowl from Moog and a sly smile from Sabitha. It had been days, Clay realized, since he'd felt the pull of the Deva's uncanny allure. So far as he could tell, none of the others were affected by it either. Gabriel, he supposed, was too focused on Rose to give a damn. Matrick was afraid of her, and the Deva wasn't exactly Moog's cup of tea. And Ganelon, well, the warrior wasn't especially susceptible to enchantment. He could turn down a naked succubus if he had to. Clay had seen him do so, in fact.
"Well," the wizard looked to Kit, "correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe each threshold requires a keystone without which it will not open." "And let me guess, the keystones are lost?"
"Indeed they are," said Moog, "or we'd have been to Castia and back by now."
"And we'd have a heart-wild horde pouring out of the threshold in Caladar," said Ganelon.
The wizard bobbed his head.
"Well, yes, that too. So it's probably for the best."
Gabriel, who was sitting cross-legged by the fire with Velicor across his lap, looked over his shoulder at Shadow. "You mentioned Last Leaf might try and open the threshold near Terragoth. How?"
"Technically speaking," said the Druin, "not all of the keystones are lost."
The claw-broker was kneeling near a breach in one wall of the fortress, striking flint over a charm made of broken twigs. He'd set a number of them around gaps in the perimeter, claiming the smoke, and no doubt a dose of Druin magic, would ward off predators. When he looked toward the fire, his eyes flashed like an animal's in the dark. Moog craned his neck to look at him.
"They aren't?"
Shadow finished lighting the last of his charms and trotted back into camp. He gave Gregor and Dane a wide berth as he did so, and Clay wondered if it was because the Etten was a monster, or because Dane, having listened to his brother describe the Druin's ears earlier, had giggled and asked,
"Like a bunny rabbit?"
To which Gregor had replied,
"Exactly."
Shadow settled himself on the ground between Sabitha and Matrick. His robes were changing color as he moved. Clay was sure of it now. This close to the fire, they were the pale gray of day-old ashes, mottled with shades of blue and pale orange. He rifled through one of his dozen satchels as he spoke.
"Well, Antica's keystone was lost when the city was claimed by the sea, and the key to Caladar's threshold was in the hand of that city's exarch when a slag drake swallowed him, so we can assume that it too was destroyed."
A safe assessment, Clay mused. He had seen a slag drake only once, and if asked to describe it, he might have said it was something between a giant lizard and a small volcano. Skin like fire-glazed stone, and a mouth that opened onto an inferno and belched out globs of magma that could disintegrate steel. So, yeah, it was safe to say that particular keystone was, like the exarch who'd been holding it, long gone. Moog leaned forward like a kid at a hearth-fire story. "And the last?" he prompted. The Druin sighed. He drew forth a handful of what looked like small black seeds, sorting through them with a pale finger. "Terragoth's keystone is rumored to be still intact, though setting hands upon it would prove somewhat, troublesome." "How so?" asked Ganelon.
"Because it is still in Terragoth," said Shadow, showing his jagged teeth. "But so is Akatung."
Matrick blinked. "Did you say Akatung? As in the dragon Akatung?"
"The very same," said Shadow. He leaned forward and scattered the seeds on the fire. They popped quietly and gave off a sweet-smelling smoke. Moog frowned at that, but his thoughts were elsewhere. "I thought we killed him."
"We only injured him," Clay murmured. He remembered telling the same thing to Pip and his friends in the King's Head what seemed like an age ago.
"I put Velicor through his jaw," said Gabriel.
"I cut him open pretty bad," added Ganelon. "He was holding his guts in when he flew off."
Shadow looked suitably impressed. "Well, his guts, as you say, remained within, I'm afraid. He retreated to Terragoth, where he lairs in the bowels of the shrine to Tamarat."
Sabbatha frowned.
"But isn't Terragoth within sight of Castia? Why haven't they just killed him and taken back the keystone?"
"Because Akatung is immensely powerful," said the Clawbroker, "and they dare not risk his ire. Castia's walls are high and strong and well defended, which is why neither the dragon nor Last Leaf's horde have breached them. But if provoked, Akatung would wreak havoc on their lesser settlements, and so they have an uneasy truce."
Both of the Ettins' heads yawned at once. Clay caught a whiff of Dane's fetid breath and pretended to scratch at something just under his nose.
"Good night, Gregor,"
Dane muttered.
"Night, Dane,"
said his brother. They promptly fell asleep on their back, snoring into one another's faces. Gabriel looked off into the surrounding darkness. Shadows pooled in the hollows around his eyes. "So the keystone is part of Akatung's horde?" The Druin spread his hands.
"Presumably. Few have seen a dragon's horde and lived to speak of it."
Few indeed, thought Clay. He'd known someone who had. One of their old bards had signed on without telling them she'd stolen something precious from Akatung's horde. They found that part out the hard way when the dragon came at them out of nowhere like a typhoon with scales. They'd managed to drive it off, mortally wounding it in the process. Or so they'd thought. The bard had died, of course, as bards tended to do.
"It is evident, I suppose," Shadow went on to say, "that if Last Leaf should manage to coerce the dragon into relinquishing Terragoth's keystone,
he could put a horde in the heart of Grandual before anyone could stop him," finished Matrick.
The ruins of Caladar were within a day's hard ride from Brightcliff Castle. Agria's capital city would very probably be their first target.
"Tell me about Last Leaf," said Gabriel to the Druin. "When I met Vespian, he was hunting his son. He said Last Leaf stole something from him, something dangerous."
Shadow pursed his lips. "Tamarat."
Gabe paused.
"The goddess?" "The sword," said the Druin. named for the lost goddess of Druin kind. And yes, Lastleaf took it from his father. He carries it still, in a bone-white scabbard upon his back.
Clay remembered seeing the sword at Lindmore, and again in the Gorgon's manse. Of the 3 blades borne by the Druin, it was the only one Lastleaf had not yet drawn. "What's so special about this sword?" Clay asked, sharing a pointed look with Gabriel. "The Archon seemed pretty desperate to find it."
Shadow was watching the fire. Its light wavered in his eyes, gleamed on his teeth as he spoke. Vespian was, among other things, a powerful sorcerer and an unparalleled craftsman. He created weapons of formidable power, most of them swords. You have met Lastleaf, I assume. You've seen the other blades on his back?"
"We have," said Clay, who'd been curious about the Druin's trio of scabbards since the Council of Courts.
"One is called Scorn," said the Druin, "which the Archon fashioned for Lastleaf when he came of age. It is a volatile weapon, capable of great destruction. The other is Madrigal, the singing sword, a gift from Vespian to the Exarch of Ascatar."
"And the Exarch of Ascatar gave it to him?" Matrick asked, though his tone suggested he knew better already.
"Her name was Nairo, though after the Dominion fell she was called Sourbrook. She was one of Vespian's most capable scouts, and one day, this was several hundred years ago, mind you, she found what the Archon had sent her to look for. She tried to capture Lastleaf, but instead he killed her, and took her weapon for himself."
Clay remembered that second blade, Madrigal, ringing like a bell when Lastleaf had drawn it in the Maxathon. He wondered how many other of the Archon's weapons had survived the Dominion's fall, and whether Ganelon's axe wasn't one of them. Shadow reached up to scratch the back of one tall ear.
"Velicor, of course, remains his most remarkable creation. It was used, as you are no doubt aware, to shape a door through which the Druins, my ancestors, escaped the ruin of their own realm."
Clay had never known whether or not to believe that was true, though he could think of no better explanation for the world he so often glimpsed through the flat of Velicor's blade. He found himself unable to doubt it any longer.
"In this new world, however, we found ourselves afflicted by a most paradoxical curse. We were immortal, insofar as we could not die except by violence, and yet our mothers could give birth to but a single child. Our numbers began to dwindle. One by one, we burned out, or were snuffed like candles in the wind. Our entire race destined one day to flicker into smoke and disappear forever. But such, alas, is the fate of every fire."
The Druin smiled sadly.
"Consequently, Druin children are especially precious, and so Vespian was overjoyed when his wife Astra announced she was with child. In time she gave birth to a daughter."
"Hold up," Sabbatha said. "Is Lastleaf not Vespian's son? How could he have 2 children? Did he have 2 wives?"
Kit threw up his hands, exasperated.
"Good luck telling a story around this one," he said to Shadow. "Constant interruptions. No patience at all for dramatic exposition."
The Druin's ears slanted sideways, thoughtful.
"To be fair, she is mortal, while we are not. Her candle is burning down much quicker than ours."
The ghoul put a finger to his bloodless lips, pondering.
"Fair point," he said.
"Go on,"
urged the Deva, and when Kit shot her a glare, she raised her hands.
"What? You heard him. My candle's burning and all that."
Shadow went on.
"Sadly, Astra perished shortly after giving birth to her daughter. It is rare among our kind, but not unheard of. The Archon was beside himself, driven mad by grief, despairing of an eternity without his beloved wife by his side. And so, in despair, he did a terrible thing, that has shaped this realm forever after, and may yet see it destroyed. He forged a final sword. Gabriel's eyes narrowed. Tamarat. Not since Velicor had Vespian invested such power into a weapon, and I believe he paid a dearer price in the making, for he was changed afterward. Darker, as you will see. For this new blade's purpose was singular, and singularly evil. If used to take the life of a Druin, and only a Druin, it could resurrect the woman for whom it had been made. Bugger me beardless, Moog hissed. Necromancy. Indeed, said Shadow. And in the grip of madness, resentful of what the child's life had cost him, and perhaps it must be said, to keep the nature of this abhorrent new weapon a secret, the Archon used the sword upon his infant daughter. Liar! Gabriel's hand leapt instinctively to Velicor's hilt.
Let him finish, barked Ganelon.
Gabriel looked beseechingly toward Clay, who wished to hell he could unhear what he'd just heard about a Druin he'd thought a noble man. Could do nothing but shrug. We should hear him out, Gabe. For a long charged moment, it looked as though Gabriel might actually draw his sword. But at last he took a calming breath and withdrew his hand, clasping it firmly with the other. Go on, he told the Druin. Astra, needless to say, was also changed. She despised Vespian for having sacrificed their daughter. She grew despondent, and within months of her resurrection, she could no longer suffer the burden of grief, and so took her own life. But Vespian brought her back. And when she killed herself once more, he used his cursed blade to revive her. Again and again she was revived, until he broke off.
Until?
Prompted Sabitha. What came back was not Astra. Not anymore. The woman who wore her flesh was colder now, indifferent to beauty or sorrow or love. She became preoccupied with necromancy, and began to practice it without compunction. At first, she revived only trivial things, flowers, birds, insects. The Druins themselves are typically immune to such magic, which is why Tamarat exists in the first place. But before long, she was bringing beloved servants back from the grave, or raising a slave who had collapsed dead from exhaustion. By now, Astra's erratic behavior and the Archon's willingness to sacrifice his people was causing unrest throughout the Dominion. Soon after, Vespian lost his hold on the Exarchs. They rebelled against him, against one another, and so began the war that would spell the end of Druinkind. But in the meantime, miraculously, Astra announced she was expecting a second child. Sabitha, of course, cut in.
But you said...
One child per life. Shadow raised an admonishing finger. And it would seem undeath counted as her second. She gave birth to a son. Dear fucking gods. Moog was holding his head as though he feared it might crack apart. The claw-broker nodded. The boy grew up sickly and strange, an outcast from the moment he was born, who both loved and feared his mother, yet despised his father for the evil he had wrought, who stole Tamarat from Vespian and fled into the Wyld, that the cycle of his mother's horrid half-life might finally be broken. Gabriel's eyes were downcast, fixed upon the sword he'd inherited, the blade itself a shard of a shattered world. This story, Matrick was rubbing the gray-shot whiskers on his chin. It's familiar, isn't it?
Like I've heard it before somewhere, only told in a different way.
Or sung, said Kit enigmatically, as if he'd already reached the conclusion Matrick was grasping for. Shadow's smile was that of a benevolent father or a kindly priest, which made what he said next all the more ironic. I imagine you have. Indeed, you already know the names of Vespian's ill-fated children. The daughter, Glyph, the son, Vale. Glyph. Vale. Clay felt his mouth go dry. A hollow he hadn't known was inside him yawned open, wide as an abyss, deep as the fathomless dark between stars, as his mind, reeling, gave names, Druic names, to Grandual's so-called gods. Vespian the Summer Lord, Astra the Winter Queen, Glyph the Spring Maiden, Vale the Autumn Sun, known also as the Heathen. The Heathen. Last Leaf. No, he heard himself groan, as something in the fire snapped and gave off a puff of drifting smoke. Clay had never been a particularly religious man. He offered prayers infrequently, and to no one in particular. But to learn that the gods of your people were not only a myth, but a myth derived from the sordid lives of an elder race that had once kept them as slaves, even the most pragmatic mind would balk at reconciling such a thing. A long silence descended on the camp, as each of them digested, or tried to anyway, the implications of Shadow's story. Moog sniffed, sat up, and peered into the dark outside the circle.
Does anyone else smell that?
Smell what? Gabe asked, stirring from a stupor of his own. Sabbatha stifled a yawn.
The Etten farted, I think.
Moog shook his head.
No, it's something I can't put my finger on it.
Gabriel laid his hands flat upon Velicor's scabbard. Even so, he said finally, Last Leaf has gone too far. We can't allow him to destroy Castia, and if he opens that threshold, he can threaten all of Grandual. Shadow nodded. The Druin appeared to be deep in thought as well. As you say. Something else cracked in the fire, and another plume of smoke went up, blue-green against the black of night. Matrick, Clay saw, was asleep where he sat, chin to chest and already drooling. Suddenly Moog stood up.
"Winkflower!" he shouted. "Up! Wake up!"
He snatched up a spoon and a copper pot and started banging them together, striding in a circle around the camp. Matrick jolted awake, knives spinning into his hands. Sabbatha, too, had drifted off and now looked around wild-eyed. Gregor and Dane slept on, unperturbed by the sudden clamor. Gabriel sat up, blinking. Moog? What the—
It's him. Moog pointed at Shadow. The seeds he threw on the fire. Winkflower. I knew it. I knew that I knew it. He's trying to kill us.
Shadow spread his hands.
The seeds are harmless, he declared. I only thought you could use a restful sleep.
Ganelon stood like a dark tower rising. He had syrinx in hand, glowing now, whispering unfathomable words to the forest night, and shook his head to clear it of the Druin's spell.
Like hell you did.
The Clawbroker remained seated, though Matrick and Sabbatha both edged away from him. And then Shadow grinned, sharp teeth painted red by the fire. Very well, he said. But you should know I had not planned on killing you. I only sought to take what was rightfully mine. The Druin's nature was changing rapidly, like spring turning to winter without all the fun stuff in between. His eyes had settled on Gabriel, who was first among them to comprehend the Druin's intent. You mean Velicor? It should not belong to you, human. That sword was never meant for mortal hands.
The Archon made a grave mistake when he placed it in yours. You have no idea what it is you are holding."
"Why don't you tell me then?" said Gabriel. He wore a sneer that Clay recognized from way back, the one he used to put on whenever some villain waxed poetic about their plan to destroy this town, or assassinate that queen, or summon some unholy demon from the icy depths of hell.
"It is a key,"
said Shadow, and Clay saw Gabriel's sneer wilt just a fraction.
"Last Leaf said that Velicor is our only means of going home, to return at last to our own world."
"A world your people left for a reason," said Kit soothingly.
"If you—" The claw-broker spat on the fire.
"Caxera!"
Clay didn't know many Druid curse words, but he knew that one, and he took insult on behalf of Kit's long-departed mother. Clay's heart started to pound, the blood in his veins ran hot, and his right hand flexed, itching to feel the familiar weight of Blackheart's grip. There was violence coming. He could feel it in the air, foreboding as clouds before a summer storm. The Druid was still seated, but he seemed menacing nonetheless. The light from the fire seemed to throw his shadow in every direction. One of his hands, Clay saw, had curled around the haft of his whitewood staff.
"Give up the sword,"
said Shadow,
"or I will take it, and do Last Leaf the favor of killing you besides. It may be that his vision exceeds our own. The Dominion had its time, and now the courts. Perhaps the age of fey and fell things is at hand."
"Here we go," said Matrick, groaning as he got to his feet. Moog was already rifling through his pack.
"Friggin' rabbits," he muttered. "So friggin' dramatic all the time."
Sabbatha's gauntlets curled into fists. Ganelon remained where he was, patient as a mountain in the breath before an avalanche. Clay dipped his shoulder, and Blackheart fell into his right hand, while his left grazed the ice-cold haft of his hammer. Gabriel finally climbed wearily to his feet.
"Listen,
we don't have to—"
"Yes,"
said Shadow,
"we do."
He bolted upright, staff in hand, and Clay watched as a swirl of inky blue smoke revealed the wicked white blade at its head, concealed until now by what he could only assume was subtle Druid sorcery. It wasn't a staff after all. It was a scythe. Chapter 39. The Spirit Beneath the Skin. So the scythe was worrying. It appeared to be made of bone, possibly the wing of something the size of a horse. But more troublesome still was Shadow's other, more unconventional weapon. He loosed a breath that tore like a gale through the smoke above the fire. It blew past Gabriel and took on a form of its own, the same shape and size as Gabe himself, also bearing a massive sword that looked solid enough as it arced toward Gabriel's head. Velicor came free of its sheath in a blur of starlit night, dispelling the shade figure the moment the two blades met. But already the Druid was gesturing toward one of the smoking wards he'd set up around the perimeter of the camp. It raked through Ganelon and coalesced into a murky double of the deadly Southerner. Clay heard Matrick groan.
"Oh, hell no."
"He's mine," growled Ganelon, springing toward the shade of himself. It flew to meet him, and when their axes met, the phantom not only remained intact, it chopped a gray hand into Ganelon's throat and sent him staggering. Sabbatha dared a leap toward Shadow, ducking the scythe's first swing and dancing wide of the second. Matrick lunged from the opposite side, but the Druid turned and lobbed a plume of smoke straight into his face. Momentarily blinded, Matrick sketched a defensive skein between him and Shadow, which did nothing to protect him from the apparition behind him. One dark knife opened a gash in his shoulder, while the other barely missed his ribs as he twisted in pain. Clay saw the Druid glance in his direction. Too late, he turned to see the smoke from another ward sweep toward him. Like an idiot, he braced behind his shield, and so managed to avoid being rendered blind by the gust. When he turned, it was slowly, with a kind of shame, to face off against the specter of himself. "Aye," he said lamely. His shade said nothing as it unslung the hammer at its hip. Clay sighed. "It's gonna be like that, is it?" Gabe, meanwhile, was fighting off phantoms as fast as Shadow could make them. Velicor alone seemed able to dispel them with a single stroke. Ganelon was locked in a fierce melee with his own, while Moog, yelping and springing this way and that, had managed to elude the Druid's attempts to double him. But really, Clay had time to wonder as his spectre sized him up, what harm could a phantom Moog do? Matrick was scrambling from his own doppelganger, entirely on the defensive, which left Sabbatha alone to deal with the Druid. Or not entirely alone. Kit staggered toward Shadow, wielding the only weapon he had to hand, his precious Pating-Ting, the scourge of Phoenix kind. The Druid, whose innate ability to glimpse the immediate future would be infallible against something so slow as a lurching ghoul, dodged fluidly and lashed out with the scythe, severing all 104 strings of the world's only Pating-Ting at once, with a sound like glass chimes shattering.
"Oh, this is exactly why I don't get involved in this sort of thing,"
Kit grumbled, before a kick from Shadow sent him sprawling.
"Umbra,"
said Shadow, tipping the scythe's blade so it gleamed like pearl in the moonlight. A less elegant weapon than Velicor, perhaps. He kicked one half of the destroyed Pating-Ting toward Sabbatha's feet. But it gets the job done. Clay's shadow self finally summoned its courage and charged, leading with its shield. Clay met it with his own, swinging his hammer at the phantom's left side. The phantom, unsurprisingly, did exactly the same thing, and Clay winced as he felt the blow land. The chain links of his armor soaked up most of the damage, but his ribs warned him not to let it happen again. He and his double each launched another strike. Hammers bounced from the faces of black shields, and then stepped back to assess one another. "This might take all day," Clay muttered. He saw Moog leap on the back of Matrick's shade, buying time for Matrick to swipe the dust from his eyes. By the time he did, the wizard had suffered an elbow to the face and a nasty cut in his forearm, which spurred Matrick into a rage. He attacked in a frenzy, and as Moog stumbled away, Matrick and his phantom exchanged a flurry of swipes and stabs so fast Clay could see nothing but a blur of steel and shade between them. Ganelon grunted in pain as his shade opened a gash on his cheek. Sharp as Syrinx was, he was lucky to have kept his jaw at all. Beyond belief, however, he was grinning, and his expression only brightened as he and the illusory Ganelon hurled themselves at each other. Shade Clay came on again, this time leading with the hammer. Clay's first instinct was to offer up his shield, weather the blow, then try to counter with one of his own. It was what his double, being the pragmatic sort of doppelganger, would no doubt expect. So instead, Clay swung his own hammer, striking the phantom's weapon with a shrill ring that pierced his ears and sent a tremor up his arm. It was an awkward move, leaving them both unbalanced, but Clay at least had been expecting it. He recovered first, ramming Blackheart's rim up beneath the phantom's chin. Its head snapped backward, and Clay murmured an apology as he brought Wraith arcing down into the thing's face. It broke like a log turned to char, and was gone. A yelp drew him round in time to see Moog trip over the Ettin's outflung arm. Dane came awake with a snort, and Gregor mumbled groggily as they sat up.
"Is it morning already?"
Clay looked from the Ettin to Shadow, who was already in motion. The Druid tore open one of the sacks at his waist and lobbed a handful of grainy dust into the air. Thankfully, Moog had gained his feet and was standing between Shadow and the Ettin. But when he saw Shadow take a breath, he sprang out of the way.
Moog, wait!
Clay called. Too late. Shadow exhaled. The dust cloud enveloped the bewildered Etten, and Clay's heart sank. It took an effort to keep his knees from buckling, to not simply close his eyes and wait for the world to bash his brain open. Because it was oh so obvious that it wanted to. Or else why in the Frost Mother's unspeakable name did this sort of shit keep happening to him? The phantom that took shape behind Gregor and Dane was monstrous. The first thing it did was reach down and knock the two heads of the Etten together, rendering them unconscious. Of course that happened, thought Clay sourly. He shook his head, trying to comprehend how a single Druin had got the better of 5 men, 1 woman, a ghoul, and half a giant. Clay. Gabriel's hand was on his shoulder. I've got this. Clay scoffed. You've got that? Go help Lark. Gabe stopped himself. Go stop Shadow. Knock him out, pin him down, but try not to kill him.
Why not?
Because once we kill Last Leaf, he might be the only Druin left alive, said Gabriel. He took off running, leapt over what remained of the fire, and rolled beneath the massive phantom's swiping hand. Velikor hewed into the creature's leg. It stumbled, but even the fabled blade couldn't hope to dispel a shade so huge with a single slash. Clay spared a glance for Ganelon, forced by his shade through a gap in the outer wall, and Matrick, sweating and sparring furiously against his own double, before rushing to Sabbatha's aid. The Deva was backed against the ruined fort, ducking as the bone scythe struck shards from the brick above her head. Shadow was turning just as Clay hit him from behind. The Druin weighed so little, Clay found he'd misjudged his momentum. They both pitched forward, which was fortunate, since Shadow hit the wall, spun, and brought the scythe across where Clay's head might have been were he not face down on the ground with a mouthful of dirt. Sabbatha seized the opening, stepping in to deliver a steel-shod punch that Shadow somehow managed to dodge. Her fist cracked stone as if it were dry plaster. "Fuck!" she swore. But before she could try again, Shadow darted past her, shifting his hold on the scythe and leveling it for another swing. Clay surged to his feet just as the Druin attacked. He thrust Blackheart toward the tip of the scythe and was relieved when it didn't split the shield down the middle. It did pierce through, however. He could see the pale glint of its tip just inches from his grip. Clay tilted Blackheart abruptly, wrenching the scythe from Shadow's grip. "No!" The Druin dove frantically for his weapon, but Clay stamped down on the haft, grinning like a village bully as his enemy tried in vain to retrieve it. "Hey," he said, prompting Shadow to look up at him. When he did, Clay swung his hammer backhanded, catching the Druin alongside the head and laying him out cold. Clay turned to Sabbatha. "You okay?" The Deva was leaning against the wall. Her eyes were wide with fear and fury.
"Thanks to you,"
she replied through gritted teeth. Clay nodded once, his feet already taking him toward the open courtyard, where Gabriel was giving ground against the Etten's hulking shade. The thing was moving terribly fast, and Gabe couldn't hope to keep up with it for long. Just then, a heavy punch clipped Gabe and sent him stumbling into the rim of the ancient fountain. He inadvertently avoided the phantom's next swing as he went spilling over the ledge. The statue shattered overhead, raining stones and dust. Clay raced past Matrick and his double just as Moog hurled a chunk of old masonry at the king's shade. The shade used a pommel to smash the piece in half, leaving itself open to Matrick's attack. The daggers darted in, staggering it, and then Matrick unleashed what remained of his energy, his hands a blur as he savaged the thing with a barrage of killing slices. It dropped a moment before Matrick did, and neither of them were getting up any time soon. Gabe was on his feet, but barely. He managed to fend off one of the Phantom Etten's attacks, but was grievously out of position as its other fist rose to pummel him. Clay decided to yell, but then realized he was already yelling. The phantom half-turned in alarm, so when he hurled himself into the side of its knee, it toppled awkwardly, pinning him to the ground beneath one of its legs. He craned his neck in time to see Gabriel launch himself from the fountain's edge. Velicor was clasped in two hands, the stars of an ancient world visible beyond the blade. It came chopping down, and Clay felt the body above him jolt as both the phantometton's heads were sheared away at once. The hulking shade crumbled into an astonishingly small pile of dust, and for a few breaths, Clay simply lay on his back without worrying whether or not something or someone was still trying to kill him. He heard a distant clang, then another, and suddenly remembered seeing Ganelon and his doppelganger spilling out through a breach in the wall. He forced himself to rise. Nearby, Gabriel was doing the same. His friend flashed him a jaded grin. "How's your back feeling now?" "Broken, I think," Clay replied, but still he staggered toward the sound of fighting. He heard Gabriel follow, clearly exhausted, his sword scraping on the ruined flagstones behind him. If Metric and his double had looked like a pair of sparring cats, Ganelon and his phantom were tigers, prowling in circles, conserving their energy for brief, brutal attacks that left one bloody and the other oozing wisps of black smoke. Clay and Gabriel drew up short, neither in a hurry to enter the fray. You didn't stand between the surf and the sheer cliff, did you? Or step between two charging bulls and pick a side. You simply stood and watched, because to intervene was pointless and very obviously stupid. Nevertheless, Clay hoisted his shield and prepared to do just that. But then Ganelon glanced over, stopping Clay in his tracks. Clay, in turn, held out an arm to stop Gabriel, and when his friend opened his mouth to ask why, he told him, "Don't bother. I think it's over." By the time he looked back, it had already begun. Ganelon sprang forward, Syrinx chopping in sideways. The phantom matched the swing with one of his own. Metal screamed and sparks bloomed like fireworks, through which Ganelon was already moving, shouldering his opponent off balance as he whirled with the momentum of his deflected axe, slashing in from the opposite side. The double was already moving to defend itself, because it was, after all, a mirror of the man with whom it fought. But what does a mirror know? What can it show us of ourselves? Oh, it might reveal a few scars, and perhaps a glimpse, there in the eyes, of our true nature. The spirit beneath the skin. Yet the deepest scars are often hidden, and though a mirror might reveal our weakness, it reflects only a fraction of our strength. Ganelon had been born into slavery. He'd watched as his mother was flayed to death, and had murdered 7 men a day after his 11th birthday. He'd crossed the desert on foot without food or water, gorging himself on the flesh and blood of vultures foolish enough to think him dead. He'd hacked his way out of a sand maw's belly and slashed his way into a castle guarded by 400 men. He'd killed 2 gorgons, 4 giants, 17 harpies, 1,978 kobolds, which accounted for nearly 1% of the entire kobold population, and had slain an innumerable legion of awful things besides. Oh, and he'd killed a chimera pretty much by himself. Ganelon had spent 19 years frozen in the dark, alone but for his festering thoughts, counting dust motes as a nomad counts stars on an endless journey. The phantom, however, had done none of these things, and so when Ganelon poured not only his strength but his power into the blow that followed, Syrinx smashed through the southerner's shade as though it were a spiderweb made of glass. It shattered into smoke and was instantly, utterly destroyed. Which left Clay wondering why the fuck Ganelon hadn't simply done that in the first place. He might even have been foolish enough to ask, had Moog not shouted suddenly from inside the fort. "Larkspur, wait!" Gabe's face went pale. "Did he just say—" "He did," Clay confirmed, already slogging back through the breach in the wall. It was dark in the courtyard, save for the smoldering fire and the eerie blue light of the forest moon. Moog was sitting on the ground beside Matrick, and Clay followed the aim of his outflung arm to where Shadow was awake and on all fours, spitting out blood in a handful of jagged teeth. To where, more worrying, the Deva stood over him with the scythe in her hands. Larkspur, or Sabbatha, Clay wasn't sure which of the two he was looking at now, reached out and closed her metal talons around the Druid's sagging ears, yanking him upright. There was wild fear in Shadow's face, the horror of an immortal gazing into the empty void of oblivion. He opened his mouth as if to scream, but only gaped in terror. "Sabbatha!" Clay shouted. He saw her hooded eyes flicker toward him for one instant, but in the next, the wicked bone blade lashed out, beheading one of the very last Druids the world would ever know. Chapter 40. Cinnamon Smoke. Clay had endured a great many uncomfortable meals in his life, most of which had come during the past months alone. Supper with Caloric and Valerie, breakfast with Lilith and Matrick's host of illegitimate children, cold eggs and sausage on the morning Jane had robbed them for the second time, not to mention a banquet hosted by cannibals. This particular breakfast, however, was chief among them. They ate dry biscuits and jam, though Clay suspected the biscuits had been made with salt in place of flour, and the jam was filled with bitter seeds, one of which had lodged itself between two of his teeth and was threatening to hang up curtains. Moog brewed tea and then settled down to pour over the contents of Shadow's many pouches. Gregor and Dane sat together, as if they had any choice in the matter, and discussed the curious dream they'd shared the night before. Matrick wolfed down his food before promptly falling back asleep, while Ganelon didn't bother to get up at all. Kit sat cross-legged beside the fire, staring down morosely at the broken halves of his bating-ting. Clay felt bad for the ghoul's loss, but considering he'd discovered yesterday that the adversary against which the band had pitted themselves was in fact the heathen himself, the loss of an instrument, even a rare one, seemed a petty thing. Gabriel had buried Shadow at dawn, using Velacor's rounded blade to dig a shallow grave in the crumbling earth of the courtyard. Clay wondered if Vespian would have minded the legendary sword being used as a shovel this one time. Now Gabe sat exactly where he had the night before, chewing slowly on his biscuit and glaring across the fire at Sabbatha. The Deva appeared not to notice. Shadow's weapon, the scythe he'd called Umbra, lay across her lap. She acted as if it was hers by right, and although Clay found that unsettling for any number of reasons, he wasn't about to try to take it from her. No one said much of anything at all, which suited Clay just fine. He'd been content to merely sit and enjoy his salt cookie in uneasy silence, but then Sabbatha went ahead and ruined everything.
"Who is Larkspur?"
she asked. After a stretch of what Clay might have called apocalyptic awkwardness, Ganelon, who apparently wasn't sleeping after all, finally answered. "It's you," he told her, rolling onto his back and rubbing at the rough whiskers on his face. "Your last name." Clay watched the Deva's face carefully, looking for some outward signal of distrust, but she only nodded thoughtfully.
"I was wondering why it seemed familiar,"
she said, and then, after a moment, she matched gazes with Gabriel.
"I'm sorry I killed the Druid. I didn't think you'd want him alive."
"Not just a Druid," said Gabe quietly. one of the few of his kind left in all the world. I killed one myself once, remember? It's a burden I would have spared you if you'd stopped to listen."
"He was too dangerous," she insisted. "We couldn't let him go. He would have come after us eventually. Or did you plan on bringing him along? Tell him about Rose and hope that black heart of his was still beating?" "Be careful making friends out of enemies," she warned, "lest they remember why they didn't like you in the first place."
Clay felt the appalling weight of irony drag his jaw toward the ground, but Gabriel only smiled placidly. "As you say, Sabbatha." The tone in which he'd said her name sounded like provocation, and Clay saw the feathers on the Deva's back ruffle in annoyance. She opened her mouth to retort, but was interrupted by the sound of Moog clearing his throat noisily.
Gabriel,"
asked the wizard,
"how would you like to speak to your daughter?"
Clay and the others sat to one side as spectators. Matrick insisted he wanted to watch, despite looking as though he might fall back asleep at any moment. Using some sort of powdered herb he'd found in one of Shadow's bags, Moog fashioned 2 rectangular patches on the ground, 6 strides apart, one of which had a flagstone at the center, upon which Gabriel was instructed to stand. The wizard sat between them, scratching out runes on a pair of sticks. When he finished, he scrambled to the fire and plunged them both into the glowing coals.
"Shadow was a smoke wizard," he explained, "an illusionist of sorts, and a very powerful one. Hence those shades we fought earlier, and the magic he used to conceal that side of his. Also, did you see his, face after he died?"
Clay had, briefly. It was strikingly different from what they had seen before. Hard angles and jutting cheekbones, pallid flesh crisscrossed with a web of pale scars. The skin beneath his mouth had been stained black, as if he'd eaten a necrotic heart for breakfast and hadn't bothered to wipe the blood off his chin.
"Smoke wizardry has any number of uses," Moog was saying. "Most of them are harmless, though a few, as we saw, are very dangerous indeed. Some are extremely useful. I once knew a young witch who could walk through walls, though unfortunately she could fall through floors as well. Poor lass broke her neck when she—"
"Moog," snapped Gabriel impatiently.
Sorry. They're ready, I think."
He withdrew the smoldering sticks from the fire, using one to set the empty patch alight, the other to ignite the patch beneath Gabriel. A wave of flame licked across either panel and went out, leaving a bed of bright red embers and a scent in the air that smelled faintly of
"Cinnamon?"
Matrick said, sniffing the air.
"Cinnamon, yes," Moog confirmed. "It's not essential for the ritual. I just thought it might be a nice touch."
"It smells delicious,"
exclaimed Dane. His hideous smile stretched from ear to deformed ear. He didn't say as much, but Clay agreed. It reminded him of the buns Ginny used to bake and then slather with sweet sugary icing. His stomach growled, despite the salty biscuit he'd fed it half an hour earlier. Steam began to rise up around Gabriel. He shifted nervously on his flagstone and pushed a strand of soiled hair from his face. "Will she see me?" he asked. The wizard nodded.
"Yes, she will, but not clearly. You'll be indistinct. Smoky, sort of. Something like those things we fought last night."
Gabe nodded. He was hard to see for the haze around him. An hour-long minute ticked by. Matrick's chin drooped to his chest, and Clay nudged him awake with an elbow. All of them watched the air above the empty patch, waiting. At last, a shape began to materialize in the smoke. Then a man's voice spoke, as if from behind a muffling curtain.
"A disaster," it said. "The roof collapsed, killing everyone inside. Thankfully, the tunnel was blocked.
so we needn't worry about the creatures using it to enter the city.
Thankfully, Vale's bloody cock, Free Cloud. That was our best chance to get out of this hellhole.
Clay didn't recognize the voice, but Gabriel did. He gasped as her ghostly apparition formed above the opposite patch. Rosie!
Rosie?
The figure whirled.
Who the fuck?
Rose, it's me. It's Dad. Vague as her image was, Clay could almost see the incredulity on her face.
Dad? What are you doing here?
She took 2 steps without moving and extended her hand toward the specter of Gabe as it appeared to her.
Don't touch it,
blurted Moog, and Rose withdrew her hand.
Who's that?
She asked.
It's Uncle Moog, dear. Do you remember me? Uncle Moog? Well, of course I do. You used to sneak me cookies after Mom had gone to bed.
The wizard clapped.
Ah, yes. I'd completely forgotten about that. Gods, but Valerie was a tyrant when it came to...
Moog, Gabriel cut him off. Please. You said we haven't much time, right?
Right. Sorry.
Moog pretended to lock his mouth closed and ushered Gabe to go on speaking. Rose, are you okay? Are you safe?
Dad.
His daughter bowed her head. The last time Clay had seen Rose, she'd been no higher than his waist, brash and chatty, brimming with curiosity. A lot like Tally, except considerably less well-behaved. He remembered thinking at the time it was because she was an only child, but had decided since then that Gabe and Val were just shitty parents.
I'm in Castia,
said Rose eventually. Gabe swallowed. I know. She looked up.
It's awful here. The city's surrounded. We can't fight our way out. We tried tunneling, but... well, we're trapped, Dad. Our food is almost gone, and I think something's wrong with the water. Half the city is sick with the plague.
We saw, said Gabriel. They poisoned the river.
How do you...
she began, and then turned to someone they couldn't see.
I told them, didn't I? Go tell Eric to cordon off the reservoir.
What'll we drink? A voice asked.
Our own piss if it comes to it,
Rose snapped.
Wine, ale, anything but water. Remember those orange trees we saw yesterday? Yeah? Well, go make some fucking juice.
Gabriel interjected. Rose, who's in charge there?
No one,
she said, exasperated, and then chuckled darkly.
Me. Free Cloud and I are leading what's left of the mercs, but the people here resent having more mouths to feed, and the guard is giving us a hard time. They're hoarding supplies, and most of our injured died because we couldn't get them proper care. I'm afraid it might come to blood soon.
Who's Free Cloud? Gabe asked. Clay had been wondering the same thing, actually. Fatherhood was a funny thing. Rose glanced to her left.
He's my... well, he's just... someone I met on the way here. He's a good man, Dad. A great fighter. You'd like him.
Gabriel sighed into the smoke. Listen, Rose, I
know,
she broke in.
I should have listened to you. You were right. I wasn't ready for this. None of us were.
Rose took a deep breath and pulled her hair back from her forehead. It was a gesture Gabe himself might have made.
I'm sorry, Dad, but I don't think we're getting out of this. I think...
She looked left again, at Free Cloud, presumably.
I think we're gonna die here.
No, you're not. Gabe's voice was hard as stone. I'm coming for you. A disbelieving pause.
You're what? You're coming here? To Castia?
We're almost there, honey. Just east of the mountains. We'll be there in 2 weeks, maybe less. I need you to stay safe until then, okay?
Really?
Rose's excitement was palpable. She glanced around her.
Did you hear that? They're coming for us. The court sent an army to break the siege.
Gabriel interrupted a chorus of desultory cheers. Rose, wait. The courts didn't send an army.
What? Who are you with then?
Gabe wrung his hands. It's just me and the band, actually. Rose's ghost wilted visibly.
What? You mean your band? As in Saga? Are you kidding me?
Well, no. But Rose, we're all here, even Ganelon.
Even Ganelon? She echoed. Oh, well, shit. Why didn't you say so in the first place? Hey, everyone, everything's gonna be fine. Fucking Ganelon's on his way to break the siege.
There were no cheers this time, but Clay heard Ganelon murmur under his breath,
Sounds about right.
Rose squared up to her father.
So what? You and 4 of your friends are coming to Castia? You know there's a bloody horde outside? You won't even make it near the city. Hell, I'm surprised you made it as far as you have.
Clay considered offering up the fact that it wasn't just Saga coming to her rescue, but a wine-swilling ghoul, an amnesiac Deva, and a half-blind Etten were along for the ride as well. Then again, if something sounded ridiculous in your head, then voicing it aloud rarely did it any favors. Gabriel looked about to muster a reply, but his daughter rolled over him.
Dad, seriously, don't come here, okay? Just don't. There's nothing you can do.
She faltered, and when she spoke again, her voice had lost its cutting edge.
I'm grateful you came this far. I really am. It was very brave. But I don't want you to die because of me.
Gabe snapped out of his stupor. Rose,
Dad, go home.
The words rocked Clay like a punch. He felt as though he might be sick, and he could only imagine what Gabriel was feeling. He had come so far, through so much, only to hear the one for whom he had done it all demand that he abandon her. Clay heard Sabbatha catch her breath beside him, and Moog, crouched in the space between Gabe and his daughter, looked much as he had in the chieftain's tent, as though his own heart were breaking all over again.
Not long, urged the wizard quietly. The spell will end soon.
Gabriel straightened. Rose, listen to me. Do you remember the stories I used to tell when you were little? Rose looked down at her feet.
Of course I do.
You never asked me if they were true. You believed whatever I told you, no matter how incredible it was. The light beneath Rose was beginning to fade. Her apparition flickered as she spoke.
I was a little girl.
And you're not anymore, I know that. But I need you to believe in one more story, Rose. If Gabe's voice had been stone before, now it was harder, colder, the mask of ice on a mountain's wind-scarred face. I am coming to Castia, he said. I am going to save you. His daughter looked up, took a breath as if to speak, and vanished. The light beneath Gabriel went out as well. He remained where he was, a wraith cloaked in a shroud of cinnamon smoke. Chapter 41. Out of the Woods. They left the ruins shortly after noon. Before doing so, however, Gabriel reached into his pack and withdrew one of the salt-scoured stones from the bottom. Clay recalled learning why he'd brought them in the first place, not as a gift, but an offering, something to lay on Rose's grave in case the worst should happen. Gabriel peered down at the stone, thumbing a cavity left behind by a fossilized shell. After a moment, he sighed and tossed it to the ground, then upended the pack and dumped the rest at his feet. Gabe found Clay watching as he looked up. He smiled, the expression for once unburdened by the weight in his eyes. "Those were heavier than they looked," he said, before turning and setting out after the others. Clay followed a short time later. Behind him in the empty courtyard, the stones of a distant shore were piled neatly on the Druid's grave. Because even a misspent life, he reasoned, was worth remembering. The road vanished, but Gabriel led them unerringly westward. If a bog appeared, he waded into it without slowing. If the forest hindered their path, he hacked through it with his sword, turning copses to corpses and pressing on. He cut short every stop for rest and roused them each morning while even the sun was snoring. They were nearing the edge of the forest, and the denizens of the Wyld said goodbye in their own special way. They were set upon by a gremlin war party, whose only aim turned out to be stealing the silver buttons from Moog's robe. They were ambushed by a clutch of old treants who fled after Ganelon felled the biggest with a single chop. They were attacked one sweltering dawn by something like a blood-red tiger with wings that hummed like a dragonfly's, prompting Matrick to ask after they'd driven it off,
"Does anyone know what the fuck that was?"
Now and then, they heard the surge of tidal engines as the dark star sailed overhead, still searching for its fallen mistress. At last, they stepped clear of the forest's black eaves. There was a bank of stone-riddled foothills ahead, humped like worshippers before the awesome glory of the Emperor's mantle. It was said that 400 years ago, after he'd led his exiled court through the perilous Wyld, the heir of Grandual's short-lived emperor had stood upon the crest of these mountains and looked back, sighing in despair at all his father's hubris had lost him. Clay craned his neck, gazing along the line of peaks from north to south. Whereas most mountains had imposing monikers like Hell's Talon or Soul Reaper, the ones in this range were called things like Vigilance, Patience, and Trust, as if they'd been named by some commune of peace-loving get-alongs. Clay didn't know which peak was which. He was bad with names, after all. Gabriel was glaring at the mountains with an annoyed smirk, as though they were a gang of thugs who'd stopped him in an alley and demanded a toll. "We're close," he said.
"Sure," Sabbath quipped. "Just a few thousand feet of snow and stone between us and a horde big enough to wipe an entire city off the map."
Ganelon looked heartened by the prospect of violence.
"So how you want to do this?"
he asked of Gabe.
"The night stream might be fun."
The night stream was a shallow river that snaked an arterial path through the heart of the mountains. Kit raised his hand.
"The night stream is infested by goblins. We'd have 1,000 of the devils on us the moment we set foot inside."
Ganelon bared his teeth.
"Sounds fun to me."
Sabbath barked a laugh. She'd grown less timid since claiming Shadow's scythe for herself. She leaned on Umbra as if it were nothing more than a walking stick, but even still Clay found the weapon unnerving. His mind kept returning to the moment after the Druid's death, the one-winged Deva standing over Shadow's corpse, clenching his ears in an iron fist.
"We could take Garrick's Gap,"
ventured Matrick. Clay scratched at his beard. "The gap closed, I heard. Landslide filled it in a few years back."
"Too far south, anyway,"
said Ganelon.
"What about the Defile?"
"Giants," Matrick and Moog spoke in unison. Ganelon shook his head, the beads in his braids clattering softly.
"You two were a lot more fun 20 years ago, you know that?"
Gabriel drew his gaze from the mountains. "We're taking the cold road," he said, and when no one spoke, he went on. "It's the fastest way."
"It's dangerous,"
warned Ganelon. "Too dangerous," Moog added. "If it was winter, then maybe it might be an option. But now it's just... it's crazy, Gabriel.
I'm telling you it's crazy. That's how crazy it is. What's the cold road? Asked Sabbatha.
It's a bridge, said Clay, before either Kit or the wizard could spin their answer into a story. A bridge made of ice, wide enough to cross 5 abreast in winter, but now, he shrugged. If you fall off, it's a long way down. Kit made the wet gurgling sound that passed for clearing his throat. Also there are rasks, Clay said. Ice trolls, he added, noting Sabbatha's confusion.
Like Taino?
The Deva sounded mildly hopeful. Clay shook his head. I don't think anyone's like Taino but Taino.
Rasks don't speak or read or play the drums, Moog told her. They kill, and then they eat what they kill. That's pretty much all they do.
Sabbatha frowned.
So the bridge is a bad idea?
A terrible idea, said the wizard.
Reckless, said Kit. The cold road takes its toll. Always.
Matrick groaned and rubbed his face.
So, which is it then? The defile?
He eyed the Etten warily.
Not sure how we'll sneak these two past the giants. My vote's for the night stream, said Ganelon, which earned him a sour look from Kit. What? They're only goblins.
We're not voting, said Gabriel calmly. Moog wheeled on Clay. He jerked his head toward Gabriel, as if to say, talk some sense into him, and his eyebrows jumped as if to add, please. Gabriel was regarding him as well, and behind that placid stare, Clay caught a glimmer of uncertainty. Gabriel knew the bridge was a bad idea. He knew as well that if Clay refused to follow him across, then so would the others. The defile was the safer choice. Giants were dangerous, sure, but easy enough to avoid, especially at night. And it wasn't as if every giant was a vicious killer. Except the children. The children were nasty buggers. In general, however, they treated humans the way humans treated spiders, which is to say they were as likely to cup you in a palm and carry you to safety as they were to scream and step on you. The night stream wasn't the worst idea either. They'd lose a week or so on the journey, but it was a fairly straight path to the other side, and goblins, even in numbers, were a lot less scary than rasks. As well, spending a few days in the dark felt preferable to crossing a narrow strip of ice over several thousand feet of empty air. So yeah, there were safer ways to cross the mountains, but there was not, assuming they could cross the bridge without incident, a faster way. Clay might have weighed these things against one another. He could have taken into account the protests of the others. Except that in the end, only one thing really mattered.
You would come if it was me, right, Daddy?
Clay closed his eyes against the ache in his chest. He clenched his fingers, imagining he could feel his daughter's tiny hand in his. What would he give to see her now? To hold her in his arms and breathe her in? What would he risk to keep her from harm? What would he dare if her life were threatened? Everything. Anything. Clay opened his eyes. We take the cold road, he said.
No.
Moog's voice was barely a whisper. Moog, listen, it's the...
Impossible,
breathed the wizard.
Well, come on now. I wouldn't say...
He trailed off, since Moog was very obviously not listening to a word he was saying. The wizard's expression slipped from shock to disbelief, the sort of amazed wonderment you'd expect from a child who'd begged for a horse for their birthday and was given an entire herd. He raised his arm and pointed a trembling finger past Clay's shoulder. Clay turned to look. At first, he saw nothing but a rising slope littered with rugged brown stone. But then something shifted against the hillside, and he saw... Matrick's voice broke over his thoughts.
Is that what I think it is?
Clay squinted, shading his eyes from the sun. What he saw looked a great deal like a bear, except it was bigger than any bear he'd ever seen. It had gray feathers in place of fur, horned ears above a stubby black beak, and a pair of large eyes. Comically large, in fact, which spurred Clay to realize at last what exactly he was looking at.
Owl bear!
Moog was dancing on the spot.
It's an owl bear! I told you, didn't I? I told you! It's real! I knew it!
Ganelon smirked.
Then why do you sound so surprised?
The wizard ignored him.
This is incredible. Nobody's ever seen an owl bear up close and lived to speak of it. Gods of grandeur, if that old bastard Katamas could see this.
What did you say? Matrick asked.
He was my professor of biological impossibilities at Oxford. He didn't...
No, Matrick cut him off. I mean about no one seeing one up close and living.
Well, obviously, said Moog, as though it actually were obvious.
Or else they wouldn't be considered a myth, would they? Also, did you see its claws? It could cut a tree to kindling with one swipe.
He went on speaking, but whatever he said was drowned out by deafening and distinctly territorial "Woo!" Clay was hoping no one had seen him jump when Ganelon reached suddenly for Syrinx. The runes blazed to life, and the axe muttered like a sleeper kicked awake.
It's charging, he announced.
Chapter 42. Bards and Broken Bowls.
I still don't see why you had to kill it,
said Moog sulkily.
Oh, no? Matrick asked. Why don't you ask the zombie?
Zombie? Seriously? Kit shook his head in disgust, but then proffered his right arm, which had been savaged almost to the bone by the enraged owlbear. Anyway, I fear killing the beast was our only recourse, Arcandius. The poor creature was, well, it was angry.
It was only trying to protect its little ones,
Moog grumbled. He wore Gabriel's old pack slung over his chest, inside which were the 2 cubs they'd found on the hillside after the owlbear was dead. Their beaks were barely big enough to clamp down on a finger, but their eyes were huge, gold as the Summer Lord's beard, and seemed to ask,
"Why did you kill my mother?"
whenever Clay made the mistake of looking their way. They mewled ceaselessly, only growing quiet when Moog stroked the soft white down on their heads, as he did now.
Well, I was trying to protect my little ones,
said Ganelon. He reached over to pet Matrick, who flinched away and self-consciously smoothed his thinning hair. Gabriel glanced back over his shoulder. I'm sorry, Moog. It was her or us. The wizard sighed and looked down at his whining charges.
Oh, I guess so. But at least I can keep these 2 safe.
Safe? Clay almost scoffed. We're going to the most horrible place in the world by the most dangerous route possible, but okay, sure.
Have you decided what to name them?
Asked Gregor. Beside him, Dane giggled for no reason at all.
Not yet, no.
The wizard winced. Clay could see that bearing the cubs was taking a toll on his stamina.
Can we rest soon, Gabriel? They look hungry.
Soon, said Gabe without turning. They'd been climbing all day, first the rugged foothills below, then the mountain itself, which Kit informed them was called Deliverance. Clay's legs were on fire. His right knee had started popping with every step, which might have troubled him more had he not heard Moog's and Matrix's knees clicking as well. So instead, he just found it darkly amusing. Ganelon was unaffected by anything resembling fatigue. He climbed with the dogged gait of an automaton. Sabbatha appeared tireless as well, despite her heavy black armor. She'd gone quiet over the past few hours, stalking along beside Ganelon while Umbra bounced like a garish fishing pole on her shoulder. But still Gabriel led the way, fueled by determination alone. Clay saw him falter several times. Once he tripped and went sprawling, but he leapt up as though drawn to his feet by unseen strings, a puppet dancing beneath the hand of its own indomitable will. Up they went, until the forest resembled an ink-dark sea lapping hungrily at the mountain's feet. Up until snow crunched beneath their feet and every breath plumed white before them. Up until the air grew so crisp and cold that Matrix suggested they might turn the cubs into a pair of warming cloaks, and Moog proposed they slit Matrix open, unspool his guts, and take shelter in his belly for the night. They found a cave shortly before dusk. It was empty but for a small table and 2 damp pillows, each of which was occupied by a decrepit skeleton. Between them was a moonstone tetria board, bristling with beautifully carved figurines. The game was one in which 2 players waged a war between Grandual's gods. One controlled the forces of the Summer Lord and his daughter Glyph, while the other played on behalf of the Winter Queen and her son Vale. It was a game of tactical foresight and cunning strategy, which was to say that Clay Cooper had never won a match in all his life, including an especially embarrassing loss to his 9-year-old daughter. On the board below, one of the Winter Queen's pawns had been advanced 2 squares ahead. "Brilliant," said Moog. "These 2 were masters," Kit agreed. Clay frowned, gleaning nothing of the sort. Stranger still, the skeleton of a cat was curled beside the table, as if the creature had been content to sleep itself to death while one of the so-called masters contemplated a move he would never make. Ganelon grunted and scratched the whiskers on his chin. After a moment, he stooped and slid a pawn on the opposite side forward. Sabbatha grinned.
"You sure about that?"
Ganelon glanced up at her. And if Clay didn't know better, he'd have said the Southerner looked intrigued. Ganelon motioned at the board. "Be my guest." The Deva's grin turned feral. She kicked one of the skeletons aside and settled herself in its place. Ganelon grasped the other by the skull and flung it away. If Clay thought the scene before had been strange, now it was outright bizarre. A notoriously malicious bounty hunter and a peerless killer hunkered down at a tetria board, he mused. Now I've seen everything. Someone had brought up bards, which in turn led to a discussion about how they died, since that was what bards did best. "Which one was William?" asked Matrix. The old king had found a flask somewhere. Clay wasn't about to hazard a guess, and took a swig, wiping his mouth with the back of one hand. "Was he the one that got gobbled up by a crypt slime?" "That was Cook," Clay reminded him. They'd managed to gather a few bare branches from outside the cave, and he fed one now to the waning fire.
"Oh, yeah,"
Matty slapped his knee.
"I remember Cook. Great kid. Terrible cook. Hell of a bard, though, and a decent pickpocket, too."
Not if that pocket belonged to a crypt slime, Clay mused. The boy had seen something glinting within the cube-shaped gel and plunged his hand right into it. But crypt slimes, not unlike people, rarely reacted kindly when someone jammed a fist inside them. Also, they were extremely corrosive. The young bard had been nothing but a dismayed-looking skeleton by the time they'd killed it, still clutching the worn copper coin that had cost him his life.
Great kid, Clay echoed. Anyway, William was the nobleman's son. We called him Sir Billy, remember?
Matrick snorted.
Sir Billy! Gods, he hated that name. Arrogant little shit, wasn't he? Whatever happened to him?
Gabriel was scraping his dinner bowl clean with a finger. Tonight's fare had been a disappointing mix of overcooked sausages and undercooked lentils, but Gabe had devoured it like a prisoner given salted steak after decades of gruel.
Castrated by a nymph, he said.
Matrick cocked his head.
What? How did I not know that?
The front man shrugged. You drank a lot.
Good point,
said Matrick. He tipped his flask again and afterwards smiled wistfully.
Rekka was nice.
Rekka had been Saga's first female bard, and accordingly several of them, Clay included, had been madly in love with her. But Rekka, unfortunately for everyone involved, had been in love with a blood-eater. It turned her eventually, and Gabriel had been forced to drive a silver stake through her heart. They'd gone after the blood-eater next, and made damn sure it suffered.
Well, she was a whole lot better than Katrina anyway, Matrick added.
Clay shifted from one elbow to the other on his roll, hoping to relieve the pain creeping into his lower back. It helped for the moment.
Katrina? Was she the moon tiger?
Raksha, said Moog, not a moon tiger.
There's a difference?
Asked Ganelon, without taking his eyes from the Tetria board. He and Sabbatha had been at it all night, eating supper where they sat, muttering quietly to one another between finishing one match and beginning another. Clay had no idea how many games they'd played, or who was winning, since they both approached it with the same fierce intensity with which they fought. Of course there's a difference, Moog was saying. Moon tigers are lycanthropes. Matrick looked puzzled.
They can see through walls?
What? No.
The wizard shared a my friends are imbeciles look with the revenant before deigning to explain.
Moonies are people, just like you or me, except they turn into animals during a full moon. It's a disease, actually.
Like drinking, Gabe clarified, throwing a smirk in Matrick's direction. Mostly you're a man, but sometimes you're a monster. Matty said nothing, but looked thoughtfully at the flask in his hand.
Well, yes, I suppose it is like that, said Moog. Now, Rakshas, on the other hand, are monsters, though they can make themselves look like people, as Katrina did. They're not evil necessarily, but the vast majority of them are assholes.
Clay could attest to that. Though she'd posed as a bard, Katrina had in fact been an assassin hired to kill Gabriel. She'd seduced him first, not an especially difficult task, and then attacked him in his quarters while the band was at sea. Gabe had narrowly escaped and fled stark naked onto the ship's deck with the raging tigress hot in his heels. Clay had managed to fight her off until Ganelon arrived, and the southerner had tossed her scratching and screaming over the rail and into the sea. Rakshas, it also bore mentioning, were not especially strong swimmers.
Ah, here it is.
Moog, who'd been rummaging through his bag for several long minutes, now withdrew what looked like a seashell made of brass and wood. Clay was trying to decide whether it was some sort of bomb when the wizard brought the shell to his lips and blew a few tentative notes through a grill on one end. An instrument, he realized. Which didn't necessarily mean it wasn't also a bomb. Moog was Moog, after all.
I traded a pair of old boots to a trash imp for this, straight up, said the wizard.
Matty looked dubious.
What does a trash imp need boots for?
He ate them, said Moog.
When Matrix's expression slipped further toward incredulity, the wizard added,
"It's true. He filled them both up with mustard and ate them right there in front of me. I swear a trash imp would eat its own offspring if there was mustard on 'em."
He blew another series of exploratory notes into the shell before slipping into what was surprisingly recognizable as a song. Matrix sipped at his flask and smiled appreciatively. Gabriel closed his eyes. Kit hummed, as though he knew the tune, and Clay, who didn't, lost himself in the fire's fitful light. He heard the quiet clack of a moonstone piece.
"I take your queen,"
Ganelon announced, and Sabbatha swore under her breath.
"Again?"
he asked.
"Again,"
she answered. Clay went on staring, Matrix went on drinking, Kit kept on humming, and Moog played on and on. The air in the cave began to smell just a little bit like salt. The brisk mountain wind rolled in from outside, whispering in the corners like a wave spilling secrets to the shore. The shell's song was a mournful sound, and so it came as no surprise when Matrix, having sucked the last dregs from his flask, spoke as though their tiny fire was the pyre of a departed friend.
"What's the best part about being immortal?" he asked Kit.
The ghoul spent a long moment considering. "Fearlessness," he said at last. One of the little owl bears stirred awake. Moog laid the shell aside and hauled the cub into his lap, stroking the silky feathers between its saucer-shaped eyes. "How do you mean?" he asked. "You'd be surprised how many choices one makes due to the intrinsic nature of self-preservation," Kit said. "When survival is no longer an issue, well, all bets are off, as they say. My first few years as an immortal were especially reckless. I took risks no mortal ever could. I leapt from the dizzying heights of waterfalls and strolled like a sightseer through the carnage of battlefields. I spat in the face of death, and death could do nothing but rage in impotence as I worked up another mouthful of phlegm. And then, of course, there's the travel element," he remarked cheerily. "I've wandered the deep places of the world without fear of starving or falling prey to some awful monstrosity crawling around in the dark. And believe me, there are some awful monstrosities crawling around in the dark. I've explored the ocean depths without needing to come up for air. I've roamed coral labyrinths and walked the submerged streets of ancient Antarctica. I once explored the shores of a land to which no ship had ever sailed, and met a tribe of blue-skinned barbarians who had never even heard of the Dominion, or of Grandual even. They killed me, obviously, as barbarians tend to do with strangers in their midst, and offered my body as a sacrifice to their savage god. But when I refused to stay dead, they decided to worship me instead."
"Sounds better than being a king,"
said Matrix. Kit nodded. It was, until a plague tore through the village and killed every man, woman, and child in the tribe. I was left alone to do whatever gods do once all who believe in them are dust. "Such as?" Moog prompted. "I did a lot of hiking, actually, and swimming, and I whittled things out of wood, though I never really got good at it."
"And what about the worst thing?" Matrix asked. "What's the downside to being an immortal?"
The ghoul chuckled. "Well, for a start, it's been hell on my complexion. I was a handsome devil once, though you'd hardly know it now." He fell silent for a moment, gazing thoughtfully into the fire while his eyelids fluttered. "I suppose it gets a bit lonely sometimes," he said after a while. "There are occasions on which I'll laugh at some amusing memory, only to remember that the person it concerns is a century dead. And companionship, let alone intimacy,
can be a scarce commodity when you look as I do. Children scream at my approach. Men reach for swords to slay me, or torches to burn me, or holy symbols with which to smite me. It's all very tiring, if I'm being honest. And it goes without saying that with the exception of a few blessedly twisted individuals, not many women look longingly at a bloodless ghoul. There's only so far a rapier wit and extensive wine knowledge will get you when your apparatus is about as useful as a chocolate teapot.
He winked at Moog.
Though that problem has since been remedied by a certain wizard and his magnificent phallic phylactery.
"You're welcome," said Moog, though his smile was sad. "You should write a book," Matrick suggested. Kit snorted.
Who wants to read the self-pitying lamentations of an old revenant?
"There's your title right there," said Ganelon. He used one of his tetria pieces to knock down one of Sabbatha's, and the Deva hissed through her teeth. "Again?" he asked.
"Again," she answered.
"Have you ever met a ghoul like yourself?" Moog asked. Kit shook his head, tugging absently at the scarf that hid the wound on his throat.
Not like me, no. I knew an alchemist once who made himself a golem bride out of flesh and bone, but her brain was a cantaloupe wrapped in bronze wire, so she wasn't much of a conversationalist.
The Revenant sighed.
Alas, it would appear I am the one and only person fool enough to try and pet a phoenix.
"Well, I'm glad we found you, Kit." Matty clapped their bard on his bony shoulder. "Kit the Unkillable, isn't that what they call you? It's good to know you'll survive this. Us, I mean. Even if we don't. Survive, that is."
The ghoul cracked a smile like a coffin's lid sliding ajar. "I'm glad you found me, too," he said. "It will be my honor to tell your story. It has been vastly entertaining thus far. I do hope it has a happy ending, though."
"It won't," Matrick murmured. "It will," Gabe assured them. "It might," Clay said.
Something woke him. The sound of a scuffle, the scrape of metal on stone. Someone growled, someone gasped, and Clay was fumbling for his weapon before he realized what it was he was hearing. It seemed Sabbatha and Ganelon were finished playing games. At first, the idea of intimacy developing between those two struck Clay as absurd. They'd said barely a word to each other during the journey, and had little in common save an aptitude for violence. They'd tried to kill each other twice now. He thought back to their first encounter in Conthas, when she'd pinned Ganelon to the floor with the heel of her boot and declared she'd be the last woman he would ever love. Okay, well, the more he thought on it, the more fitting it seemed. And besides, she and Ganelon were young, or young-ish in Ganelon's case, and rushing headlong toward the brink of something terrible. Clay knew the feeling. He'd been there himself in days gone by. There was something about the night before a battle, or the anxious days before a tour of the Wyld, that brought on a feeling of, not despair, but a kind of helpless, hopeless freedom. Ganelon's needs were easy enough to ascertain. The man had been rock-hard for 19 years. And as for Sabbatha, far be it from Clay to guess the mind of any woman, let alone one as complex as she. He didn't know her past, but it was very obviously dark. There was an old saying, one look at a bowl and you can guess if a goblin made it. It meant, at least he thought it meant, that beautiful things were not made by an unkind touch, and the Deva was as warped a woman as Clay had ever met. His own bowl was a brittle thing, and would have broken long ago were it not for Ginny.
whom he very suddenly missed with a longing so fierce it burned like an ember in his chest. By the time he smothered it, the cave had grown quiet again, but for the restless wind and Maddie's droning snore, along with the occasional rasp of a turning page. Kit had no need of sleep. He sat outside the mouth of the grotto, reading one of Moog's old books by starlight. Clay had nearly slipped back into dream when he heard the low rumble of Ganelon's voice.
"Again?"
he asked.
Again,
she answered. Chapter 43. The Cold Road. Clay figured that whoever gave the cold road its name must have had a particularly sinister sense of humor. That, or they'd been stark raving mad, which would explain why they were taking the cold road in the first place. It was cold, sure, but it was most certainly not a road. In fact, it was anything but a road. It began as a steep slope of crumbling shale that slipped and slid beneath your boots and just fucking dared you to try to use your hands to help climb. By the time he reached the top, Clay's fingers were sliced near to ribbons. Matrick was limping, having turned an ankle partway up. He would have fallen, if not for Ganelon, who'd held him by the collar until the old king found his feet. When they topped the rise, Matrick straightened his vest and smoothed his hair.
"Thanks," he said. "Hey, how'd you fare on the Tetria board last night?"
Ganelon shot him a questioning glare.
"Did you win any?"
Matrick asked, without any apparent guile. Satisfied, Ganelon answered.
"All of 'em."
The king blinked.
"What?"
But the southerner was already turning. In a gesture of magnanimity as rare as, well, an owl bear itself, he was carrying Gabe's old backpack, sparing Moog the burden of the orphaned cubs. The pair had grown mercifully quiet after the wizard fed them breakfast, though it still gave Clay a chill to recall Moog spilling porridge from his own mouth into their open beaks. The next leg of the cold road was a climbing track that hugged the face of the mountain. Clay spotted a cluster of scraggly-looking goats perched on the incline above. One of them, its beard so long it reached the ground even when it raised its head, bleated to alert the others.
"Look at these assholes,"
Clay imagined it saying. Several times their path was blocked by landslides, forcing them to stop and clear the way with their hands, a task for which the Etten was especially well suited. Gregor, with a sly wink for the others, sold it to Dane as digging for treasure. And though each time the search proved fruitless, Dane's optimism remained untarnished.
"I hope we find gold," he exclaimed, "or silver. Which is prettier, Gregor?"
"Oh, they're both pretty," said his brother.
"But what I really hope we find is Duramantium, Emperor of Metals." "Durmadantum."
Dane's mouth mangled the word, but his shattered smile bloomed as he said it.
"The Emperor of Metals."
They pressed on, and all at once rounded a corner into a blistering storm. Gabriel called a brief rest while Moog plumbed the depths of his bag for the cloaks and heavy furs that he and Kit had been tasked with buying back in Conthus. The wizard had put some thought into it, apparently. He presented Ganelon with a great black boar skin with pointed tusks sewed up the spine, and Matrick with a hooded fox fur cloak, complete with ears and a snout.
It's fake,
Moog admitted,
and a bit tacky, and I'm fairly certain it was tailored to fit a woman.
Matrick smirked beneath the hood.
"I like it."
Gabe's cloak practically had a whole white wolf slung across the shoulders, and Moog himself doffed a heavy sheepskin coat matched by an appropriately ridiculous fur hat. The wizard handed Clay a shaggy brown bearskin before looking apologetically at Sabbatha.
"I'm sorry. I didn't know we'd have company."
Before Clay could offer up the bearskin, she waved him off, enshrouding herself in a cloak of sleek blue-black plumage. "How's the wing?" Clay ventured.
"Better,"
she answered curtly, and stalked off. "Excellent," he muttered at her back. "Good talk." She and Ganelon together was starting to make a lot more sense to him now. When they set out again, Gabriel dropped back to fall in step beside Clay, who was bringing up the rear. "Hanging in there?" he asked. "Hanging in there," Clay answered, his breath pluming before the chill wind could snatch it away. "Listen, I just wanted to say thank you." "For what?" Gabe was about to reply, but laughed instead. Ahead of them, Moog glanced back and frowned, as though dismayed at having missed out on a joke. "Where do I begin?" Gabriel wondered aloud. "You came after me back in Coverdale? You pulled me off my knees that first night at Cal's place, and again outside Brycliffe? You fought a chimera for me?" "Got my ass kicked by one, you mean?" Clay murmured, a chuckle puffing white in the freezing air. "Yeah, well, we all did." "Except Ganelon." "Except Ganelon," Gabe conceded. "Ah, but you did throw my ex-wife's new husband off a skyship." Clay shrugged beneath the heavy mantle of his bearskin cloak. "That's what friends are for, right?" "Right." Another chuckle from Gabriel. He moved a step closer, so their shoulders brushed as they plodded side by side, and he could speak without contending against the wind. "I know you didn't want any part of this, Clay. You had a good thing going back home. When I asked you to come, you had 1,000 reasons to say no." "Just 2, thought Clay, though he didn't bother pointing that out. His friend flashed him a tight grin. "But you came anyway. You're here beside me. And because of you, the 5 of us are together again. Because of you, I have a chance, however impossible it might seem, of getting my daughter back." "Yesterday?" Gabriel shook his head, glanced down at his trudging boots. "The others would never have taken the cold road if it wasn't for you. We'd be skulking through the defile right now, or knee-deep in the night stream, weeks away from reaching Castia." "They would have followed you," Clay said with a sinner's conviction. "They've followed you this far." Gabriel looked over, squinting against the snow-flecked gale. "Followed me? Gods, you really believe that, don't you?" "Well, yeah." Clay was trying to keep an eye on the treacherous footing below. The mountain sloped steeply on their left. A single misstep could lead to a dangerously unchecked slide. "You're the leader," he said. "I'm the front man," Gabe corrected. Clay had a sudden recollection of huddling around a table in Conthus. What, 30 years ago? With Gabriel, Matrick, and Caloric, dreaming of glory and doling out roles in an as-yet unnamed band. Gabriel was the face, Matty the hands. Clay had been the muscle for roughly half an hour before Ganelon showed up. "Front man, leader, same thing," Clay said. "Is it?" Clay opened his mouth, closed it, spent a moment considering whether or not what he was about to say made sense before replying rather ineloquently, "Yeah?" "Say we rescue Rose," proposed Gabriel. And already Clay was beginning to feel like an old blind dog limping toward a loving hug, a merciful axe, and a shallow grave. Gabe had a point to make, but he was taking the scenic route. "Say we make it safe and sound back to Gradual. And afterward I ask the boys, Moog, Matty, Ganelon, to keep the band going. Maybe take on a few smaller gigs, or hit the arena circuit to warm up first and then do a proper tour of the Wyld or the wastes up north." "Good luck with that," said Clay, though he knew Gabe wasn't being serious. At least Clay didn't think he was being serious. It was hard to tell sometimes with Gabriel. "They wouldn't come," Gabe said. Of course they wouldn't. And after all this is done, I doubt they'd follow me to an outhouse if they had to shit. But if you asked them, if Clay Cooper walked alone into the Heart Wyld or the Brummel Wastes or the Frost Mother's hell itself, they would follow you. You know they would. And so would I. Clay had never considered himself Saga's leader, and he certainly didn't now, regardless of what Gabriel said. For the entirety of his mercenary career, he had gone where Gabe said they were going, killed what Gabe said needed killing, spent whatever coin Gabe tossed his way, and generally drifted, leaf-like and listless, on the shifting current of Gabriel's bluster. Sure, from time to time he'd wade in on some moral quandary confounding his bandmates, and every so often he'd taken the first step down a hard road when no one else seemed keen on doing so. There were even, admittedly, occasions on which he'd gone ahead and killed who needed killing without asking for Gabriel's permission. Caloric, for instance. Clay was still mulling over Gabriel's words a while later when their progress was once again impeded by fallen rock. This time, however, Dane actually did discover a treasure among the stones.
Dermadantum,
he declared, brandishing the ice-encased skull of some hapless adventurer. Gregor made the best of it.
Indeed it is, brother. Well done. Let's take a closer look at it later.
He took the skull from Dane and handed it to Gabriel, who handed it to Moog, who tossed it into the snow behind them. The way grew more treacherous still. The path was sloped and broken, slippery with snow and ice. The wind got mean, tugging and prodding like a bully, urging you to jump or be called a coward. The peak of Deliverance loomed into cloud on their right. On their left was the canyon known as the Defile. It cut a jagged maze-like path from one side of the range to the other, and Clay, shivering despite the heavy bearskin, was beginning to wish he had sided with Matrick before they started the climb. It would be warm down there, and the likelihood of falling to your death was comparatively slim. Remember the giants, he told himself. Giants are bad. The thought managed to console him somewhat. Enough to keep his legs moving, anyway. But then, through the curtain of swirling snow, he saw it. A span of crystalline ice arcing from one side of the gorge to the other. The last lethal stretch of the cold road. And quite suddenly, giants didn't seem so bad. The rasks hit them before they reached the bridge. Clay was taking a turn at the front, doing his best to keep his eyes from wandering over the sheer drop on his left, when one of the creatures came skidding and shrieking down the steep cliff face on their right. He rushed to meet it, hoping to engage it as far from the chasm's edge as possible, and pinned it against the stone while the others hurried past. Clay had never gotten a good look at a rask up close, and now that one was howling into his face, he couldn't have said he was grateful for the opportunity. It was roughly the size of Clay himself, with bedraggled blue-green hair that clung like wet seaweed to its scrawny shoulders. The thing's eyes were pale as milk, its breath an unsettling mix of blood and peppermint. Its nose was long, sharp as an icicle, and pointed dangerously at his face. Clay had its long arms pinned below his, and he could feel its claws scratching against his chain shirt, without which he would have been disemboweled. He pushed Blackheart's rim into the monster's neck and heard it snap. But still the thing fought him. Clay called out to the wizard as he went by, "Hey, how do I kill it?" Moog spun, one hand pushing his oversized fur hat from his eyes.
"Fuck if I know."
"Moog, I'm serious."
"So am I. Fire would do it, but good luck getting... Oh, wait." The wizard went to his knees, frantically plumbing his bottomless bag. He came up clutching a coil of rope, which didn't explain why he was grinning as though he'd produced something useful, until Clay realized that the rope wasn't rope, it was firewire.
Clay caught movement to his right. Another Rask dropped from the ridge above and was loping toward them.
"Moog, hurry!"
he growled. The wizard twisted a short length of firewire from the rest. He darted up beside Clay and touched the two ends together. There was a hiss, and Moog fed the suddenly glowing loop to the monster's mouth. The pitch of its scream shifted from rage to pain. Its head melted like a candle set alight with dragon fire.
"Well, there's one way to kill them,"
Clay thought. He danced back as the firewire, now a circle of molten gold, landed on the ground near his feet, then turned as the second Rask reached him, a flurry of grasping talons and gnashing teeth. Clay sidestepped, set his shoulder into Blackheart, and knocked the creature off the path and into the abyss below. He and Moog hurried after the others. They entered a long corridor that Clay remembered as having been more a tunnel and less a terrace, but it had been winter when they'd been here last. Now Rasks clambered in from above, slipping like thieves through gaps in the ice. More of the creatures were blocking the way ahead. He saw Gabriel hack through them without slowing. Matrick skulked in his wake, plunging knives into those still thrashing, while Ganelon and Sabbatha dealt with any who came in from outside. Between his axe and her scythe, Clay couldn't imagine a more dangerous place in all the world than within the deadly circle of their reach. A snarl tore the air to his left. Clay whirled as a Rask came at him feet first. He brought his shield up an instant too late. The thing's talons raked across his face. Pain flared, then fled, chased off by terror and raw adrenaline. Blood ran into his eyes, gummed in his ice-tipped lashes when he tried to blink, and fouled his sight. Clay caught a glimpse of the Rask attacking and ducked behind his shield. He was knocked backward, and his head cracked hard against the cold stone wall. Clay swiped the blood from his eyes, but his vision was still blurred. There were 4 Rasks, then 12, then 1 again, lunging toward him with talons that snapped like shears. Something bright spun past. The Rask's head rolled into Clay's lap. Its body slumped like a supplicant before him, and he saw that its neck had been neatly cauterized. A few feet to his left, another disk of glowing firewire steamed in the snow. "Did you see that throw?" Moog mimicked what looked to Clay like an old man tossing horseshoes with his grandchildren. When the wizard looked over, though, his grin vanished. "Sweet maiden's mercy, are you okay?" Clay climbed to his feet. His ears were ringing, and he could feel the wind probing the wounds on his face with frigid fingers. "Sure. Why?" Moog frowned as he assessed whatever damage the Rask's talons had done to Clay's face. "No reason. We should hurry." They ran after the others, emerging from the tunnel mouth onto a precipice of bare stone. The storm had died down, but flecks of snow still rode the breeze, spinning like spring blossoms in the air. The bridge was directly ahead, a depressingly vivid manifestation of everything Clay feared it would be. Broad at the base, it tapered at its highest point to a strip so thin they would need to cross in single file. The mountain opposite, whose name Clay hadn't bothered to ask, was wreathed in white mist. "Shall I remind you this was your idea?" Moog asked. "I'd rather you didn't," said Clay, as they caught up with the others. Kit started up at first, creeping, despite the fact that a fall from several thousand feet would be little more than an inconvenience. Gabe and Ganelon put their backs to the bridge, ready to hold off the pursuing Rasks. Gabriel waved behind him. "Everyone over. Quick but careful. Very careful," he added, looking up at Gregor and Dane. Gregor nodded gravely. Dane giggled, likely having been convinced they were playing some childish game.
"I'll race you, Gregor,"
he shouted.
"I'll race you both,"
said Matrick, jogging toward the summit. Moog and Sabbatha started up after them, making as much haste as they could before the bridge narrowed dangerously and forced them to consider every step.
"Clay,"
Gabe started.
"Good gods, your face!"
Clay touched 2 fingers to the gash across his nose. It hurt, and they came away bloody.
"Is it bad?"
Before Gabe could answer, Ganelon flexed his fingers on the haft of his axe.
"Here they come!"
The rasks exploded from the tunnel mouth, yelping and screaming, dismayed that most of their quarry was getting away, giddy that 3 were still within reach. Ganelon killed the first with a sideways chop. Gabe stepped in with Velicor. The sharp scent of lilacs filled the air, and 2 more fell. Clay was already at his shoulder. A thrust from Blackheart snapped the fingers of a grasping hand, a blow from his hammer cracked the skull above it. Gabriel's blue-green blade flickered out to take a rask's head off before Ganelon moved in again. He impaled 1, kicked a second, punched a third in the face with a dragon-scale gauntlet. Velicor cut a rask into halves, and when another lunged at Gabe, he dodged, tripping it toward Clay with an outstretched boot. Clay dropped, ducking beneath his shield before the thing landed on him, and then, every muscle in his back protesting, he stood and flung the creature off the precipice behind him. The look of grudging respect he earned from Ganelon made the pain worthwhile. For the moment, anyhow.
"We will speak of this later," his lower back promised. "Oh, yes, we will."
The next clutch of rasks were notably less enthusiastic about rushing the bridge, their hunger tempered by the only instinct that mattered more: self-preservation. Ganelon turned on them.
"You 2 go. I'll hold 'em here."
From anyone else, those words would seem loaded with the dreadful freight of self-sacrifice. From Ganelon, they were simply a statement of fact. He might have said,
"I'll put the kettle on,"
with the same casual certainty. Gabe hesitated, torn between wrath and reason, then finally nodded. He and Clay started up the bridge, legs pumping, breath gusting white from their mouths. Matrick was over the arch and had turned to wait for Gregor and Dane, who were shuffling carefully along the thinnest stretch of ice. Clay might have prayed it didn't break, but he reckoned the gods were already watching and had placed bets on who would fall first. Safe money was on the 800-pound Etten. Something lunged from the mist behind Matrick, a rask much bigger than any of those they'd faced thus far. A chieftain, Clay supposed, noting the loop of broken skulls slung around its neck. Its hair was spiked with frost, shorn to a strip down the center of its head. It was on Matrick in an instant, tackling him and pinning him to the ice with a strangling claw. It raised the other to strike, talons splayed like a fan of knives, and Clay heard Kit's warning words echo in his mind.
"The cold road takes its toll. Always."
Chapter 44. A Grave in the Clouds. Gabriel swore. Moog was yelling something, but the wind was in Clay's ears and he couldn't make it out. Sabbatha stood at the center of the bridge, not moving, not trying at all to save Matrick before the rask killed him. And it would kill him, Clay was sure. And then, suddenly, the Etten was there. It snatched the chieftain's arm and yanked it into the air. The rask took a swipe at Dane's head, but the Etten caught its other wrist as well. The 2 monsters wrestled one another, arms outstretched, thrashing like something pinned to a crucifix. Dane turned to ask something of Gregor, but they were too far away, the wind too loud for Clay to hear. The rask curled up on itself, lashed out with a clawed foot, and opened a wide red gash in Gregor's throat. The Etten teetered for a moment, then toppled from the bridge into white oblivion. Clay's heart fell with them. But there wasn't time to grieve. The rask landed in a crouch. It began scrabbling toward Matrick again when Sabbatha's voice brought it up short.
Come to me.
The creature turned its curdled gaze upon the Deva.
Come to me,
she repeated, so quiet the wind stopped to listen, so compelling the mountains strained against the shackles of their roots. In thrall to a will stronger than its own, the chieftain shambled over to crouch at her feet. The skulls around its neck clattered against one another, grinning like fools. Its expression twitched between fear and reverence, as though Sabbatha was the Winter Queen herself, dark and divine beneath the pale moon of her scythe. Umbra came down like a guillotine, shearing away the top half of the Rask's head. It managed something like a whimper before it died. It tumbled from the bridge and was swallowed by cloud. Clay found himself a step away from the narrow span without knowing how he'd come to be there. He dragged his eyes from the sickening emptiness below. The Deva was turned away from him. The wind had returned, ruffling the plumage on her back, lifting her long black hair like a pennant. Clay swallowed. Sabbatha?
Sabbatha's dead,
she said. Her right wing snapped out, scattering a handful of black feathers into the air. Clay was watching them whirl away, transfixed, when a shadow fell across his face. He raised his eyes slowly, like a man condemned gazing up at the executioner's axe, as the Deva's supposedly injured left wing extended into the sky. Fuck, he thought. Fuck. Larkspur, he said gloomily. Welcome back. She turned on him. Thank you. Clay pulled his gaze from the not-at-all injured wing and looked across at her. How long? He asked. The grin that split her face was a feral thing, terribly beautiful.
Longer than you'd think,
she said, which wasn't really the answer he'd been hoping for. All that pointless deception, all those lies we told. Clay's mind was reeling, struggling to grasp the implication of what she was telling him. All this time, she was playing us, patient as a circling vulture, waiting for a moment like this. And now? He asked, as though he already knew the answer. Larkspur's gaze drifted beyond his shoulder. Ganelon had not only held the Rasks at bay, but had driven them off altogether. He arrived short of breath, but otherwise unscathed, and the Deva's smile broadened as her eyes met his.
Now I take your king,
she said. The Southerner made no reply. Even Gabe had been rendered speechless, though Clay assumed his next words would be, I told you so. Something behind the Deva drew his attention. He saw Kit emerge from the fog on the far side of the bridge. His arms hung limp by his sides, and something, the Rask chieftain probably, had savaged his throat. He appeared lucid, however, and one look at Larkspur told him all he needed to know. The ghoul started up the bridge at a jog. So what now? Clay asked, playing for time. You'll fly him to Agria all by yourself? That's a long way and dangerous.
You've seen my ship in the sky, Slowhand. My real ship, she emphasized. Not that floating brothel you stole from Calorek. Where is he, by the way? His wife said you brought him along. You didn't leave him on board to burn, did you?
Clay mulled over a few lengthy explanations, none of which resembled the truth. He settled on, no. The Deva's smirk returned, tugging at something in his chest. She'd been suppressing her allure, he realized, smothering it so she would seem like less of a threat. But now it burned, and it was all Clay could do not to offer himself up to the flame.
My men will find me, she said. I'll make sure of that. Now step back, Slowhand. I like you, but if you try and cross, I will cut you down.
Her threat drew a sour laugh from Gabriel. You are unfucking believable, do you know that? You'll cut him down? He saved your bloody life, Sabbatha. The Deva snarled.
Sabbatha's.
Yeah, Sabbatha's dead. I heard you the first time. It's a pity, really, because this Larkspur character's a real bitch. I mean, honestly, how evil are you? After all we've been through, you'd really kill Clay? You'd drag Matrick all the way back to Lilith for a fucking payday? She'll kill him. Kit was edging around Matrick's prone body. Clay had no idea what the ghoul could do if he managed to reach Larkspur, but he hoped it would be enough to distract her, if only for a moment.
He's doomed already,
said Larkspur.
You all are. Because of you, Gabriel. Because you haven't figured it out yet.
What's that? Gabe asked.
That this isn't a story, she told him.
Her eyes climbed the cloud-mantled mountains around them.
There is no happy ending, and you aren't a hero. You're just a deluded old mercenary who...
Clay started running the moment Kit hit her from behind. Larkspur stumbled forward, nearly falling from the bridge, but she beat her wings once and managed to stay balanced. She drove the butt of her scythe into Kit's chest, propelling him back, then launched an attack at Clay. He dropped into a slide, arching backward on his knees with his arms flung wide as Umbra carved the air mere inches above his nose. Clay heard the vertebrae pop down the length of his spine, and all the pain in his back vanished in an instant. He sprang up to his feet, launched a savage punch with his shield arm that knocked the Deva onto her back. A step, and Clay was directly above her. Wraith was in his hand, so cold it seared the flesh of his palm, and he brought the hammer.
Wait, please,
begged Larkspur. There was no power in the words, no compulsion, only fear. A woman's desperate plea for mercy. And had the man above her been anyone but Clay Cooper, it would not have been enough. But it was. He wavered. But Larkspur didn't. The scythe tore an arc between them, and Clay watched uncomprehending as his hand fell off. His jaw dropped as though it were cast in lead. He was dimly aware of someone yelling his name. He blinked, trying to focus, and saw blood on the pale skin of Larkspur's face, blood on the pure white snow, blood frothing from the stump of his arm with every slow beat of his heart. His hand was gone. His hammer was gone. They slid over the edge and vanished from sight.
Clay.
He saw Larkspur mouth the words, but it was Ginny's voice he heard. She made to rise, and he staggered away from her. Except one foot slipped on the ice, and the other stepped onto nothing at all. Clay fell headlong into white cloud. And so the cold road took its toll. Chapter 45. A Song for the Dreamer. The end of Clay's childhood came suddenly, a wildfire that reduced the brittle forest of his youth to char. It began as such things always begin, with a seemingly innocuous spark. Reaching across the table at breakfast, Clay accidentally upset his father's cup. Even so early in the morning, it was filled with wine, which splashed into Leaf's lap. Clay had barely opened his mouth to apologize when the blow came, knocking him to the floor. There was a shrill keening in his ears and the taste of blood on his tongue. Tears boiled in his eyes, threatening to shame him.
"Don't you ever lay a hand on him again,"
his mother said. Her voice was quiet but fierce. Clay had never heard her use that tone before. Even Leaf looked stunned, But then he barked a harsh laugh and sneered.
Or what? He asked.
Or I will leave you. I will take Clay with me, and you will never see us again.
His father's ugly grin remained in place, but his eyes went slack. He said nothing, just got up and went out the door. He was gone all day, and when Clay went to bed that night, he wondered if maybe his father had left instead. To his surprise, the thought of life without Leaf was a pleasant one. The sound of the door slamming jarred him awake. His father was home, and drunk. Clay could hear his ragged breath, the heavy tread of his bad leg as he tramped across the house. There was a hush, and Clay listened as his heart counted slow seconds in the dark. Then it started. Screams, the muted thud of pounding fists. Clay pulled his blanket up over his head, trying not to listen as the screams became sobs, as the sobs became muffled whimpers. He wanted to shout, to intervene on his mother's behalf, but he couldn't find his voice, let alone the courage to share the brunt of his father's wrath. So instead, he huddled in his bed, paralyzed by fear and berating himself for a coward.
Leave me, will you? He heard his father ask.
Wait, please,
his mother begged. Words that would stop her son cold so many years later.
Take my boy away,
Leaf growled. And Clay realized that the voice in his head, the one that condemned him and cut him down, was not his own. It was his father's. There was a wet crunch, a sickening sound, followed by another awful silence. Straining his ears, Clay heard the sound of his father weeping quietly. And then another voice spoke in his head. It was unfamiliar, quietly ominous. It reminded Clay of a forest cloaked in the deep snows of winter. This voice, he knew at once, was his own. Or a part of him, anyway.
Rise,
it said. And he rose. When Leaf finally stumbled red-handed through the bedroom door, his son was waiting for him. Clay had planted his feet and set his shoulders, just as he'd been taught. His grip on the axe was low, and he swung with all the strength he could muster.
Hit it like you hate it,
Leaf had told him. And that, Clay found, was the easiest thing about killing his father.
Come home to me, Clay Cooper.
He wasn't dead, apparently. And even if he were, Clay knew those words would bring him back. Over mountains, through swamp and field and forest, across an ocean if need be, to her. Because home, for Clay Cooper, was not within the boundary of any realm. It wasn't Coverdale or a house at the end of a long road. Home was where Ginny was, its boundaries defined by the circle of her arms. Hers was the hearth in which his soul burned, unquenchable. She was, quite simply, the only reason he was still alive. Well, that and an exceptionally durable suit of armor. Clay lost count of the times he hit the mountain on the way down, though to be fair, he stopped counting after being rendered unconscious. The first impact, which came long seconds after he fell from the bridge, broke his left arm, which might have bothered him more were there a functioning hand at the end of it, but there wasn't. The second time he landed hard, but the warskin was famed for being impenetrable, and so Clay hit the mountainside like an egg in an iron shell. He half slid, half tumbled down a long slope, and then, after spilling over another sheer drop, cracked his head against stone and slipped into blackness. Despite this, his prejudice against helmets remained unchanged. You had your pride, Ganelon had told him once, or you had nothing. He awoke, buried in a tomb of snow, and wriggled free, since his right arm was strapped to Blackheart and the stump of his left wrist was shit for digging. The cold, at least, helped to slow the loss of blood to a survivable trickle, like sap oozing from an elm in winter. When he was free of the snow, Clay slung his shield over one shoulder and tore a strip from his bearskin cloak. Between his chattering teeth and a near-frozen right hand, it took him forever to tie off the wound. Afterward, he spent a few minutes staring at his mutilated wrist, repulsed because it looked so grotesquely surreal, fascinated because how had he not known there were 2 bones in his forearm? He was pondering this when the faint sound of singing pricked his ears. "It's the concussion," he told himself. "You're delirious, Cooper." But then the singer coughed, fell silent, and started up again. And what was more, Clay didn't know the song. He stood, fell sideways, and stood again. He tried to swipe the hair from his eyes, but only clubbed himself with the stump of his severed hand. It was extremely painful, and only slightly less embarrassing because no one was around to see. Clay began walking toward the sound. After 5 or 6 steps, he stopped, fumbled right-handed into his breeches, and relieved himself into the snow. No blood, he noted, admiring the stream. That was good. His gaze scaled the wall of the defile before him, the top half of which was stained red by the setting sun. Or the rising sun. Clay honestly had no idea how long he'd been out, but judging by how full his bladder was, it had been several thousand years at least. When he finished, he ambled on, following the drift of song down the shadowed corridor. He found the Etten lying among a heap of rubble. Its limbs were askew, Gregor's head was wrenched to a crazed angle. The wound in his throat had torn during the fall. His chest was stained by blood. Dane, miraculously, was still alive. He'd been singing softly to himself, and when he heard the scuff of Clay's approach, he raised his head wearily.
"Hello?
"Hi, Dane."
Clay? Did you fly here too?"
Clay might have laughed if his ribs didn't hurt so bad. "I did," he answered finally. "Bit of a rough landing, though." Dane giggled at that, but then raised a finger to his lips.
"Gregor's asleep," he
said.
"I was singing him a lullaby, like our mother did when we were little. I don't remember her, but Gregor says she was very pretty."
Clay had never seen a pretty Etten. He honestly doubted there were any. Even so, he decided to believe it anyway. Gregor had been born a monster in a monstrous world, and had managed to find beauty in it nonetheless. He'd squeezed sweet juice from a rotten orange. He'd painted an old house pink. And what was more, he had given all this to his brother as a gift.
"He's dreaming,"
Dane whispered. Clay spared a glance for Gregor's gaping throat. They share dreams, he remembered. "You can see it?" Dane nodded.
"It's a pretty dream, a peaceful dream. I can see it in my head, like I'm there beside him."
You would have to be, thought Clay, unless Ettins weren't Ettins in their dreams. Dane closed his rheumy eyes, and was silent for so long Clay thought he might have succumbed to his wounds. But then he smiled, teeth like broken columns gleaming in the twilight. Chapter 46. Deliverance. Clay's determined run had long since become a jog, which in turn degraded into a forward-leaning shamble, barely faster but somehow more exhausting than a walk. When the rumbling stride of giants shook the ground, Clay was grateful for the opportunity to collapse behind a boulder and catch his breath as they passed by. The drum-deep voice of one drifted down to him from above.
I don't get it. So, if I literally froze my balls off, then it would mean that your balls had actually frozen and fallen off, boomed a second voice. What you really mean to say is that you figuratively froze your balls off. So I've been using it wrong all this time? Asked the first. Literally, his companion groaned, and both giants fell to laughter. Clay waited until their footsteps faded before moving on. Sometime after noon, he emerged from the wide mouth of the defile and began climbing the southern flank of Deliverance yet again. Sweat chilled on his skin, his ribs complained with every sucking breath, but still he compelled himself on, step by plodding step, desperate to reach the column of smoke before Larkspur's skyship arrived. The dark star beat him there, but barely. Clay was near enough to see it descend. Lightning cracked from sail to sail, the engines slowing until only a single gyre whirled within each, enough to keep the dreadnought hovering just above the rocky ground. A ladder was thrown over the side, and a handful of monks came clambering down. Their crimson robes whipped around them in the wind. Clay was laid out behind a nearby ridge, propped on his good elbow. He watched as Larkspur started down the slope, leaving her captive, trussed, and apparently unconscious beside the remains of her fire. If Clay could free Matrick, then maybe they could escape into the defile, where the skyship couldn't follow, and Larkspur's flight would make her an obvious target for giants. A bitter chuckle escaped him. It's a terrible plan, Cooper, but it's all you've got. Now get up. He made to push himself up, but his arm gave way beneath him. Clay's jaw cracked against stone, and his ribs muttered their displeasure. Breath fumed from his nose as he tried once again to rise. He failed. His legs were heavy as stone, and Clay could feel his heart shudder in panic at the thought of any more effort on its part. "Don't make me," it begged. "You can't make me." "Fuck you, I can't,"
Clay hissed. He dragged a knee beneath him, used it to push himself up. He swayed there a moment before staggering to his feet. A step took him onto the ridge behind which he'd been hiding. Another took him over, and then momentum carried him down the pebbled slope toward Matrick. He glanced right and saw the monks abasing themselves at Larkspur's feet, their faces pressed to the ground. The setting sun threw his shadow almost to the Deva's back. Clay stumbled to his knees between Matrick and the Deva's signal fire, hoping the veil of smoke might obscure their escape. The king looked up, bleary-eyed. He'd lost some weight over the past few weeks, and it showed now more than ever. He looked drawn, gray-whiskered jowls hanging loose on gaunt cheeks.
"Clay?"
"The one and only."
"She said you were dead. She said you fell."
"I fell," Clay confirmed. "Not dead, though. Not yet." He tried on a grin that didn't quite fit. Matrick scowled.
"Where's Gabriel? Is he with you? Where are the others?"
"They're gone," Clay told him. And when Matrick's face paled, he quickly clarified.
"They went on ahead, I mean. It's just us now."
Matrick moaned.
"You shouldn't have come. She wants me alive, but she'll kill you for sure."
"Thanks for the heads up," Clay murmured.
"Gods, your hand!"
Matrick pointed toward the stump as Clay went hunting for bindings beneath the dingy fox fur cloak. "What about it?"
"Where is it?"
"I lost it."
"You lost your hand? What do you mean you lost it? How—"
"Matty, I can't—"
"Are you even tied up?"
"What?"
"No."
Clay raked hair from his eyes, exasperated.
"Where are your knives?"
Matrick patted the sheaths on his backside.
"Right here. Why?" "Why?"
Clay forced the word through his teeth to keep from shouting.
Why are you still here? Why not run or fight?
What's the point? Matrick shrugged helplessly. We're fucked, Clay. Literally fucked. Figuratively.
What?
Nothing. Never mind.
We can't outrun her.
Matrick sighed. He looked as tired as Clay felt, and near to tears.
We can't outfight her. We obviously can't outsmart her. I mean, all that Sabbatha stuff, she was faking the whole time.
Best to just let her take me and have done with it. Clay couldn't believe his ears. He'd been pushing himself all day. He had reached the very limit of his endurance and then pressed on for several hours more. He'd risked his life to rescue Matrick, and now Matrick didn't want to be rescued. It was too much. It really was. He closed his eyes, swallowed hard to keep the rage from rising in his throat, and said as calmly as he could, "Get up."
Clay!
"Get up," he repeated, realizing too late that Matrick had been trying to warn him. Clay spun in time to see a monk burst through the curtain of smoke, wisps curling away from an outstretched foot. The kick broke his nose all over again and split the raw wound on his face, spilling fresh blood in an arc as his head snapped around. Clay crashed in a heap, pain blaring in his skull like a bad song played too loudly with the wrong instruments. Someone grabbed his legs, dragged him over grating stone. His fingers scrabbled without purchase, and his eyes swam, searching for focus. He glimpsed clouds dark as bruises against the orange sky and the swirl of red robes like blood and water as the monks swarmed him. Clay could feel fists and feet pummeling him. The warskin soaked up the brunt of it, but even still his ribs wept like a grieving mother. He was kicked in the shin, punched in the neck, and was trying to decide which was more painful, the neck, definitely the neck, when Matrick cried out,
"Sabbatha! Tell him to stop! It's me you want! He was only trying to help. Let him go! Let him go and I'll come along nice and easy."
Silence from the Deva, and several more blows from her thralls. Clay curled in on himself, cradling his severed hand, good arm thrown up to try to protect his head.
"Stop it!"
A kick rolled him over, and Clay saw Matrick leap to his feet.
"Stop! No!"
he barked. But he might have been a chirping squirrel for the attention they paid him. Between one kick and the next, Matrick's expression went from helplessness to frustration, from frustration to livid anger. He reached beneath his cloak. "Please, please, the knives," and withdrew a flask. He tore off the cap and threw it away, then tipped the flask to his lips. His throat pulsed as Matrick gulped down its contents, then he tossed it as well and shrugged the foxskin cloak from his shoulders. He wiped his mouth with the back of one hand.
"There goes nice and easy,"
he growled, and finally, out came the knives. Gabriel killed with flash and flourish, Ganelon with the instinct of a natural-born predator. When it came to fighting, Clay tried only to keep himself and his friends alive. And Moog? Well, the wizard was full of surprises, most of them more distracting than deadly. Matrick, on the other hand, was a cutthroat murderer. By the time Gabe finished toying with a foe, or Ganelon wrenched his bloody axe from an enemy corpse, Matrick could punch holes in half a dozen men. He fought with a kind of meticulous fury, parsing out violence in short, frenetic bursts. Clay had once seen him go up against 6 men and come out on top. Of course, he'd been much younger then, and a great deal faster, and not nearly as fat. He didn't kill any of the monks when he leapt to Clay's rescue, but he slashed all 7 of them at least once. They scattered like wolves driven off by a burning brand, but like wolves they came circling back, hungry for blood. Matrick picked one from the pack and rushed him, ducking a chop aimed at his head and driving both knives into the man's chest. He yanked the blades free, whirling as his assailants closed, and used one of his favorite tricks to help even the odds. He flicked a knife at the nearest man's face. He didn't throw it, it wasn't an attack, but the blood on the blade spattered into the monk's eyes, momentarily blinding him. A moment was all it took. Matrick opened the man's throat and moved on, slicing 3 fingers from the next monk to reach for him and ramming the other knife up under his chin, cutting short a scream. 4, Clay counted, watching from the ground. 1 against 4. A kick sent Matrick rolling sideways, and he kept rolling, evading a stomp from one monk and taking the legs out from another. He came up slashing, fending off a flurry of blows with sharp-edged blades. He glanced over the shoulder of one attacker and grinned. The man looked. Of course he looked, because nobody just grinned over your shoulder at nothing in the middle of a fight. Except sometimes they did. 1 against 3, thought Clay as the monk hit the ground. Matrick was dancing, bouncing on the balls of his feet, weaving like a snake charmed from the basket. He was smiling in earnest now, obviously enjoying himself, and when the next monk drew close, Matrick only snapped his teeth, and the fella jumped back in fear. Ha! Matrick straightened and gave his knives a spinning flourish, and dropped them both. Yep, both. Clay didn't see what happened next, since a woman's harsh laugh demanded his attention. Larkspur was standing over him, umbra slung across her shoulders. Something about her gaze, sidelong, appraising, was distinctly avian.
"You're a hard man to kill, Clay Cooper."
Despite the nagging pain in his legs, back, feet, neck, head, and arms, and notwithstanding the sense of overwhelming hopelessness that bloomed like a black flower in his gut, Clay found it surprisingly effortless to fashion a dispirited smile of his own. "But I'm easy to hurt," he said. Her face slackened. Her eyes drifted to the bloodied stump of his left arm. She opened her mouth, but clamped it quickly shut, as though afraid an apology might escape unbidden. He could see the muscles in her jaw working, and could imagine her knuckles whitening beneath those sharpened steel talons. She looked for half a heartbeat like the woman with whom they had endured the trials of these past weeks. And Clay wondered which of the two, Sabbatha, inquisitive and empathetic, or Larkspur, the cruel and callous manhunter, was the greater affectation.
"Which are you?"
Ginny whispered in his head.
"The monster or the man?"
Looking up at the Deva, Clay could see her struggling with the same question, the same self-defining choice. He could have said something, he knew. He might have urged her to spare him, and in doing so, to preserve whatever vestige remained of the girl she'd once been. But he knew as well that a wrong word could simply goad her into deciding too quickly, or else concluding rashly and wrongly that she had no choice at all. One hand scraped down the length of her weapon's haft, a noise like a raven's claw scratching at a tombstone. The light went out of her eyes, and Clay suddenly wished he'd said something, anything, to forestall this moment. "I..." was as far as she got before the bolt slammed into her chest, launching her backward. She crashed in a heap several yards away, unmoving. Clay gaped at where Larkspur had been standing a moment before. There were only feathers now, spinning on the wind as another skyship dropped from the sky. The glare of gold sunlight forced Clay to shield his eyes. Squinting, he scanned behind him and saw Matrick wrestling with the last remaining monk. Their struggle lapsed as the shadow of the arriving ship enveloped them, but Matrick quickly seized the advantage, He wrested one of his knives from the other man's grip and knocked him out with its pommel.
"You boys need a ride?"
Someone shouted. The voice was gruff, familiar. And so, when Clay could finally see well enough to make it out, was the face to whom it belonged. Barrett was perched at the Old Glory's rail. He was holding a crossbow, the source of the bolt that had nailed Larkspur seconds earlier.
"That depends," Clay called out. "You heading west?"
Vanguard's front man looked despairingly at Ash and Tiamax, both of whom loomed behind him. The Arachnian waved forearms at once, and Clay raised his remaining hand in salute.
"I'm afraid so," Barrett said.
Chapter 47. New Hands, Old Friends. Clay was leaning out over the Glory's rail, watching the skyship's shadow ripple over snow and stone. The wind stung tears from his eyes, tousled his hair, and tugged fitfully at the fringe of his bearskin cloak. It was fiercely cold, and it made the wound on his face itch like the Summer Lord's flea-ridden beard, but good gods, it felt great. He was alive. Matrick was alive. They'd been improbably rescued by old and faithful friends and were now skyborn, speeding toward a reunion with their bandmates, who no doubt assumed they were dead. Oh, and he had a new hand.
"I can fix that for you,"
Tiamax had told him shortly after takeoff. They weren't going far, since flying over mountains at night was about as safe as sharing a bathtub with an alligator, but they were in a hurry, and even a dying sun shed light by which to see. Clay had been fussing with his makeshift tourniquet, which had soaked through with blood and constricted as it dried.
"You have bandages?" he asked.
"Of course, but I meant your hand. You want a new one?"
Clay frowned, trying to decide if the Arachnian meant that as a joke, but it was difficult to glean anything like mirth in those insectile eyes.
"You can make me a fake hand?"
Chittering laughter.
"I can grow you a perfectly new one."
Clay sat waiting for the punchline, but Tiamax only watched him expectantly, so he decided to take the bait.
"How?"
"The solution is complex, but the procedure is easy enough. You've been out of the game a while, Slow Hand. We've come a long way since you and yours sheathed your swords. I can have the unguent ready within the hour if you'd like."
Either the Arachnian was being serious, or he was hopelessly inept at pulling off a joke. "What's this unguent made of?" 3 pairs of segmented arms shrugged.
"Quite a few herbs, actually, plus a bit of troll, a dash of starfish, and some people."
"People?"
"People,"
said Tiamax flatly. "Is it magic?"
"It's medicine. Also, there's a pinch of orc to help the bones mature faster. Did you know an orc can grow more than 2,000 teeth over the course of its lifetime?"
Clay hadn't, but he was too aghast to say so at the moment. Eventually, he tipped his head to indicate the medic's broken mandible.
"Why not use it on yourself?"
Tiamax made a clicking noise.
"Doesn't work on us hatchers, I'm afraid. Besides, I think this makes me look tough."
Ash, who was sharpening a blade on the couch across from Clay, scoffed quietly.
"How long will it take?"
Clay asked skeptically.
"Several hours," said Tiamax. "I'll give you something to help you sleep. The regenerative process can be somewhat painful, I'm told. Also, it's quite unsettling to watch, as you can imagine."
Clay sighed. He had little to lose in trying, he supposed, and if this miracle unguent spared him from explaining to Ginny why he'd left the house with 2 hands and come home with only 1, then it was worth a shot, no question.
Then again, Tiamax mused, no hand has a certain ring to it.
Barrett, on lookout from the opposite rail, was the first to spot them.
There, Edwick, bring us down.
Down we go, shouted the bard, his hands moving lightly over the steering orbs. The airborne dhow swooped low over rugged foothills, and as it swerved to land, Clay caught sight of his bandmates. Gabe and Ganelon stopped to watch, but Moog hiked up his robes and ran at a sprint to meet the craft as it touched down. The owlbear cubs loped behind him, nipping at one another in an effort to be nearest the wizard's heel. Matrick loosed a whoop and leapt past Clay. He and Moog came together in a tangle of wild laughter and a great deal of jumping. Clay eased himself onto the ground. Despite the medic's attention and a junkie's helping of drugs to numb the pain, he was still in pretty rough shape. Tiamax had stitched his face up and set his broken arm with a splint and sling, but a dull ache suffused his entire body, and his head throbbed as if he'd drunk an entire keg by himself the night before. Then again, considering the fact that he'd fallen down a mountainside and spent the following day running halfway up it again, Clay had to admit he felt far better than he had any right to. "Clay!" Moog bounded up to him, blue eyes glistening. "By the tiny gods of goblin kind, I thought I'd never see that sweet face of yours again." He spent a moment analyzing the Arachnean's stitch job. "That Hatcher is an artist with needle and thread, I'll grant him that. The things I could accomplish with 4 more arms than I already have. And your hand, may I?" Clay shrugged, and the wizard stooped to examine the appendage. "Fascinating," he breathed, then leaned in close and sniffed. "Is that starfish?" Clay withdrew his hand as Kit shuffled over.
"You've a bit of phoenix in your blood," said the ghoul.
Ganelon stepped up and clapped him on the shoulder.
"You die hard, slow hand,"
he grated, which, as Clay understood it, passed for a glowing compliment among stone-cold killers.
"But I break easy,"
Clay said, mimicking the words he'd said to Larkspur the day before. He wondered briefly whether or not the Deva was dead. When Clay had seen her last, she'd been laid out, unmoving, with a long iron bolt jutting from her chest. And before that, well, he was fairly certain she'd been about to kill him. But even so, a part of him hoped she lived long enough to outrun the shadow of her past. Ganelon chuckled, gave his shoulder a friendly squeeze, and stepped away. Gabriel approached him last.
"I know."
I know." Clay cut him off again. Gabriel flung himself the last few paces, crushing Clay in an embrace so tight he could almost hear his ribs groan. Clay clamped his good arm around Gabe's neck and felt his friend draw a shuddering breath. When Clay trusted himself to speak, he did.
"I'm back."
"You're back," Gabe said into his shoulder, and then withdrew, taking in the rest of the band with eyes gone sharp and bright as diamonds. "And now we finish this."
"To be honest, I didn't plan on coming," Barrett said. "Only my wife got sick of me moping around the house. She fairly put the sword in my hand and kicked me out the door."
"Lies," Ash cut in, stating the obvious. Barrett chuckled.
"Anyway, my boys are in Caladar for the warfare, or I might have brought 'em along. They've got their own thing going now, the White Knights they call themselves. Orc shit name for a band if you ask me, but they didn't bother asking."
He blew out a long sigh.
Well, can't imagine they'll be sorry they missed out on this little adventure. We had a few pretty vicious storms on the way across, and had to land once and fill the engine with water that smells like a city sewer, but hey, we made it."
"I'm happy to be here,"
said Piglet, crunching on a pretzel half as big as his head.
Me too,
said Ash with a cutlass smirk.
It's some kind of thrill, I tell you, starting a fight you can't win.
She winked and sidled up beside Ganelon.
Makes my britches moist.
We might win,
squeaked Piglet. Tiamax raised a glass.
Here's to moist britches and the boundless irrational optimism of youth.
He looked twice at Matrick. Well, 12 times, actually, if you counted all 8 eyes and subtracted the 2 patched over.
You need a drink, Matty?
The old king smiled politely. No, thank you. I'm all done, I think. The medic made a sound between a hiss and a rattle that Clay took for disbelief.
Done what? Not drinking? Drinking?
Drinking, yeah.
Well,
that's it then, said Moog cheerily. World's over. They all laughed, even Ganelon, and Clay's mind went back to the night they'd spent in the mountain cave, when he'd pondered the bizarre sense of elation that so often suffused the eve of battle. This is it, he thought, looking from face to face around the skyship's deck. Each smile a fraction too wide, every laugh a little too loud. There was something unreal about this moment, something not quite right. Like watching a beard spider dance or getting stabbed on your birthday. This is the end, and every one of us knows it.
We didn't know where exactly to find you, Barrett was saying, but then we saw the smoke and found these two scrapping with the manhunter and her thralls.
Lucky for us, said Matrick. So Larkspur is dead? Gabe asked. Probably, Clay guessed, and saw Ganelon's eyes narrow a fraction.
I'd forgotten about the warfare,
said Moog, absently stroking the feathers of the owlbear asleep on his lap.
Biggest party in the world, said Barrett. I'll confess I'm a little sorry to be missing it.
Ash swatted the air.
Pah! What's to miss? Just a bunch of wannabe mercs and washed-up heroes mucking about in some old ruins. Here's where the real party's at, eh, Gabe?
All done,
piped Kit. The Revenant had been hovering over a low table for the better part of an hour, using chalkstone to sketch a detailed map of Castia and its surroundings. The members of both bands gathered to survey it.
The city straddles the river, like Five Court, except it is built on a rise instead of a valley. There are 2 gates, east.
Kit used a slender gray finger to point them out on the map.
And west. The walls are thick and extremely high, which is why it has withstood the siege for so long already. You could go over, or under, I suppose, but there's no going through. This is the noble quarter here, and a wall surrounds it as well.
Gabriel scowled at the map with sour interest, as though it were a painting of his ex-wife naked. So, if the outer wall is breached, the survivors will hole up there? Kit shook his head.
The outer wall was made to protect men from monsters. It has flamethrowers, shock turrets, and ballista towers every 50 yards. This inner wall serves to stop peasants from wandering into a senator's backyard. If they do manage to get inside the city, the horde will roll over that second wall like it was a picket fence.
Can we sneak in through the river? Gabe asked.
Last Leaf will have tried that already, Kit told him. The river curves north here. It runs beneath the hill and is trapped in the city reservoir, but there are several gates barring the way. It was never used for trade, only a source of fresh water.
Not anymore, Matrick said glumly. Vanguard's bard, sitting cross-legged on his pilot's stool and tuning a mandolin, cleared his throat before speaking up.
Remind me again why we don't just fly in. I mean, we're here for Rose, right?
Why not just snatch her up and be on our way? Maybe even catch the last days of the warfare. Plague hawks, rot sylphs, you name it, Moog answered. We caught a glimpse of the city in my crystal ball before Gabe... He caught himself. Before it fell in the river. The sky was full of all kinds of awful. Also, Last Leaf has a wyvern matriarch with them, and her brood will be there as well. We'd get torn apart long before we reached the city. Fair enough, said Edwick, returning his attention to the instrument in his hands. Ganelon pointed to a crude circle sketched to the west of Castia.
What's this here?
Terragoth, said the Revenant. Well, the ruins thereof. The Dominion Road runs right through Castia, under the arch of the threshold here, and up into the old city.
Threshold? Barrett interjected. You mean like the one in Caladar?
Just so, said Kit. Clay took a break from anxiously chewing his lip to add his own voice to the mix.
Don't forget about Akatung. Shadow said he lairs in a shrine there.
Barrett frowned.
Akatung. Why does that name sound familiar?
Dragon, said Ganelon, and Edwick chose this moment to strum an ominous note on his mandolin. The front man's bushy brows nearly leapt off his face.
Say what now?
Never mind the dragon, Gabe assured him. We're not going into Terragoth anyway. Yes, we are, Moog blurted. Clay was back to biting his lip.
Here it comes, he thought.
I have a plan, the wizard announced, peering down at the map over steepled fingers. Laughter bubbled up his throat and emerged as a worrisome cackle. And let me tell you, friends. It's risky, Gabe supplied. Moog glanced up, his eyes wide and wild above a lunatic smile. Verging on suicidal, he said. Chapter 48. The Maze of Stone and Fire. Suicidal is right, Ash muttered. I can't believe we sent Matty into a dragon's lair by himself. I should have been the one to do it, said Kit. I've little to fear from a dragon, but Matrick was once a thief, Gabriel told him, and a damn good one. If anyone can pull this off, he can. They'd entered Terragoth before sunrise this morning, giving Castia a wide berth and approaching the ancient ruins from the south. Edwick brought the Old Glory Inn low, so as not to draw attention from the horde. Kit had offered an unasked-for narration as they navigated the derelict city, elaborating on its former glory. There's what's left of the Accra track. I won a fortune there once and lost it all on a single bet. He shook his head and pursed his bloodless lips. I should have known a bird named Sure Thing was too good to be true. And look, the scroll house. It had a roof once, and a lovely patio from which you could see the entire city. They served the most incredible brunch, poached basilisk eggs and toasted bread with brown butter preserve. Ah, no one does a good basilisk egg anymore, he remarked sadly, and Clay heard Ganelon mutter under his breath, What the fuck is brunch? They'd set the skyship down in what had once been a grand forum. Moog's plan, Moog's brilliant, desperate, utterly preposterous plan, required one of them to sneak into the old shrine to Tamarat, the apparent lair of the dragon Akatung. Matrick had volunteered, and so the rest of them sat aboard the Glory, hoping against hope that their presence in the city remained unnoticed by Last Leaf or his horde. Clay had been cautiously hopeful since the wizard had outlined his strategy the night before. But when the sun broke over the snow-mantled mountains, he was offered his first glimpse, aside from what he'd seen in Moog's crystal ball, of Castia itself, rising like a white shoal in the midst of a poisoned ocean just a few miles east. And suddenly every breath was a sucking gasp, every heartbeat a hammer blow. A part of Clay's mind begged him to turn away, to close his eyes, to look anywhere but at the writhing, crawling, clamoring monstrosity that was the Wyld horde. But he could not. Someone, probably Gabriel, had once told him that to be courageous, you had to first know fear. As Clay saw it, he would need a reserve of courage in the hours to come that demanded more fear than he had ever known. And so he let the horror of what they were about to face wash over him, soak into him, clamp around his soul like an iron fist, and squeeze.
"He's been in there a while,"
observed Tiamax. The Arachnian had painted himself for war. His entire body was black, save for the tips of each spindly limb, which were blood red, and he'd painted a red hourglass on his abdomen. Clay wasn't exactly sure why an hourglass should be frightening, but for some reason it was.
"I don't think we've been spotted yet,"
said Piglet, peering fearfully over the starboard rail. So far so good, Clay thought. But then Ash pointed down a debris-littered side street.
"Knowles,"
she hissed. Clay squinted down the alley. A pack of humanoid hyenas were skulking in the shadow of a ruined wall. "Barrett, Tiamax, Piglet," said Gabriel. "You three run them down. Ganelon and Ash, circle round and head 'em off. The rest of us will stay and wait for Matrick." To Clay's surprise, Vanguard's front man didn't blink an eye at taking orders from Gabe. He jumped over the rail and beckoned his bandmates to follow.
"Let's get this done. If these bonesuckers run off and warn their friends, this whole plan goes to shit."
Kit followed Ganelon and Ash overboard.
"I know the city,"
he explained, when it looked as if the Southerner would order him back.
"I can help make certain they don't escape."
Ganelon nodded grudgingly, and the three of them hurried off east. One of the knoll scavengers loosed a startled howl. Barrett replied with his crossbow, cutting it short. He nodded at Edwick in the pilot's seat and then squinted up at Gabriel.
"Don't go killing my bard."
Gabe's smile was stretched thin. "No promises," he said. Barrett chuckled, then turned to the others.
"Let's roll."
Tiamax went first, 4 of his 6 hands bearing some sort of weapon, one of which was a barbed javelin. He hurled it as he closed, impaling one of the scavengers, and then spun his abdomen toward the rest. A splash of white webbing burst from the spinnerets near his rear, trapping a few of the knolls as surely as a net. A sticky, super gross net, thought Clay. He wrinkled his nose, wincing as the stitches in his face pulled taut. Needless to say, he was beginning to understand Ash's reluctance to let the medic better, despite, as Tiamax himself had put it, the obvious benefit of having 6 hands. Barrett reloaded his crossbow on the run. He got one more shot off. The knolls ensnared by webbing were easy prey, before he slung the weapon across his back and drew a pair of short axes from his belt. Piglet lumbered beside him, wielding a square long shield and his father's spiked flail. Clay might have wondered if the kid could hold his own, except he knew Barrett, and Barrett wouldn't keep him around if Piglet were a liability, regardless of whether or not he was Hog's boy. Gabriel stirred restlessly, and Clay recognized in his friend the same urge he was trying to quell within himself, to jump out there and join the fight. The impulse wasn't just mental either. Clay's heart was thrumming in his chest, his fingers twitched with the craving to feel Blackheart's familiar weight, or a weapon's heavy heft in his grasp, though that wouldn't be happening any time soon. Not while his arm was in a sling, anyway. No doubt sensing their bloodlust, Moog shuffled over and crouched between them. "Pretty fat for a warrior, huh?"
"Huh?"
He and Gabe expressed their confusion in unison.
"Alavas."
Moog indicated the statue in the center of the shrine's sunken plaza. It was in miraculously good repair, considering its age and the state of its immediate surroundings. Set upon a plinth twice as tall as Clay, The ancient deity stood with his head bowed, one hand clasping the hilt of a huge broadsword planted between his feet. The other pointed east, presumably toward the heart of Dominion power. Also, as Moog had so keenly observed, he was pretty fat.
He was a hero of the Old Dominion, one of their greatest warriors, in fact.
Clay frowned up at the statue. I thought humans were mostly servants back then.
They mostly were, Moog confirmed, but Alavis was an exception. He made his name by challenging the champions of rival exarchs to single combat. He died without ever having lost a battle. Too young, alas.
Young? Asked Gabriel. How did he die, then? Moog scratched at one bushy eyebrow.
Well, you see how big he was. Apparently, he broke through a latrine seat and drowned in the sewage below.
A shitty way to go, Clay was about to remark, when a muffled shout echoed from beyond the recessed columns fronting the shrine. Did you guys hear that? Edwick was cupping one ear.
It sounded like Matrick, he said.
More incomprehensible words drifted into the plaza. Gabriel slipped over the skyship's low rail and moved a few paces ahead. Clay looked down the side street. Knoll corpses littered the ground, but there was no sign of Barrett and the others.
It
came the voice from within the temple, still faint.
That was Maddie, no doubt, said Moog, but the words. Gabe, could you make out any of that?
Gabriel shook his head. It sounded like...
Aren't the shrimp?
Moog guessed.
What the heck is he talking about? What shrimp?
Start the ship, Clay said under his breath. Matrick came bolting from the shadows between two columns. His legs were pumping furiously, and he was cradling something against his chest that looked like a white stone wheel.
Start the ship! He shrieked. Start the ship! Start the ship! Start the fucking ship!
Gabriel spun. Edwick?
Starting the ship,
yelled Edwick, already dashing toward his chair. The entire front of the shrine exploded outward. Blocks of stone rained down on the plaza, bursting on impact into spinning shrapnel shards, and a dragon, a real live you-gotta-be-shitting-me dragon, came roaring from the ruin. Akatung looked much as Clay remembered him, vast and malevolent, armored in jet-black scales and bristling with enough horns and spines and spikes to hang every hat in the world. And what was more, he still looked fairly pissed about the "you guys nearly killed me" thing from way back when. So that was probably bad. Matrick sprinted past the statue of Alavis. The dragon burst through it without slowing. Matrick took the steps to the square 3 at a time. The dragon was up them in a single stride. Matrick was halfway to the ship when a chunk of stone clipped his heel and sent him sprawling, huddled protectively around the relic in his arms.
Stay here,
shouted Gabriel and took off running. The dragon lunged at Matrick, its jaw hinged open like a snake's, lips peeling back from a double row of razor fangs. Matrick was fumbling for something at his waist, but if he hoped to stop a dragon with a knife... Not a knife, Clay registered. Something else. A horn? The blast Matrick blew made no sound at all. But a plague of insects boiled out from inside. Bees and beetles, wasps and weevils, grasshoppers, moths, crickets, cockroaches, horseflies, butterflies, dragonflies, and fireflies that glimmered like stars through a veil of pestilent cloud, straight into Akatung's mouth. Its jaws snapped shut just short of the king. Its yellow eyes bulged, and then the dragon made a sound like a cat summoning a sticky hairball from the depths of its stomach. Gabe helped Matrick to stand, and the two of them stumbled on as Akatung began coughing plumes of insects into the sky. When they'd climbed aboard, Gabriel took the white wheel from Matrick and offered it to Moog. "Is this it?" The wizard took it reverently, a look of astonished wonder on his face.
"This is it?"
This is Terragoth's keystone. See this groove here? When you—
Moog.
Yes?
Gabriel pointed. Dragon.
Oh, yes, sorry. Plan B then?
Will it work, do you think?
Clay looked from the wizard to Gabriel.
There's a plan B?
Moog nodded determinedly. We have to try, he said, before leaping over the opposite rail and taking off at a sprint toward the eastern gate.
Where's he going?
The threshold, said Gabriel. Edwick, we need to keep that thing busy until he gets there. Can do, said the bard. I'll take us up. Not up, Gabe told him. Not yet. We need to find the others first. Stay as close to the ground as you can. But the dragon will be the least of our problems if Last Leaf knows we're here.
Clay turned to Matrick. What's plan B?
No idea, said Matrick, still gasping for breath. But it can't be any worse than plan A.
Akatung, meanwhile, had fixed them with a baleful glare. His eyes were roaring, hateful hearths. He bellowed something in the incomprehensible tongue of dragonkind that Clay assumed wasn't a friendly greeting.
We'd better move, Gabe warned. Now!
Edwick sent the onyx orbs spinning. The dhow veered sideways as the dragon pounced. They plunged between its legs, but a tail swipe clipped the stern and rocked the Old Glory onto her side. The skyship tipped like a riverboat hit by a tsunami, but Edwick managed to steer them straight. The engine frothed as they shot like an arrow down a branching avenue. They soared over a pile of slewing rubble, slipped beneath the arch of a towering waterway. Edwick dared a glance over his shoulder.
Is it following us?
I don't.
Clay looked back in time to see the street behind them detonate. 3 stories of stonework burst like a sundered dam as the dragon charged through on a tide of billowing dust.
Yes, he answered. Definitely yes.
They swerved onto a narrow lane. The ship bounced between walls, and the sail pulsed with static discharge. Akatung came skidding around the corner. He shouldered through leaning pillars and stooping pediments as though they were drunks at the pub. Another turn saw them speeding down a wide thoroughfare divided by massive plinths displaying a succession of sandaled feet. The statues to whom those feet belonged lay toppled to either side. The skyship swooped between them, left and right. Matrick snorted to himself, watching with amusement as Moog's owlbear cub slid and scampered from one side of the deck to the other. Clay risked poking his head over the rail. Akatung was gaining fast, loping like a dog on all fours, heedless of anything in his path. He saw the barbed fins on either side of the dragon's head flare open.
"Turn!" he yelled at Edwick's back.
"Why?"
"Turn!"
They cut right as bright blue fire flooded the street behind them. The bard made a left next, hoping to throw off the pursuit. It appeared to have worked. So when Gabriel spotted Barrett and his crew in an alley half a block over, they doubled back, halting just as Tiamax cut the head from a knoll with clashing swords.
"Get in!"
Gabe shouted. Barrett was cranking the winch on his crossbow.
"There's more of them!"
He pointed at a gang of gnolls fleeing down the alley, but then Akatung's head appeared in the street beyond. There was a sound like 10,000 matches being struck at once, and the gnolls evaporated in a cone of blue-white flame.
"Never mind!"
hollered Barrett. He tossed his crossbow and scrambled inside. Tiamax gave Piglet a push up over the rail and leapt in after him. The dragon's breath funneled toward them, near enough that Clay could hear the howls it carried and feel the heat sear his face like a brand. But Edwick was already palming the orbs. They hurtled forward, weaving through a maze of tarnished splendor as fast as the Old Glory could manage. Clay found himself thankful that Kit wasn't on board. "There's the art gallery," he could imagine the ghoul droning on. "And here was the most delectable little bakery. I'll tell you one thing mankind has not improved upon in 1,200 years. Scones."
"I see ash,"
Barrett pointed over Edwick's shoulder. She and Ganelon were pelting headlong down the avenue ahead. They were gaining fast on Kit, who had hiked his bedsheet robes to his knees and was shambling for all he was worth. "Something's after them," said Gabriel. Not Knowles, Clay thought. There's no way Ganelon is running from Knowles. He'd as likely see a wolf running from a flock of sheep. His fears were confirmed as the Old Glory cleared the ruins. Akatung was there, long neck extended, the fins alongside his head fanning like a bellows. "Hold on!" yelled Edwick. He grappled both orbs and kicked the lever that powered the tidal engine. It shuddered off and the dhow went slewing sideways, angled so that Ash and Ganelon, who saw it careening toward them, could leap over the lowered rail. Kit got clipped mid-waist, but the Glory swallowed him anyway. Tiamax, who was already holding both owlbear cubs, managed to snatch the ghoul's ankle before he rolled out the opposite side. The skyship kept on spinning until the bard wrenched the lever again. Every hair on Clay's body went rigid as the sail above him crackled with energy. The gyres roared to life, and the Glory straightened out as a wave of blue-white fire splashed by them on the left. Gabriel stepped over Kit on his way to the pilot's chair. He put both hands on Edwick's slim shoulders. "Can you get us to the threshold?" he asked. "I can try," said Edwick, "but we're too slow to outrun that thing." Too slow. Gabe turned to survey the deck, then threw a questioning glance at Barrett. The front man sighed. "Gods damn it. Dump the furniture!" Out went the couches, the chairs, the chests crammed with clothes and armor. Out went the mattresses, the bar stools, the bar. Matrick himself tipped the booze cabinet over the rail, wincing as he heard it smash. Clay caught Ganelon sizing up Piglet. "Hey," he said, drawing the warrior's attention. "No." Ganelon at least had the grace to look ashamed. They were out of the city now, racing east above the broad Dominion Highway. The threshold was directly ahead, a soaring black arch that straddled the road, and beyond that, across a wide flat stretch of devastated farmland, a sight almost beyond comprehension. Castia and the Heartwild horde. There were a pair of giants striding among the monstrous multitudes, and a whole mess of creatures Clay had never seen, or couldn't discern from this far away. The sky above the city swarmed as well. Plague hawks and long-necked wyverns turned lazy circles beyond reach of the city's formidable defenses. Harpies, rot sylphs, bloodshot eye-wings, and countless other flying atrocities frolicked among smoke and cloud. The horde didn't just fill the horizon, it was the horizon. It was all there was to see. And for a moment, everyone on board the Old Glory simply stared at it over the prow. 9 hearts shared a scale with the leaden weight of fear, and even the stoutest watched the balance tip against them. And then Kit, whose heart weighed less than an orange rind, and whose head was sticking over the rail, called out,
"The dragon!"
"I know," yelled Gabriel. "It's right behind us." Leaning out as far as he dared, Clay saw that Kit was right. Akatung was practically on top of them, so close that when the dragon roared, Clay could smell the metallic char on its breath. He turned his face into the wind, and there was Moog, standing beside the threshold, pushing the keystone into place. "Where am I going?" hollered Edwick. Gabriel's eyes were fixed dead ahead. "Straight through." They sped below the empty arch, and in the split second they spent eye to eye, Clay could have sworn he saw the wizard wink at him. Glancing back over the stern, Clay saw the dragon duck beneath the arch just as the space below it shimmered like the surface of a soap bubble. And then Akatung disappeared. The Old Glory banked sharply. Clay could see, though not rationalize, a huge volume of water surging from the west-facing side of the threshold. Moog was standing just wide of the torrent, frantically turning the keystone with both hands as though he were shutting off a valve, which apparently he was. The deluge ended as abruptly as it began. Clay and a few of the others sighed heavily. Edwick was chuckling like a madman, and Gabriel, behind him, wore an expression of exhausted relief. It was Matty who broke the spell of baffled silence with a joyous hoot.
"Hells yes!" he bellowed. "Let's hear it for Plan B!"
Chapter 49. Immortality. There was a merman flopping on the wet earth. He gasped and gazed up at the sky, no doubt wondering where he was. He sputtered something at Clay and the others as they leapt clear of the dhow, but since none among them, not even Kit, spoke the liquid language of the mer people, the poor fellow died, as so many of us do, without ever knowing the truth of why he was here. Although the truth in this case was hard to believe. Moog was beaming as they approached. "I opened a portal to Antica," he said.
"What's Antica?"
asked Piglet. The boy had produced a mangled pastry from somewhere on his person and was scooping the cherry filling out with 2 fingers. When both Moog and Kit opened their mouths to explain, Gabriel cut in. "There's 3 of these things," he said, gesturing to the arc of black stone above. "One here, another in Calidar, and the last in a city called Antica, which is at the bottom of the ocean." Barrett looked confused.
"Antica? I thought that was—"
"It's not."
"So the dragon—"
"Had better be able to swim," said Gabriel, before turning to Moog. "Is it ready?" "I believe so, yes." "Good. Show Tiamax how to use it. You're coming with me. You too, Barrett." Vanguard's leader nodded grimly. "The rest of you need to protect this portal, no matter what. It's a good bet Last Leaf knows we're here, and he might even guess we've got the key to Terragoth's threshold. He will come for it with everything he's got, and if he succeeds—"
"He won't,"
said Ganelon. Gabriel met the Southerner's gaze. It looked as though he would say more, but he only nodded. They moved to the eastern side of the threshold. Clay surveyed the land between there and Castia. Blasted farmsteads, the burnt-out husks of storehouses, gently sloping fields turned to mulch by the tread of foot, hoof, and claw. The city was 3, maybe 4 miles distant, surrounded on all sides by the enemy. From here, Clay could barely make out flashes of flame and arcs of lightning as Castia's defenders kept their airborne assailants from getting too near the city walls. Moog inserted Terragoth's keystone into the smooth black stone of the threshold and pointed out to the Arachnian which of the engraved runes signified their intended destination. Tiamax scratched beneath one of his leather eye patches.
"How did you know which of the 2 was Antica?"
Moog shrugged and then answered with unnerving sincerity, "Lucky guess." Gabriel moved to stand before the portal, flanked by Moog and Barrett. He smoothed his hair and rubbed a hand over his face. "How do I look?" he asked. Barrett grinned.
"Old."
Moog glanced over appraisingly. Tired." Gabriel snorted a laugh. "Fuck you guys." Tiamax turned the keystone. The air below the ark shone with lucent color, as it had just before the dragon had disappeared through it. And then, a single impossible step away, were the ruins of Calidar, where every band in Grandual, every weathered merc and wannabe warrior, every man or woman looking to carve their name into history with a blade, had gathered for the warfare. Assuming they would be able to secure the keystone and open Terragoth's threshold, this had been the second half of Moog's audacious plan. Everything now depended on what they were able to accomplish on the other side. "Clay?" Clay blinked, looked over to where Gabriel and the others were waiting.
"What? You want me to come?" he asked.
Gabriel nodded. "I think I need you to." The warfare was, as Barrett had mentioned earlier, the biggest party in all of Grandual. For 3 days every third year, the hills around the ancient Dominion capital of Caladar were home to half the warriors in the world. There were Kaskar berserkers draped in heavy furs, silk-robed swordsmen from southern Narmir, swaggering Fantran pirates adorned with ink and gold, and bow-legged Cardian plainsmen, all mingling, laughing, gambling, shouting, and quite often fighting with one another. The older mercenaries and established bands came to rub shoulders and swap stories, while young adventurers and new bands sought to make a name for themselves and, ideally, land a gig that paid. The ruins of an enormous theater had been retrofitted as an arena, though there were plenty of less illustrious venues where fledgling fighters could test their mettle among themselves, or else square off with some captive creature brought in for the occasion. There was a makeshift labyrinth in which thieves seeking employment could showcase their skills by picking elaborate locks and evading mostly harmless traps. And even a nearby moonstone quarry where a storm witch or an alchemic sorcerer could really cut loose. There were, naturally, several casualties during the course of the fair, but what was any good party without a few deaths? Also, a gathering of so many warlike individuals meant that numerous other sordid types descended upon Caladar like crows to carrion. All the usual suspects were present: claw brokers, charm dealers, merchants selling arms and armor. There were more bards than you could count in half a day, and bookers prowled the grounds in search of ready-made heroes. Because who knew if the next Saga caliber band was out there, like chips of gold in a riverbed, waiting only to be sifted from the sand. It occurred to Clay as he stepped from the threshold into spitting rain that the warfare was a great deal like Conthus, only with less rampant fire and considerably more pissing out of doors. The threshold in Caladar was nestled in a copse of black pines and maples turned red by the autumn sun's moldering touch. There was already a crowd gathered, gawking through the portal at the scene beyond. And now that Clay and the others had come walking out, there were hundreds streaming in from the surrounding camps to see for themselves. Gabriel was already speaking with some familiar faces out front, men and women Clay hadn't seen for years. There was Geralt Snakewater and Merciless May Drummond and Red Bob, whose illustrious locks had long since fled and left him bald. Barrett, meanwhile, beckoned a pair of youths from the crowd and introduced them to Clay.
"These are my sons, Rogan and Sid. Boys, this here is Clay Cooper."
"A pleasure to meet you," said Rogan. He was older, bigger, and damn near the spitting image of his father, while the other was slight of build, with Avery's blue eyes and toothy smile. Both of them were wearing more eyeliner than an Armiri pillow boy, and had bleached their hair platinum white.
"Our mother's told us a lot about you," said the younger one. "Every time we misbehave, she swears she should have married Clay Cooper instead of the old man here."
Barrett had a chuckle at that.
"Fine by me. What do you say, Slowhand? You up for swapping wives?"
Clay was about to politely refuse when a familiar voice shouted his name.
"Clay Cooper? Well, slap my ass and call me sister. What are you doing this side of the Wyld?"
Jane pushed clear of the crowd, followed closely by her gang, which seemed to have doubled in size since they'd last met in Conthus. They were all dressed in a plethora of silks and fine furs, though none seemed to care that the rain would do them harm. Clay grinned. "You can take the girl out of Cardia." Jane gestured grandly at the women behind her.
"Behold, the silk arrows," she said. "Got a full quiver now, as you can see. You look like shit, by the way. What happened to your face?"
Clay shrugged. "I was born this way."
"Your mama keeps an axe in her womb, huh?" I was thinking of trying that myself to keep the boys out.
That got another laugh out of Barrett.
Oh, I like this one, he said.
Gabriel, Clay saw, was arguing heatedly with one of the Skulk brothers. He broke from the crowd and physically dragged Moog out of conversation with May Drummond.
Fucking cowards,
he muttered as the two of them drew up.
They won't help?
Clay asked.
They want us to close the threshold, he said.
They think we should abandon Castia, forget that 30,000 people are trapped inside. Geralt Snakewater said this. The man who knocked out a rock hulk with his bare hands. And the Skulk brothers, they killed a dragon once, didn't they?
Small one, said Moog, holding 2 fingers an inch apart.
Yeah, well, they won't come. They're afraid.
Talk to them, Clay said.
Gabriel held up his hands despairingly. I tried. I thought if I could get the stone rolling that others might follow, but... No. Clay waved a hand to indicate the surrounding hills. Talk to them. All of them. Forget Geralt Snakewater. You don't need washed-up heroes, Gabe. You need new ones.
Damn right,
growled Rogan, and his little brothers smirked by way of agreement. Jane straightened and tapped the butt of her bow against the ground.
I like the sound of that, she said.
Gabriel looked unconvinced, so Clay went on. When May Drummond or the Skulks see you, they see an old friend. They see the Gabriel that rode a horse up the riot house stairs, or the one that got so drunk during the siege of Castadar he fell off the battlements.
Priceless, laughed Barrett. We rallied out the front gate to rescue you and decided to break the siege while we were out there.
Or maybe they see a rival. Maybe they think you got too big for your own good, which you did. Or that you were a loud, obnoxious ass, which you were. Gabe opened his mouth to protest, but Clay rolled over him. But when these kids look at you, they see a legend. They see Golden Gabe, who killed the Crypt Queen and held the bridge at Trolltoll against a legion of lizard men. Gabriel cleared his throat. Actually, that was Ganelon.
Fuck it, Clay said. Doesn't matter. All these others, these old names...
He trailed off, fumbling for the right words.
They're only candles, Gabe, and you are the God's damned sun.
He pointed to the pediment beside them.
Now get up there and shine.
For the span of 5 heartbeats, Gabriel just stood there, dumbfounded. Finally he blinked, as though a spell of despondency had lifted from his mind. Right, he said, nodding to himself. I'm the sun. Moog?
On it,
chirped the wizard. He scurried to the base of a nearby pine and back, pressing something dark and wet into Gabriel's hand.
A pine cone? Can you imagine? All this at stake and I give you a pine cone?
Moog's cackle died in silence, and everyone simply stared until he went on.
Okay, yes, it's a pine cone. But it's a magic pine cone. Hold it like this.
He arranged Gabriel's arm so that the cone was near his lips. Gabe looked skeptical, but he climbed onto the pediment at the base of the threshold and shouted, "Warriors, hear me!" His voice boomed from the trees all around them, so loud the pines shivered and the maples shed half their leaves at once. The gray sky came alive with startled birds. "My name is Golden Gabe," he announced. "You know me, or you know of me, from some poem or song or story. You might have heard I slew the Crypt Queen Nazalin in single combat, or that I was the first over the wall at Castadar." He winked at Barrett. "Those things are true. Maybe your father told you he fought beside me once, or perhaps your mother said she met me in a tavern 20 years ago. Well, if you've got blue eyes and the wits of an ox, that might be true as well."
He paused while a ripple of laughter rolled up over the surrounding hills, then cast an anxious glance through the threshold before going on. I'm in a band, and you'll have heard of them too. Matrix Skull Drummer, Arcandius Moog, Slowhand Clay Cooper, and Ganelon. He was dragging it out, Clay realized, playing for time. As if on cue, a wyvern came crashing through the portal, a tumble of burnished red scales and thrashing wings, screaming like a sickened eagle. The crowd scrambled back a few steps as the creature slid to a stop. Ganelon was with it, clinging tightly to its long, sinuous neck. The muscles in his arms bulged as he gave it a wrenching twist. There was a loud crack, and the beast went still. Something like 60,000 people stood in rapt silence as Ganelon got to his feet, rolled his neck against either shoulder, and stalked back toward the threshold. You need help? Barrett asked as the Southerner passed him by. Ganelon dragged the axe off his back. Runes pulsed across the black steel, steady as a heartbeat.
Nah, we're good.
Gabe went on. Some of you, hell, most of you, are too young to remember why we're famous. So let me give you a few recent examples. We rescued the King of Agria from his wife's hired assassin. We burned the riot house to the ground. We brought down a chimera and took the Maxathon for a spin. He waited as a spatter of laughter came and went. We crossed the heart Wyld, though it wasn't easy. We walked the cold road, and we paid its toll. The fingers on Clay's newest hand tingled as the Ettin's lullaby drifted through the echoing corridors of his memory. We found a Druin keystone, Gabe was saying, and opened the threshold behind me. And, oh yeah, we killed a dragon. Akatung is dead, Gabe announced to the audible disbelief of those listening, which was everyone now, since the very trees were carrying Gabriel's voice over the hills and beyond. When he sighed, the leaves shivered as though the wind itself had raked its frigid fingers through their boughs. But I didn't come here to brag, he said. Could have fooled me, shouted Red Bob, who looked mighty pleased with himself until someone else yelled, Fuck off, Bob, to ensuing laughter. Gabe took no notice of the exchange. In fact, let me start over. My name is Gabriel, and I need your help. He pointed through the threshold. That there is Castia. Dark murmurs arose from the crowd. If any had wondered what it was they were seeing beyond the arch, or where, rather, they knew now. Some 30,000 men and women are trapped within its walls, said Gabriel. Once they hoped for salvation. Now they pray for death. One of them is my daughter Rose. But that darkness, that shadow you see between us and them, is the Heartwyld horde. The murmurs grew into a fearful babble. The blanketing multitude seemed to wilt like grass on fire. A nearby blade merchant rolled up his sodden carpet with the swords still inside and jogged off through the crowd. Gabriel pressed on. Every nightmare you've ever had, every monster you feared to find beneath your bed, is right there. And it brought 1,000 friends. They've already crushed one army, and sooner or later, Castia will fall to them as well. The horde is hungry. It is cruel. Those inside will wish they had died on the battlefield before the end. Barrett shifted uncomfortably, no doubt afraid that Gabe was unraveling the threadbare glamour his earlier words had wrought. But Clay knew better. He and Gabriel had been friends for 35 years, and Gabe had been talking him into doing recklessly stupid shit for damn near all of them. He was a charismatic craftsman. Every heart a furnace, every soul a blade. And here comes the hammer, thought Clay. At least he hoped there was a hammer, because even Barrett's sons looked as dismal as the weather. "Why did you come to here? To Caladar?" Gabe asked. "Was it to show off the paint on your face? Your latest tattoo? The color of your hair? Or was there something more? Did you come to find a band or a booker? Did you want to make a name for yourself? Was it glory you were looking for?" Something about that word stirred the embers in Clay's gut. It didn't matter that he was old or tired, or that he'd drunk deep enough from glory's cup to slake a lifetime's thirst. Saying glory to a warrior was like saying walk to a dog. You got its tail wagging sure as shit. Because you don't find glory at a fair. It isn't something that just lands in your lap. You need to go after it and take it for yourself. You need to risk everything for it. There was a flurry within the threshold. Ash and Piglet were tussling with a pair of harpies. Ganelon was squaring off against something that looked like a centipede with tiny wings along the length of his body. But glory is a hard currency to earn nowadays. It isn't just wandering in a forest or lurking in a cave. You have to breed it, keep it in a cage, and parcel it out so everyone gets their share. I've heard it said, and so have you, that all the great bands have come and gone. There was a smattering of unrest among his audience, and Gabe kept nudging. People think the world has already been saved, that we don't need mercenaries anymore. They say heroes are a dying breed. That got him going. There was jeering and shouts of, "It's true!" and "Fuck that noise!" from everywhere at once.
"He's right,"
Clay heard Barrett's younger boy admit to his brother. "So what can you do?" Gabe asked them. "You tour from city to city, fighting whatever sorry thing the local wrangler can drudge up. You dress up and dance while some beer-swilling asshole hopes a goblin gets lucky and slits your throat so that he can see some blood." Moog laughed at that. So did a lot of the older mercs, but the younger ones nodded, tight-lipped, or else yelled their agreement. "Who will remember you?" Gabe asked. "What have you done?" He waved a hand toward the horde and the city it besieged. "Tell me, does the world look safe to you?" First there was grumbling, but then someone ventured, "No!" and hundreds more followed suit. "Castia needs fighters," he shouted above the thunder of stamping feet. "It needs great and glorious bands." He yelled over the percussive crash of sword and shield. "Castia needs heroes," he roared, and they roared back at him. Barrett's boys were grinning like jackals. Jane's girls were howling like wolves. "Are there any heroes here?" he screamed. "Yes!" bellowed 10,000. 20. "I said, are there any fucking heroes here?" "Yes!" bellowed 30,000. 40. The hills seemed to be rolling, rising beneath the back of conjured leviathans. Birds were circling the sky, spooked by the specter in the trees. Moog was bouncing excitedly on his toes, and Kit, who'd slipped through the arch sometime during Gabriel's speech, was peering over the assembly as though committing the sight to memory. Clay thought of what the ghoul had told them in the mountain cave, about the marvels and horrors he'd seen throughout the course of his extraordinary life. and he wondered if their bard had ever seen anything quite like this. "This day," said Gabriel, "this moment, is when you step out from the shadow of the past. Today, you make your name. Today, your legend is born. Come tomorrow, every tale the bards tell will belong to you, because today we saved the world." Clay sighed in relief. There'd been a hammer after all. Gabriel tore Velicor from its scabbard and leveled it at the encroaching horde. "This is not a choice between life and death, but life and immortality. Remain here and die in obscurity, or follow me now and live forever." Chapter 50. The Battle of the Bands. Barrett's boys were the first ones through. 3 other youths, the remaining white knights presumably, came with them, each sporting the same dark-rimmed eyes and bleached-bone hair. Jane's girls were next. The brigand-turned-band leader gave Clay a touch with the tip of her bow as she passed.
"Long way from stealing socks on the roadside, eh, slow hand?"
"Long way," Clay agreed. "Stay safe, Jane." She laughed and called over her shoulder,
"Little late for that."
Geralt Snakewater came after. The big man was too ashamed to look Gabe's way, but he spared a respectful nod for Ganelon, who was standing on the carcass of the flying centipede with one eye on the sky. Next came a whole host of bands Clay didn't recognize, though many of them announced themselves to Gabriel as they went by. The men of Giant's Bane were big blonde northerners, each wielding an axe almost as huge as Syrinx. Courtney and the Sparks bore southern scimitars and red silk skirts. The Silent Sons were ashen-faced, mute as corpses as they marched into line. The Banshees ran past screaming. The Dust Galls shouted greetings in a language Clay had never heard. The Renegades sported an array of black eyes, bloodied noses, and gap-toothed smiles, as though they'd already been in a scrap that morning and were eager for more. Mercenaries were announced by their bards as they emerged from the portal. Layla Sweetpenny, Jasper the Creep, Brother Sandman, Hasdrubal Doomflayer. There was a man called the Blind Tiger, who might actually have been blind, and another named Ben the Stalactian, who looked as though there was giant's blood in his veins. Plenty of old names showed up as well. Tashino the Wicked, Jorma Mule Kicker, Queen Killer Lysanthe, and a great many bands Clay was surprised to see still touring. The Dreamers, the Locksmiths, the Wheat Kings, Slade and the War Dancers. Red Bob strode proudly toward the front, trailed by a frightened bard that looked as if he were contemplating a sudden retirement. Neil the Young hobbled by, leaning heavily on a gnarled staff, prompting Clay to wonder if the gray-bearded wizard went by Neil the Old these days. They kept on coming, streaming from the threshold like a river delta flooding into the sea. Here came Deckard Clearwater and his double-hafted hammer, followed by Hank the Beholder, whose shield, due to an elaborate contraption built into the grip, could spout fire from the red eye painted on its face. Here came the Black Puddings, the People Eaters, the She-Wolves. 5 men jogged past wearing the livery of 5 court guardsmen. Each one waved at Clay as if they knew him. Here came the Sisters in Steel, barreling toward the wing on sleek white horses. They looked considerably more deadly and significantly less glamorous than they had during the parade back in Conthus. Here came the Storm Riders as well, one of which stopped to shake Gabriel's hand and mutter an apology for, as he rather flippantly put it, that whole business with the Chimera. Clay felt a prickle on his skin and caught some kid glaring at him. It took him a moment to place where he'd seen that scowl before, but he finally did. "The fuck you looking at?" he asked the platinum-haired frontman of the Screamin' Eagles, the one who'd managed to provoke Ganelon into a fight in the riot house back in Five Court. The young man bore a crooked nose as a memento of that ill-fated confrontation. "A legend, apparently," said the kid, waving his bandmates by. "Same here," Clay told him. The front man nodded, obviously heartened, and trotted off. Truth be told, Clay didn't even know the kid's name, but it never hurt to bolster someone's confidence before a fight, and who said Gabriel had a monopoly on kick-ass pep talks? Clay was watching the boy go when Gabe took his shoulder and turned him round. Barrett had taken Vanguard to the front already, and Kit was watching the endless stream of wild-eyed warriors still arriving from the fairgrounds in Calidar, which left Clay and his bandmates alone for the first time since they'd raided Calaric's compound more than a month before, something each of them seemed to apprehend at once. Moog and Matrick put an arm around each other. The wizard slung his other behind Clay's back, while Matty reached up and placed a hand on Ganelon's broad shoulder. The Southerner shifted uncomfortably, but didn't shrug him off, nor did he shy away when Gabriel clasped his left wrist to complete the circle. Clay had no idea how long the five of them stood like that, though afterward he thought it might have been an absurdly long time, considering the fact that the Heartwild horde was now bearing down on them. For a while, no one spoke, because in the roundabout course of 30-some years, they had said just about all there was to say to one another. Until finally Clay could bear the silence no longer and cleared his throat. "I love you guys," he said, and gods be damned if his voice didn't sell him out at the end and crack like a boy at 12 summers. Moog nearly choked on a sob himself. "I love you guys too," he said, unashamed by the tears rolling over his cheeks. "Me too," Matty croaked. "I love you," said Gabriel, matching gazes with each of them one by one. "All of you." Ganelon remained silent, but when the rest of them looked his way, he rolled his eyes and loosed a sympathetic growl.
"Okay, fine. You're the last 4 people I'd ever kill."
A smile slipped onto Gabe's face for the length of a long breath, before it slid like a sickle moon behind a wisp of somber cloud. "For Rose," he said. "For Rose," they echoed. And by then the first horns of war were blowing, loud and long and clear across the sky. The battle for Castia was about to begin. A battle, as relayed by a poet, is a glorious thing, full of heroic stands, daring charges, and valiant sacrifice. But a battlefield, as experienced by some poor bastard mired in the thick of it, is something different altogether. The word clusterfuck came to mind. At least it's clear who the enemy is, thought Clay, using Blackheart to deflect the spear of a charging centaur as Gabriel took its front legs off at the knee. The centaur's wailing faceplant might have been amusing, were there not several hundred more of his kind galloping behind. Although they hadn't seen Lastleaf or his wyvern matriarch as of yet, there was clear evidence of a mastermind behind the horde's tactics thus far. A detachment of centaurs and mounted wargs had circled to the north in an attempt to flank Grandual's mercenaries. Gabriel, exerting what little influence he could over his ragtag army, sent the Sisters in Steel, along with every other rider at his disposal, out to meet them. Their orders had been to break off as soon as possible, while Saga led a few hundred mercs on foot behind. Centaurs could mount a devastating charge, but once engaged, especially in the close-quarters chaos of a battlefield, they were pushovers. Unlike typical cavalry, where if you injured a horse you still had to deal with its rider, the horsemen presented huge targets, and if you hamstrung one, it was fairly easy to finish it off. Once Saga and the others had locked down their foes, the Sisters and their mercenary cavalry rushed back in from the rear, Before long, the centaurs were dead or put to rout, while the wargs, enraged by bloodlust, began to turn on friend and foe alike. A fair start, Clay was forced to admit. But that was the last maneuver Gabe could hope to make. By now, the two forces, the horde of monsters and the host of mercenaries, had crashed together into a brawling morass that sounded to Clay's ears like an ocean filled with several 100,000 drowning people all screaming for help at once.
This way!
Yelled Gabe. He slipped through a knot in the fighting and led Saga toward the center. Clay followed as close as he could. His left arm was mending but was far from healed. It was still in its sling, leaving him little choice but to stay on Gabe's heels and weather whatever blows he could on behalf of his friend. Matrix skulked after them like an urchin, slicing open foes like they were purse bottoms in a market square. Ganelon hacked his way alongside them with syrinx, and Moog, who had strapped a quartet of bandoliers to his chest, was lobbing vial after vial of volatile explosives into the enemy ranks. Gods forbid anything hit him, Clay worried. One unlucky strike, and the wizard'd go off like spring fireworks. And us with him, probably. Gabriel had been spot on about one thing during his speech back in Kaladar. The Horde was a nightmare made real. Every heinous and hideous thing you could imagine was present. There were goblins and rock hulks, wild orcs, uncountable thousands of yapping kobolds, and rune-broken golems with glowing green eyes. There were horse-headed Ixil and horned hoary murlogs, skeletons rattling in rusted armor, and way more giant spiders than Clay was comfortable with. There were scorpions the size of horses, lanky trolls with eyes like smoldering pits, furbolgs in soiled loincloths swinging spiked clubs, and ogre mages hurling bolts of lightning from brandished bone totems. Great shaggy treants roamed the battleground, their twisted boughs home to spriggans firing tiny barbed arrows into the crowd below. There were burrowing worms that swallowed men whole, and drakes breathing everything from fire and ice to clouds of noxious gas. There were battalions of black-scaled lizard folk carrying wicked billhooks, scores of gibbering grimlocks with clammy white skin and round iron helms pricked with tiny holes to shield their eyes from the light of day. There were dire wolves, blood boars, and plate-armored death knights on the backs of mammoth bears. There were witches with curling nails and filed teeth, and warlocks who'd carved runes of vile power into their very flesh. There were great apes like the one he'd seen back in Conthus, striped like tigers in colors so vibrant they looked unreal. These ones were a touch more savage, however. Clay saw one tear a woman into halves like she was a loaf of warm bread. Which was not to mention the big boys. A pair of giants roamed unchallenged, leveling a dozen warriors with every step. Several cyclops waded knee-deep among the mercenary ranks, so hideously deformed they'd have made Dane look like Gabriel in his golden prime. They swung flails and broad-bladed axes that cut bloody arcs through anyone in their path. Clay had seen a swarm of scuttling Ankeg and known that somewhere in their midst would be a queen, bloated with the next clutch of mindless drones. The sky belonged almost solely to the enemy. Clouds of giant bats swept down with razor claws. Rot sylphs belched streams of acid bile. Gargoyles plunged like stones upon unsuspecting heads. There was another creature. Clay hadn't even known what to call it. That was some kind of enormous plant. When it wasn't spewing acid all over the place, it was hoisting mercs into the air with its tentacle limbs and dropping them into what looked disturbingly to be a mouth inside of its mouth. But then another monstrosity arrived, an argosy armored in metal plates and powered by what looked like a pared-down tidal engine came roaring from the threshold. The plant thing's acid splashed harmlessly over its iron-plated carapace, and the massive war wagon responded by blasting liquid fire from a spout at its front before running its adversary down beneath nail-studded treads. The mercenaries rallied around the rolling behemoth as it plowed into the mob. Clay saw pale-skinned necromancers hovering above plagues of living dead, their frayed cloaks billowing on deathly currents. Demons wreathed in boiling smoke cackled like madmen as they struck down would-be heroes with blades of blistering fire. One of them stood out from the rest, and not just because it was several magnitudes larger. Well, mostly because of that, but also because it bore a whip that instantly froze whatever it touched and carried a sword as long as a ship's mast, which it used to smash frost-rimed mercenaries to bloody fragments. The thing looked like a man-shaped mountain of jagged ice, its limbs encased in scraps of dull black armor. A pair of iron-sheathed front-facing horns curved from its head above eyes like charnel pits. Clay knew it for an infernal the moment he laid eyes on it. He'd never seen one before, not beyond the confines of paintings or tapestries anyhow, but he recognized it nonetheless. Clay remembered Shadow, the Druin claw-broker, mentioning that Lastleaf had spent years rallying the Horde, traveling the breadth of the Wyld, rousing the beast tribes of Endland, brokering pacts with some of the forest's most corrupted inhabitants. Judging by the size of the force he'd managed to assemble, Clay was surprised there'd been anything left to haunt the Wyld on their way through. "Look alive!" Gabe called as a clutch of Erskine jumped them. Clay deflected a spear thrust and drove his shield into his attacker's frog-like face. Ganelon plucked one of the things off his back and slammed it onto the ground at his feet. Matrick took a tongue thrust to the face and reeled as though punched. But before the creature could finish him, Moog tapped it with a wand. "Kazaa!" yelled the wizard. The frogman stopped short, bewildered. Before it could recover, Matrick jammed his knives to the hilt in its chest. "What spell was that?" Clay asked.
"Spell?"
Moog brandished the wand.
"You mean this? It's just a stick,"
he said, and tossed it away. "The world's a changing place," Matrick had told him back in Five Court, and Clay knew he was seeing the fallout of that change all around him. Because so many bands had sought the artificial glory of the arenas instead of venturing out in search of the real thing, the denizens of the Wyld had been granted time to repopulate, to nurse their hatred of human civilization, the whole forest festering like an untended wound gone septic. And potentially fatal, he thought, as Gabriel led them into the body-strewn wake of the armored war wagon. The closer they got to the city, the more evidence they saw of the Horde's months-long occupation. Bodies impaled on blood-sheathed spears, fire pits and trenches heaped with bones. The enemy had constructed a number of shoddy siege engines, Clay noted. Nothing they could hurl would have done much harm to Castia's spell-warded walls, but as they passed near to one, he saw the bucket was stained with gore, and he shuddered to imagine what these machines had launched in place of stones. They were nearing the thick of it now, the chaotic center of the miles-long battlefield. He had been involved in enough petty wars to know that battles like this were won and lost on the wings, but Gabriel seemed dead set on driving like a blade toward the heart of the Horde, and Clay thought he knew why. "If we can find Lastleaf, if we can somehow kill him, then maybe we can end this." With only a shield to hand, Clay did his best to keep his bandmates from harm. When a gargoyle dive-bombed Matrick, Clay pushed him aside, planting his feet and slanting his shield so the thing didn't crush him. Thanks to the impenetrable war skin, Clay shrugged off countless sword and spear thrusts meant for Moog, and Blackheart's mottled face was spiked with splintered arrows. He hauled Ganelon from the rubble of a vanquished earth elemental, and even found time to step between Red Bob and an Ankeg's gnashing pincers. The mercenary murmured scant thanks and rushed off, only to be crushed a moment later by a giant's pounding foot. Bob's bard turned and fled, wailing and clutching his harp to his chest like a scholar saving a single book from a burning library. Clay gazed up at the colossus. It hadn't taken notice of them yet, but a giant hardly needed to see you to kill you, did it? It stalked across the battlefield like a child treading over grass, wreaking unwitting devastation with every step. Well, perhaps not entirely unwitting, Clay amended, as the giant's next earth-hammering stomp killed all 5 of the skulks at once. But what the hell can we do? Killing a giant was possible, sure, but it took time and proper planning, the right weapons, and a fair bit of good fortune. You just can't. The giant's throat suddenly bristled with half a dozen shivering crossbow bolts. The brute looked as confused about that as Clay was, but then several more barbs sprouted amidst a spray of misting blood. The giant's eyes glazed over in death, and it sagged thunderously to its knees. Clay craned his neck to gape at the sky ship soaring ponderously overhead, now banking, so that even though they were too far off to read clearly, Clay knew at once the bold white words stamped along the dreadnought's hull. Larkspur had come to Castia. Chapter 51. The Autumn Sun. The mind, Clay had learned long ago, could witness only so much carnage before it ceased to comprehend. You saw it still. You heard it raging like a rainstorm against a closed window, but it simply did not register. His capacity for slaughter was overflowing, like a cup filled to the brim with wine or water, or, more aptly, with blood. Everywhere Clay looked was pandemonium. He saw Tishino the Wicked deflect a lightning bolt with his sword before cutting an arm off the warlock who'd cast it. The reavers were chopping at the trunk of a faltering treant as Spriggan archers spilled from its eaves. Neil, the not-so-young anymore, hurled a bale of fire into the gaping maw of a great worm. The thing exploded, and since half of it was buried, the ground above it ruptured, hurling kobolds like clods of earth behind a galloping horse. Deckard Clearwater pummeled his way through 100 undead and broke the skull of the crypt fiend compelling them. The ghost-blue fires in its eyes went out, and the rest of its shambling soldiers crumpled in an instant. Elsewhere, things weren't going so well. Clay saw merciless May Drummond trampled by a boar, and the Dreamers go down beneath a pile of steel-helmed Grimlocks. The blind tiger was killed by an arrow he almost certainly did not see coming. A stooping Cyclops reached beneath the steel-plated Argosy and tipped it over. The great machine floundered like a beetle on its back, fire and smoke spouting from either end. Clay's eyes roamed the battlefield, hoping to determine Lastleaf's whereabouts, but there was simply too much chaos. He looked to the frenzied sky for sign of the Wyvern matriarch, but he couldn't pick her out from so far away. The dark star soared overhead, mist streaming from its tidal engines. Rot sylphs bounced from its prow. Bats scattered from its path or were burned to ash by its storm-racked sails. The same pitch bombs that laid waste to the carnal court were now unleashed upon the horde, a hedgerow of thumping explosions that vaporized hundreds at a time. At last the Deva and her red-robed thralls came spilling over the sides, gliding toward the battlefield below. Her minions were more numerous than Clay would have figured, and he was wondering if she'd left any on board when the dreadnought's inevitable course became apparent. So, no then, he thought, or hoped not anyway, since the Dark Star, its prow ostensibly crammed with more of those volatile bombs, plowed straight into the second giant's face. The resulting explosion lit the sky like a second sun, a flash of blinding incandescence followed by a boom that rattled Clay's teeth in their sockets. For a heartbeat, as scraps of burning skyship rained down, every soul on the plain stood struck by horrific expectation. The giant tipped forward, and the mercenaries trapped within its shadow looked up in despair. But then it rocked onto its heels, toppling backward, an avalanche of flesh and bone crashing down into the midst of the horde. The battlefield heaved. Men and monsters bounced like bowls on a table struck by a god. Clay was thrown from his feet, and for a moment he simply lay on his back, gazing up at a sky that already seemed brighter, absent the looming threat of two rampaging giants, until a glossy black feather drifted above his eyes. He rolled to his knees, surged to his feet, preparing, if not the least bit prepared, to bear the brunt of Larkspur's vengeance. Her thralls hit the ground first, red robes fluttering as they tumbled through a tribe of wild orcs. They wasted no time joining the fight, hands and feet a blur as they secured a space in which their mistress could land in safety. The Deva's wings fanned as she descended. Her armored toes aimed like a nail at the earth below. The scythe in her hands gleamed dully, white as a winter sky, and Clay's newborn hand itched at the sight of it. If she bore any lasting injury from being impaled by one of Barrett's bolts, it wasn't evident at the moment. Larkspur touched down, folded her wings, and made straight for Ganelon.
"Took you long enough," said the warrior.
"Fuck yourself," she snapped, and drove the butt of her scythe into the ground like a conqueror coming ashore in a heathen land. The kiss that followed was sudden as lightning, fierce as a storm at sea. She seized his throat with an iron claw. He clasped her hair in a mailed fist, and Clay saw her bite down on his lip. When they finally wrenched themselves apart, Gabriel loosed a loud sigh. Spring Maiden's mercy. I thought I was the dramatic one. If you two are finished... For now, said Larkspur. The look she gave Ganelon was that of a torturer setting bloody instruments aside. Ganelon's grin was flecked with blood. For now, he agreed. Gabriel hefted his sword. Good. Now we need to find... Last Leaf, he'd been about to say. Clay was sure of it. Except Last Leaf found them first. The wyvern matriarch hit the ground like an anchor dropped into shallow water, splashing blood and bodies in every direction. Ashatan's black wings thrashed to either side, spines and talons shredding mercs as though they were stuffed with straw. Her tail lashed out, punching into the chest of one of Larkspur's monks and lifting him from the ground. The poor man screamed until venomous foam came boiling from his mouth, and the wyvern shook him loose with a snap. She had another of the Davis thralls pinned to the ground with her snout, and Clay watched, repulsed, as her jaws burrowed into his gut. The man was dead by the time she raised her head, pulling entrails from the steaming ruin of his chest. To their credit, or at least as testimony to the potency of Larkspur's preternatural charm, her remaining thralls positioned themselves between their mistress and the matriarch. The area cleared by the Deva's arrival earlier remained wide open, since Granduel's mercenaries were more than willing to pick fights elsewhere, and Last Leaf's minions cowered instinctively from the great black wyvern and the man upon her back. Last Leaf, the autumn sun. He no longer wore the Duke of Endland's tattered longcoat. Now he was clad for war in a suit of skirted silver-green scale. His left arm was sheathed in overlapping plates of red metal that joined seamlessly with the pauldron on that shoulder, and he was wearing of all things a helmet, sleek and steely green like his armor, with flared casings for his back-swept ears. A crest running front to back was plumed with what looked like long red-orange leaves. Truth be told, it wasn't the worst helmet Clay had seen. He might even have said it suited the Druin in a splendid Sylvan Prince sort of way.
Gabriel.
Last Leaf called down from the wyvern's back. He gestured with a pale hand at the battle raging everywhere but their immediate vicinity.
I assume this is your doing.
Gabe shook his head. I wasn't the one who summoned an army in the first place, he said. I didn't lay siege to Castia, or threaten the courts with annihilation if they dared to intervene. This is your doing, Last Leaf. Or would you prefer I called you heathen? The Druin's air of conceit vanished like that of a debt-ridden king confronted by his creditors. He opened his mouth to speak, but then his mismatched eyes fell upon the side larkspur had planted like a flag in the blood-soaked earth. Clay saw a slew of emotions warring beneath the heathen's calm facade, but they remained below, subtle as sharks in shallow water.
Ashatan,
he said, and the wyvern bowed beneath him. The Druin dropped to the ground, ducked beneath the arch of a leathery wing, then reached behind him and withdrew the topmost sword from its scabbard. Clay had seen this one before, at Lindmore. Scorn, Shadow had called it. Obsidian black, laced with molten fissures, so hot it folded the air around it with shimmering heat. In the same moment, the matriarch loosed a screeching roar that reeked of rancid blood and made Clay's skin crawl with primal fear. While her thralls rushed Last Leaf all at once, Larkspur looked to the sky, which was Clay's first clue that it was about to come crashing down upon them. A brood of black wyverns was plummeting from the gray clouds above, a twisting, shrieking spiral of wings and claws and snapping jaws that touched down like a cyclone in their midst. The Deva sprang away as one hit Ganelon with the force of a collapsing roof. The warrior let go his axe and howled as the raptor's clenching talons tried squeezing him to pulp. Larkspur came out of a roll near her planted scythe, tore it free, and leapt to Ganelon's defense. Thankfully, the spectacle drew a whole company of mercs to the clearing. Vanguard was among them, and so were Barrett's sons and the other white knights. Arik Slake, who Clay had last seen losing a card game in the riot house, rammed his spear Hawkwind deep into a wyvern's breast. Jorma Mule Kicker, whose right eye was now a bloody hole, charged into the fray, and May Drummond, who had apparently survived being trampled by a boar after all, limped by his side. Clay returned his attention to Last Leaf in time to see the Druin plunge Scorn into the earth before him. The blade's bright fissures drained to black, and the ground beneath the charging thralls detonated. Slabs of stone and red-robed bodies exploded skyward on a swell of splashing magma. Those who weren't thrown clear staggered, some pitching into pools of molten rock. One monk tried without success to escape his burning robes, while another floundered helplessly in foot-deep lava. Clay swallowed a surge of bile as he watched the man disintegrate before his eyes. Last Leaf left the searing sword buried in the ground and was reaching for Madrigal's scabbard when one of Larkspur's more dexterous thralls got close enough to throw a punch aimed where the Druin's throat should have been. There was a warbling sound as the second sword sang loose, and the monk was rewarded for his effort with a cleanly severed arm. The man tottered, not quite dead, until the heathen shoved him backward into the molten pool. Matrick was on his back beneath another of the matriarch's brood, squirming from its talons, rolling clear of its stabbing tail, and jamming his knives up into its belly every chance he got. Clay spotted Moog retreating from a trio of yellow-eyed orcs. He almost headed over to help, but the wizard pulled a weapon from his bag that looked like a blue staff and a white staff had been locked together in a closet with the lights off. Clay recognized the twining staff immediately as one of the few magic items Moog had crafted himself and could have pitied the orcs for what was about to happen. The wizard gripped the staff with both hands, shouted a string of esoteric gibberish, and then held on for dear life as the twining staff began beating the living shit out of the three unfortunate orcs. Larkspur, meanwhile, relieved the wyvern attacking Ganelon of its head, shearing through its neck with Umbra's sickle blade. The warrior rolled free of its grasp, dazed but not outwardly harmed, and scrambled to retrieve his axe. Mere heartbeats had passed since the black brood attacked, but Clay felt exceptionally useless for squandering them, so he was almost relieved when Lastleaf's voice demanded his attention.
"What else did Shadow tell you?"
The heathen was stepping slowly around the glowing pothole between them. His eyes never left Gabriel, even when Deckard Clearwater came out of nowhere and swung his double-hafted hammer at his head. He's got a chance, thought Clay, since surprising a Druin was the only sure way to offset the prescience. But Lastleaf stepped just ahead of the blow. In one fluid motion he turned, long blade whistling, and chopped Deckard into halves. For a moment it looked as though Gabe might rush him, trying, likely in vain, to catch the heathen off guard. But Lastleaf was too far away still, and Gabriel had never been one to shy from a little pre-fight banter if it meant a chance to mentally unbalance his opponent. Clay wasn't confident that was an option here, but it couldn't hurt to try. "He told me about your mother," said Gabriel, "about the sword your father made to bring her back from the dead. He said you stole it from him." Clay's eyes wafted to the bone-white scabbard on the Druin's back. "Tamarat."
"I nearly killed him with it,"
said Lastleaf.
"You'd think he'd have happily given his life for that of the woman he claimed to love. But instead he fled and found you."
A snuffing sound urged Clay to look past Gabe's shoulder. A minotaur had found its way clear of the larger melee and into the clearing. In paintings, such monsters were always rendered as huge, hulking beasts. But in truth, they were a head shorter than most men, which was probably why they had such famously short tempers. They also, for reasons even a scholar like Moog could only speculate on, intensely despised the color red, which just so happened to be the color of Clay's armor. This one was missing a horn and sported a wound in its abdomen that would probably kill it within the hour. But in the meantime, it appeared to be sizing Clay up for an attack. With nothing but a shield to hand, there wasn't much Clay could do but watch his friend's back, so he edged nearer to Gabe's shoulder and kept an eye on the beast in his periphery.
"The truth is,"
said Lastleaf, who was getting dangerously close now,
"Vespian didn't make the sword for my mother's sake. He made it for his own, so he wouldn't be alone, so he wouldn't have to—"
"Shut up," said Gabriel, deliberately provoking. He inched his left foot ahead of him, turned his right boot outward. His knuckles went white on Velacor's grip. The heathen, just strides away now, looked suddenly irritated.
"It wasn't Tamarat my father was after, it was me. If he had taken it from me—"
"Shut up," Gabe repeated, smiling now.
"He would have killed me with it,"
the Druin sputtered,
"to bring her back."
"Nobody cares," said Gabriel, who was better than anyone Clay had ever known at pissing people off. And sure enough, Lastleaf's affected cool dissolved in an instant. Clay was yet again trying to wrap his mind around the fact that the Winter Queen was real, that she would have been resurrected if Vespian had actually managed to kill his son with Tamarat. When the Druin surged forward, and the fight that could very well decide the outcome of the entire battle, and possibly the fate of humankind along with it, began in earnest. Which was, of course, the same moment that stupid runt of a minotaur lowered his head and took a run at Clay. Chapter 52. Sheer Dumb Luck. Velacor carved a swathe of waist-high, wind-blown grass as it rose to meet the Druin's singing sword, and the two blades met with a sound like glass breaking. Clay moved into the space behind Gabe, aware that several more blows were being exchanged just beyond his shoulder. When the charging Minotaur was just strides away, he stepped out to meet it, angling Blackheart so the beast bounced off and went careening toward Lastleaf. The heathen leaped out of its path, muttering a curse in Druic as his sword quietly echoed at his side. The Minotaur's stumbling momentum took it right into the lava pit. It succeeded in getting an arm down before falling in, but bellowed in wordless agony as the limb turned to char and its mane caught fire. Gabriel blinked, sparing a glance at Clay. "Thanks." Clay shrugged. "Worth a shot."
"Did you know,"
said Lastleaf, as casually as if the three of them were rocking in chairs on a sun-dappled porch,
"my father told me once that to die by Velacor's blade is the only way our kind can return to our own realm."
Clay recalled Shadow saying something to that effect back in the Wyld.
"It is a key,"
he'd told them, without realizing the only door it opened was death itself. "You'll find out soon enough," said Gabriel. The heathen's harsh laughter pealed into the air above the battlefield.
"I think not,"
he said liltingly. Gabe fainted low, drawing Lastleaf's blade humming toward his knees. But when Velacor stabbed suddenly high, the Druin turned, so the edge missed his face by inches. By then, the heathen's own weapon was slicing toward Gabriel's side. Clay managed to get Blackheart in its path and gasped when Madrigal sheared a corner of his shield right off. "Son of a bitch," Clay swore, and then yelped as Gabriel shoved him hard. The heathen's sword went shinging through what would have been Clay's neck had Clay not been tumbling backward onto his ass. A thought struck him suddenly for no reason, and was of no use whatsoever except to explain why a piece of his most treasured possession was lying near his feet. The noise his sword makes. It's cutting the air. His next thought was more of an observation, really. Gabe just saved your life. Currently, Gabriel was trying to save his own. With no one else to steal his focus, Lastleaf was pressing the attack, using the prescience to anticipate his rival's every move. The heathen's sword was a howling blur, ringing in rapid succession against Velacor as Gabe relied on instinct alone to defend himself. From the ground, it was hard to tell whether or not the battle was going in their favor. More than half of the matriarch's brood were dead, but so was Arik Slake, whose head was admiring his body from several feet away. He saw May Drummond die, again, on the tip of a wyvern's tail. An unfortunate side effect of Moog's twining staff was that once it was done clobbering one's enemies, it more often than not turned on whoever was holding it, at least until its enchantment wore off. The wizard was currently locked in mortal combat with his own weapon, as each of them attempted to throttle the other into submission. Matrick had somehow gotten himself onto the wyvern matriarch's back. He was straddling one of Ashatan's wings and attempting to push a dagger between her black iron scales. Ashatan herself was preoccupied by Larkspur, who scored a deep gash in the matriarch's head before taking to the sky. The wyvern roared again and vaulted up after her, forcing Matrick to abandon his efforts to harm her and simply hold on for the ride. Clay didn't see Ganelon until Syrinx was cutting a seemingly inevitable path toward the heathen's midsection. Warned by the prescience, Lastleaf turned at the last second and brought his sword chopping down with enough strength to spin the axe sideways before it hit him. It still hit him, though. The blow drew a breathless grunt from the Druin. He lost his grip on Madrigal and was thrown several yards through the air, yet somehow managed to land skidding on the soles of his feet. His helmet had been knocked askew, so Lastleaf tore it off and tossed it behind him. Watching it bounce away, Clay was shocked to see the Minotaur who'd charged him earlier climbing doggedly to its feet. Its mane was singed to stubble, and its left arm fizzled at the elbow in a cauterized stump, but it seemed hell-bent on getting back in the fight. Clay was more immediately concerned by the fact that Lastleaf was pulling the straps of all 3 scabbards over his head. He let the 2 empty scabbards fall and curled his long fingers around the hilt of his 3rd and final sword.
"The Gorgon told me why you've come,"
he said to Gabriel, who was using this brief respite to try to catch his breath.
"If I kill you, I will find her, this daughter of yours. I'll make certain she suffers."
It was Ganelon who answered, green eyes glaring over the edge of his axe.
"If,"
he said. The heathen's sneer wavered, but so far as Clay could tell, it had less to do with the warrior's remark than with the prospect of unsheathing Tamarat. Lastleaf's hands were trembling, his white-furred ears pressed flat. He seemed genuinely reluctant to draw it, and Clay wondered if he'd had cause to do so since the day he'd used it to defend himself from his even more monstrous father. But then Ganelon took a step toward him, and Lastleaf had no choice but to pull Tamarat out for all to see. Except that Clay couldn't see it. Not really. His mind told him the blade was black, a colorless void, as empty as a sky without stars. But when he looked into it, there was simply nothing there. Whereas Velicor served as a window to a realm beyond this one, Tamarat was a fragment of utter oblivion. Clay hoped to hell Ganelon could see it, because the heathen took 2 running steps and leapt, snarling at the warrior, his blade a black smear against the sky. Gabriel moved to Ganelon's left side, leading with Velicor's bright edge and forcing Lastleaf to fight on 2 fronts. Let's make it 3, thought Clay, surging to his feet, determined to help in whatever way he could. He hoisted his shield. The Minotaur hit him like a wagon full of rocks rolling downhill. Clay saw the battlefield blur, and the next moment he was slewing sideways on the ground. His ears were ringing, his jaw ached, and Clay wondered whether or not he'd hit his head. He couldn't remember, so probably yes.
"You fucking,"
he managed to say before his assailant fell on top of him. The beast was surprisingly heavy for something half his height and missing most of an arm. Its bloody snout pressed wetly against his mouth, and Clay's nostrils filled with the scent of burnt fur and overcooked cabbage. Groaning with the effort, he used Blackheart to shove the Minotaur aside, and then continued to hammer it with his shield until all but its twitching hooves had stopped moving. He sat up, disoriented. He saw Gabe and Ganelon trade strikes too fast to follow with the autumn sun and his near-invisible sword. Saw Moog holding his staff by the tail as it walloped a flock of reanimated skeletons into ash. Saw Barrett stomping on an orc's head and Tiamax the Arachnian cracking a wyvern's jaws with the strength of 6 hands. The stitches in Clay's face had come open again, and his left cheek was scraped raw. He climbed groggily to his feet, trying to reconcile in his head how he'd spin this story to Tally if he lived to tell it.
"What's that, honey? What was I doing while Uncle Gabe was dueling a god with all of civilization at stake? Why, I was wrestling in the muck with an exceptionally tenacious cow."
He hefted his shield again and hobbled as fast as he could toward the only fight that mattered. He could hardly believe it was still going. Gabriel was among the fastest, most cunning fighters Clay had ever known, and Ganelon was the strongest, fiercest warrior, well, maybe ever. But Lastleaf had been alive for more than a millennium, and had spent the majority of those years skulking in the Heartwyld, evading the pursuit of his father and imposing his will upon creatures that would give even the most stalwart hero a lifetime of sleepless nights. He wouldn't go down easily. He might not go down at all, Clay was thinking, when a rough snort behind him made him turn to see the world's most obstinate Minotaur attempting to rise. "Oh, come on," he moaned. "Stay down. Just, please, stay down." He took an involuntary step toward it, and the beast whirled on him, glowering with bulging bloodshot eyes. It snorted again, louder this time, and distinctly more threatening. In another world, Clay might have offered to buy it a beer and call it a draw, but it was stamping one cloven hoof and weaving its fire-scarred head from side to side, so instead he squared himself to it and sighed. He thought briefly of Ganelon and what the warrior had done to those men in Mazala, of Larkspur's revenge upon the children who'd made her childhood a living hell, of Lastleaf and his war against a republic built on the blood of so-called monsters, and of himself, who would likely have died a monster if it wasn't for one woman's love. 2 women, actually.
"You know what?" Clay said. "Never mind. You are what you are. So come at me."
Whether the Minotaur understood him or not, it charged. Broken-horned and burnt, one-armed and weaponless, its hooves churned the bloody earth below as it bowed its head. It would occur to Clay mere moments later that the fights that seemed to matter most weren't always the ones that did, and that sometimes the fate of worlds was decided by something so arbitrary as sheer dumb luck. He dropped as the Minotaur rammed its hoary head into Blackheart, then rolled onto his back and let the beast's own impetus propel it into the air, whereupon it, quite unintentionally, blindsided Lastleaf and sent them both pitching headlong into the magma pool. Clay scrambled onto his stomach just as the Druin began screaming, and an instant later the corpse of the wyvern matriarch slammed into the ground nearby like a giant's hammer. A veil of dust roiled out from where the creature landed, forcing Clay to squint as he rose and shambled over to where Gabe and Ganelon were standing. The Southerner was craning his neck, peering through the gale of grit at the sky above, and Clay saw him grin as Larkspur, holding a bloodied Umbra in one hand and a harried-looking Matric in the other, came gliding down on widespread wings. Moog was there by the time she landed. The twining staff had gone dormant again, and the wizard fed it into the mouth of his sack as he beamed at the sickly-looking king. That looked fun. Matric smiled wanly in response, and Clay recognized a man doing his damnedest not to empty his guts on the ground.
"Well done,"
Ganelon told the Deva, as Gabriel wandered off toward the glowing pool.
You too,
she said, taking in the jumble of corpses, both mercenary and wyvern, littering the nearby vicinity. Clay shifted his wounded arm in its sling. "If you're looking for Lastleaf..."
"He's gone."
"Of course he is," said the part of Clay's mind that knew the Druin's death had come too easy. Sure enough, when he joined Gabriel by the frothing edge of the pit and looked within, the only corpse Clay saw was the one belonging to the most stubborn, spirited, suitably bull-headed Minotaur he had ever known. Moog touched a bruise purpling around one of his eyes.
You didn't happen to ask him what a Catil was, did you? It's been bugging me since the Gorgon's place."
"He can't have gotten far," Gabe said, ignoring the wizard. "Let's finish breaking this seed, shall we?" Ganelon used his axe to point over the front man's shoulder.
"I think it just broke."
Clay looked beyond the seething limit of the horde at the city of Castia, whose gates were grinding slowly open. A pair of Druin skyships emerged from behind the walls, rising like bloated bees from the corpse of a flower. The siege was indeed broken. Those who had lived without hope for so long were coming at last to claim it. Chapter 53. One Last Time. "It's Rose. It must be." Gabriel was gazing at distant Castia. There were mercenaries streaming from the open gate, remnants of the once mighty army shattered by the horde. There'd been more than 4,000 of them once, but gauging their numbers, Clay guessed less than half remained. Those who did were sick and weary, but they charged out from the city like madmen. Or heroes. Clay had no doubt at all as to who was leading them. Neither did Gabriel. His friend took a breath with which to speak, but Larkspur cut him off.
Go get her. We're with you.
Jaw clamped, nostrils flaring, red-rimmed eyes brimming over with love, with pride, and with a father's fathomless gratitude, Gabriel nodded.
I know, he said. Thank you. He turned to face the city.
With me, then.
One last time. With the heathen vanished and his matriarch dead, the horde began rapidly losing cohesion. The Cyclops were starting to fall. Layla Sweetpenny hurled a lance through the eye of one. The men of Giantsbane climbed another like ants swarming a spoiled picnic. A third Cyclops, sitting and scooping the insides from the overturned war wagon, pulled an engineer from the wreckage and ate him. A moment later, something detonated inside it, bursting its belly like a smashed pumpkin. Gabe and Ganelon dashed between the legs of the last one standing. Velicor clipped one heel, Syrinx the other. The monster collapsed, wailing in anguish, and Moog lobbed an alchemical grenade into its open mouth.
"Oopsie-daisy," he shouted.
Its head went boom, and blood came spewing from its ruptured eye. Gabriel pressed on, relentless. The rest of them followed, trailed by a dwindling number of young mercs. Courtney and the Sparks on the left, Jane and her girls the right. Clay saw the Storm Riders as well, and Ben the Stalactian wading through the press with a gore-smeared axe in either hand. Merciless May Drummond, who Clay had seen die twice already, was holding her guts in with one hand and swinging a spiked flail in the other. Something resembling a scarecrow with embers for eyes leapt into their path, but Barrett came out of nowhere and smashed it to straw with his hammer. His boys were with him, blood and sweat matting white hair to their faces. Tiamax waved a few desultory arms, and Piglet tried on a disastrous smile. The boy had been crying, Clay noticed. He glanced around as Vanguard and the White Knights fell in step beside them.
Ash?
Gone, said Barrett. Gone. Clay nearly stumbled over the word. Barrett,
Don't be slow-hand.
He said no more, and Clay let it lie. The sky itself was coming down on them again. Harpies hit the ground in feathered heaps. Plague hawks fell shrieking from above. A listing skyship crashed onto the battlefield, killing scores. Clay saw the refugees from Castia attack the horde from the rear, and was reminded of the cold autumn morning several lifetimes ago it sometimes felt, on which his father had led him into the forest in search of a tree. He remembered Leaf showing him how to cut a wedge in the opposite side before you set to work on the other. With any luck, Rose and her ragged company would be that wedge. And if they just kept hacking and hacking and hacking... Clay spotted the Infernal again, a winter-cloaked titan stomping across the battlefield. Wherever it went, the host around it seemed renewed, driven to mindless rage by the demon in its midst. If Lastleaf were seeking protection, or someplace from which to rally and re-establish his grip on his crumbling army, he would probably start there. Either Gabriel had come to the same conclusion, or he was simply plotting the most direct route to Rose, because he was leading them right toward it. Their line was stretched hopelessly thin by now, a bright thread woven through the midst of a vile tapestry. The White Knights got held up fighting giant spiders, while Courtney and the Sparks broke off to fight a bear the size of an Armiri elephant. Ben the Stalactian got the business end of a centaur's lance in his throat, and the Storm Riders disappeared amidst a crowd of clambering goblins. A wave of kobolds rushed in from the left,
yipping like 100 pint-sized dogs. Jane gave Clay a prod with her bow.
Get on, slow hand, we got this.
He lingered long enough to see the first dozen critters get a face full of arrows before taking off after Gabe. He passed Barrett on the way. The old merc and his 2 remaining bandmates were facing down a snarling, snub-nosed warg. Once, Clay thought he saw the glint of Last Leaf's scales slipping through the throng, but when he looked again, the Druin was nowhere in sight.
"Rose!"
Gabriel shouted, but his daughter was too far away to hear. Her refugees were set upon by a mob of screeching white imps that reminded Clay of the rasks on the cold road, only smaller. Clay could see Gabe's daughter clearly now, distinguished from those around her by 2 things: her hair, which was dyed a bloody red, and the fact that she fought like a Kaskar berserker who'd walked in on her husband in bed with her sister. She held a glowing scimitar in either hand and was whirling, twirling, eviscerating everything within reach. Or not quite everything, Clay saw, though he could scarcely believe his eyes. There was a Druin by her side, lean and lithe, wielding a long sword he employed almost exclusively in her defense. His hair was the washed-out green of a shallow summer sea, swept back behind tufted silver ears. He was taller and broader than Last Leaf, and he moved with strange strategic economy, as though the battlefield were some vast Tetria board and he'd anticipated every move. The 2 of them, Rose and, Clay presumed, Free Cloud, seemed invincible. The imps hit them like surf against a high bluff and broke almost instantly. The Infernal glared down at the creatures scurrying into the safety of his shadow, then turned its bottomless black gaze upon Castia's refugees and the pair leading them. "Fuck," Gabe swore.
"I've got him,"
said Larkspur. She launched herself skyward, leaving Ganelon frowning amidst a flurry of black feathers. Clay glanced over. "She'll be fine," he said, and found himself believing it.
"I know,"
said Ganelon, but his frown deepened anyway. Gabriel urged them on. Clay took position on his right, Ganelon the left. Moog moved in their midst, while Matrick brought up the rear. They were alone now, the 5 of them battling through a maelstrom of claw and tooth. Arrows buzzed overhead like midges in marshland. Clay was roared at, screamed at, spat upon. He was jostled, kicked, pummeled, shoved, all the while doing his best to cover Gabriel's flank as his friend carved a path through whatever lay ahead. Moog had a wand in either hand, both of which launched bolts of violet light that took erratic routes to their targets, but never ever missed. Matrick plied his knives like a parade drummer, his rhythm so fast his enemies didn't know he'd murdered them until their god asked them if they took milk in their tea. Ganelon killed with a brutal efficiency that humbled even Gabriel, because Gabriel left wounded in his wake, while Ganelon left the dead in pieces. Clay was amazed at how little his back hurt, or his arm, or the ribs he'd broken fighting Larkspur's thralls. His face wasn't throbbing as it had been earlier. He was weary, of course. Every breath was bought with a gasp, and his heart hammered like a blacksmith late for supper, but he felt good. Really bloody good, all things considered. Strangest of all was the utter absence of fear. He'd been very afraid this morning, afraid the wizard's plan wouldn't work, that the dragon would kill them, afraid of going through the threshold and coming back empty-handed. The Heartwild horde, in all its abominable might, had been the scariest thing he'd ever seen, aside perhaps from the look on Ginny's face when she hit her head on a cupboard door he'd left open by accident. But now, all Clay felt was a sense of profound certainty, as if things, dire though they seemed, were exactly as they should be. He was among friends, shoulder to shoulder with his bandmates, who just so happened to be the 4 best men he'd ever had the privilege of knowing. As individuals, they were each of them fallible, discordant as notes without harmony. But as a band, they were something more, something perfect in its own intangible way. So no, he wasn't afraid. He was in fact grinning from ear to ear, basking in the music of the men around him, listening with bittersweet sorrow as the end drew near. Clay saw Larkspur close with the Infernal. She banked wide as its whip thrashed droplets of frost from the air, then dipped below a swipe of its massive sword. Her scythe came spinning round, but the demon was armored in hoarfrost so thick that Umbra did little more than strike icy sparks from its carapace. The Titan's minions were scattering in every direction. A torrent of imps crashed into Saga, and Moog went down, disappearing beneath the press of pale bodies. Matrick lagged, shouting the wizard's name and wading through imps like a man who'd lost his dog to a river's swift current. Clay stepped in front of Gabriel, planting his feet and squaring his shield against the impish tide. The creatures were hardly bigger than children, stooped and scrawny, with horns curling back from pinched faces. They bore no weapons but sharp teeth and wicked claws, and while most were too fearful to harass Clay and the others, those that got close attacked them savagely. Peering over the rim of his shield, he watched as Larkspur dove again. The Infernal's mouth yawned like a portal into the Frost Mother's hell, unleashing a freezing gale that blew the Deva backward. She spun out of control, wings pumping madly as she fought to right herself. Clay could see frost coating her armor, crusting her wings. She faltered in flight, but managed to shake the rime from her feathers and... The whip hit her. Larkspur's scream was cut short as she froze solid, plunging earthward like an icicle struck loose from an eave. Clay looked immediately to Ganelon. Distress was plain on the warrior's face, but he clenched his jaw, said nothing. "Go get her," Gabe told him. Ganelon glanced over, incredulous. "You can't." "I can," said Gabriel, grinning. "Of course I can." Ganelon appeared as though he would object, but instead he nodded, turned, and began hewing a path toward the fallen Deva. The Infernal was advancing on Castia's refugees. Already its whip was falling among them, entombing every victim in an icy crypt. "Rose!" Gabriel hollered, and this time his daughter looked up.
"Dad?"
"Rose!" Gabe tried to step around Clay and was nearly swept away by rushing imps. He growled a curse and fell back behind. Clay tried to push forward, but the enemy were too many, too deep to give way. It was all he could do to stand his ground.
"Dad!"
He heard two voices call out. The first was Rose, desperate and disbelieving, but below that, faint as a whisper, was another. Tally. In his head, Clay heard his daughter murmur sleepily,
"You would come if it was me, right, Daddy?"
"If it was you." His knuckles went white on Blackheart's grip. His jaw clamped down on a scream until the scream pried his teeth apart and came out roaring. He set his broken arm inside the bowl of his shield and heaved against the current with the stubborn resolve of a plow ox yoked to the moon. "If it was you," Clay had told her, as the glimmer of candlelight constellations moved across her face, "then nothing in the world could stop me." His determination bought him a single step. A second. He surged ahead, yelling himself hoarse, and the sea of scampering imps broke around his shield like ice beneath a ship's prow. Suddenly he was stumbling clear, looking up to see the Infernal looming overhead. Breath like a blizzard engulfed him. Clay closed his eyes for fear they would freeze in their sockets. Snow and chips of ice blasted his face. Frost formed on his beard, caked his eyelashes, and set his body trembling. His shield was suddenly too heavy to lift with one hand. It dragged him off balance, and Clay watched hopelessly as the infernal's whip curled against the gray sky above. Gabriel shouldered him aside. Clay hit the ground as the whip thrashed in the air above his head. Before it could recoil, Gabe slashed it, severing it, and then squinted down at Clay. "You good?" he asked.
Good,"
Clay managed through chattering teeth. The demon straightened, a sound like an iced-over lake groaning beneath the weight of something titanic. Its eyes, deep and dark as winter wells, looked on as Gabriel approached unhurried, Velicor dragging a furrow in the black earth behind him. Its sword came chopping down so fast Clay barely saw it. Faster still was Gabe, who stepped aside so casually he might have been sliding past someone in a crowded room. The infernal grinned, clearly amused. A flurry of snow gusted between teeth like shattered tombstones. The grin fell away as Gabriel began running. The demon's growl was the rumble of a distant avalanche. It took a backward step, startled, shifting the grip on its sword so the flared tip would be too wide for Gabe to dodge as it came thrusting toward him. Gabriel jumped. It wasn't graceful, and if he hadn't timed it right, the sword would have sheared him clean in half. Instead, it plowed into the ground beneath him, and Gabe landed on all fours on the broad frosted flat of the blade. He sprang to his feet, sprinting up the sword's length as the infernal tried to wrench it free. By the time it did, Gabriel was almost to the hilt, leaping as the weapon's momentum sent him soaring. For Clay, the next half-second spanned the lifetime of a glacier. Gabriel hung suspended in air, both hands on Velicor's grip, the blade rising behind him, bright with the blood-red sun of another sky. Swung with every ounce of strength Gabe could summon, Velicor split the ice at the infernal's throat and cleaved deep into its neck. Snow and sleet erupted from the wound like a storm gusting through an open door. The demon staggered, swayed, and crashed in a disastrous heap. Gabriel hit the ground running. He'd left his sword lodged in the infernal, but it hardly mattered now. Rose came rushing out to meet him, and once again it seemed to Clay as if the world itself ceased turning as the distance between father and daughter fell away. Only the two of them remained in motion, scrambling like swimmers in mirrored oceans, drawn inexorably toward the surface of each other by the very breath in their lungs. Rose staggered, overcome by exhaustion. As she pitched forward, Gabe went to his knees on the mud-slick earth, sliding beneath her as she fell into his arms. And now it was they who huddled, frozen together in that singular moment, as the world around them went on spinning, and spinning, and spinning. Clay found Last Leaf in the corpse-littered stretch between Gabriel's mercenaries and Castia's refugees. The Druin had suffered horrible burns along one half of his body, where the scale of his armor became fused with the charred flesh underneath. Part of his jaw was missing, and his eyes, one gold bright, the other scar-ravaged, gazed sightlessly at the cloud-torn sky. He'd been trampled by his own horde as they'd scattered in the wake of the infernal's fall. And for a moment, despite all he had done to deserve an end such as this, Clay felt a pang of sympathy for the Druin. "We are each what the past has made of us," he had said on the isle at Lindmore. And Last Leaf's past had made of him a bitter, broken, terrible thing. The heathen was lying on top of his sword, which Clay figured he'd better take before someone else did. He slung Blackheart over his shoulder and knelt, gingerly turning the body over so as not to... No. Clay's heart froze. Please, no. His mouth went dry, There was a sound in his ears like a deep drum booming. Clay felt his hand begin to tremble violently as his fingers closed around Tamarat's bloody hilt.
"Oh, last leaf,"
he whispered, as he pulled the void-black blade from the awful sheath it had made of the heathen's heart.
"What have you done?"
Epilogue. Home. The following is an excerpt from the same old song by Catagra the Undying, court bard to His August Majesty Emperor Matric of Castia, first of his name. Should you wish to learn what became of those who survived the battle for Castia, I suggest you visit either your local library or your favorite pub. What you find in the library may be closer to the truth, but what you hear in the pub will no doubt be the better story. If you insist on reading, Born in Fire, The Rise of the Watch is one of my favorites, as is I, Jane, which details the exploits of the brigand-turned-world-renowned mercenary after she left the Silk Arrows and began her solo career. The Sound an Eagle Makes gives a good summary of the battle itself, although the simply titled Castia, written by Cid, son of Barrett, is widely considered the most comprehensive account of that auspicious day. The members of Saga survived the battle miraculously unscathed. For all they endured during their journey to Castia, they incurred little but bruises during the rout of the Wyld horde. It was, incidentally, the last time all 5 members of Saga would fight alongside one another. Matric Skulldrummer remained behind in Castia. He spearheaded efforts to repair the city, and when it came time to appoint a new governing body, most of the old one having succumbed to the plague, the people of Castia decided it was high time they had an emperor after all. There was a vote, and Matty won by a landslide. He gave up drinking for good and arranged a peaceful separation from his former wife, Queen Lilith of Agria. He invited his children to visit him in Castia, and it surprised no one but their mother when they opted to remain by their father's side. I need tell no one what became of Arcandius Moog, as he is among the most well-known and celebrated scholars of our time, of any time for that matter. In the aftermath of Castia's liberation, he paid another visit to the witch doctor Taino. After months of study, Moog returned to and rebuilt his tower east of Comthus, where he developed a drinkable cure for the rot. It is the firm belief of this humble revenant that Arcandius Moog is one of the few figures in all of history, aside perhaps from Clay Cooper, possessed of the moral fortitude to do what he did next. He gave the cure to everyone, for free. Moog never remarried, and though I suspect his involvement in 1 or 2 covert liaisons, it is clear to all that his heart belongs, even after so long, to his deceased husband, after which he named his miraculous potion Freddy's Finest Curative Cordial. Ganelon bid farewell to the band and made his own way back to Grandual. We must conclude that somewhere along that fraught and forlorn path, he decided that the world to which he'd returned to was not a place where he belonged, since his first stop east of the forest was the prison in which he'd spent a long dark decade trapped in stone. The keepers warned him not to venture below, but those who tend the quarry are pale, frail, and all but blind, so they sure as hell couldn't stop him from doing so. He said to them rather cryptically, "Wake me when she gets here," and then descended alone to the lair of the basilisk brood-mother, whose gaze renders living flesh to stone. Alas, Ganelon was sadly unaware that his coupling with Larkspur had produced a son. The boy is young still, but I'm told that he's got a bit of an attitude. Gabriel's story is invariably linked to that of his daughter Rose. Their lives, along with those of her partner Freecloud, have been the subject of numerous songs and stories, so I will spare you the details here. As for Clay Cooper, 2 days after breaking the siege at Castia, he stepped through the portal to Caladar and walked home from there. He was accompanied most of the way by Jane and the Silk Arrows, and by Gabriel, with whom he had set out from Coverdale several months earlier. I was not present when Clay and Gabriel parted at last, but Jane claims it took place while the sun was setting. She watched their silhouettes from a distance as they shared a few laughs, shed a few tears, and finally embraced. Afterward, she says, Gabriel took Clay's head in his hands and uttered something too quiet to hear, which one might assume was a heartfelt confession that he owed every happiness of his life thereafter to Clay and Clay alone. To which, Jane tells us, Clay Cooper responded with a shrug. On the long journey home, Clay spotted several roadside plots that would be greatly improved by the presence of a modest 2-story inn. There would be a stable out back, he decided, and maybe a smithy, in case folk needed simple work done. Inside, sturdy round tables with plush leather seats and a fireplace far from the stage for those who wished to sit and enjoy the fire's warmth in relative peace and quiet. Blackheart would be mounted above, and if anyone asked what an ugly charred chopped-up piece of wood was doing up there on the wall, well, Clay might just sidle out from behind the bar, kick up his feet, and tell him a tale or two. By the time he reached town, the sun had nearly set. His shadow stretched out behind him, as stoop-shouldered and weary as the man it followed down the beaten track that passed for a thoroughfare in Coverdale. Clay? The voice was familiar, the tone incredulous. Clay Cooper? He looked up at Pip, who had stumbled out of the King's Head with his helmet tucked under one arm. "I've been called worse," Clay said. "Ha!" Pip attempted to slap his knee, and got most of it. "Called worse," he says. "Classic. Hey, when did you get home?" "I'm not home yet," Clay thought. "Just now," he said. "All's well, I hope?" "Better than well, I'd say. You hear about Castia?" Clay couldn't help but grin. "I did, yeah." "Wyld, huh? By the holy Tetria, I wish I'd been there." Pip was young, and had likely never ventured any farther afield than Conthus or maybe Oddsford, and so Clave forgave the boy for saying something so incredibly stupid. "They ever catch that centaur out by Tassel's farm?" he asked, changing the subject. "Catch him?" Pip scoffed. "You mean you haven't heard?" When Clay shook his head, the lad went on. "Your girl killed it." "My—" Clay faltered, since his mouth had begun speaking while his brain was still trying to make sense of what he'd just been told. "You mean Ginny?" "Not Ginny, no," said Pip. "Ginny was pissed as Glyph." Clay grabbed the boy by the shoulders, perhaps a bit more roughly than he'd meant to. "I need you to tell me what happened, Pip, right now." Pip blew a sigh that reeked of stale beer. "Well, that bastard, the centaur, I mean, chased Carl, that's Rick Yarson's oldest boy, out of the woods and down to that marsh by your place. Your girl saw him coming, I guess. Tripped it up with a stick or something. Broke its neck. Crack," he added, in case Clay needed reminding what a breaking neck sounded like. "You're telling me that Tally, my Tally, killed a centaur?" "She killed a centaur," Pip said. "You've got a little murk on your hands there, Cooper." This time Clay's mouth and mind replied as one. "No fucking way," he said. Pip laughed. "And what's more, young Carl's been on her like a wasp on a sweet cake ever since. Barely leaves her side, that one. And she seems to like it that way. Poor boy's fallen hard, I think.
He doesn't know hard,
thought Clay. He pried his fingers from Pip's sleeve and forced a smile onto his face.
Good seeing you, Pip.
Good to see you, too, Pip slurred. I'm glad you're home. Clay set out for the west gate.
I'm not home, he told himself. Not yet.
He stopped to relieve himself on the road outside of town. It was true dark now. The stars above were incomprehensibly numerous, and so much brighter than Clay remembered. He craned his neck to look up at them, and despite everything he'd accomplished since seeing them last, he still felt beggared by comparison. It occurred to him that this would always be the case, and Clay decided he preferred it that way. He walked on, listening to the crickets chirping in the grass, to the wind rustling through the trees, taking long, deep breaths of the chill night air. And then he saw her, shadow black against the warm light spilling from the open door. It seemed an impossible distance to the end of his lane, an immeasurable stretch from the edge of his yard to the stoop upon which his wife sat waiting for him. She didn't actually see him until he was a few yards out, and Griff came hurtling from inside the house, yapping and scampering madly around Clay's feet. He knelt to pet him, while Ginny stood, crossed her arms, and lifted her chin in that rural imperious way of hers.
"You're alive?"
she said.
I'm alive.
"And Rose?"
Safe and sound.
"Good."
Tally?
"Fine. Asleep. You heard about the centaur?"
He nodded. I heard. Her back got a bit more rigid then. Her chin climbed higher still.
"That girl doesn't pick up a sword, Clay. Ever. Do you understand me?"
No swords, he assured her. No axes or knives or bows. Not even a sharp stick. I promise.
That got the chuckle he was looking for. Clay took a step into the light and heard her breath catch.
"Your face."
He stopped to graze a finger over his latest scar. Yeah, well, I guess that makes you the pretty one now. She laughed, and Clay could have wept for the sound of it. Ginny reached out to him, and Clay stepped into the circle of her arms like a pilgrim come at the end of his days to the last house of the holy. Her scent surrounded him. A loose strand of her hair tickled his nose, and God's be damned if he was going to scratch it now. Her breath was warm and soft as summer wind on his neck, as she whispered,
"You're home."
And finally, he was.
This has been a Hachette audio production of Kings of the Wyld, written by Nicholas Eames, read by Jeff Harding. Kings of the Wyld is also available in print and digital formats from Orbit, a division of Hachette Book Group. For more Hachette audio productions, visit us at hachetteaudio.com. Thank you for listening. Text copyright 2017 by Nicholas Eames. Audio production copyright 2017 by Hachette Audio. All rights reserved. Hachette Book Group supports the right to free expression and the value of copyright. The purpose of copyright is to encourage writers and artists to produce the creative works that enrich our culture. The duplicating, uploading, and distribution of this audiobook without permission is a theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like permission to use material from the audiobook, other than for review purposes, please contact permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.